didn't want us to give why it's not scientifically validated. And now on the back end through the back door, you want to talk how it's scientifically validated.
Yeah, because originally I was wondering what your intuition was, what sort of tripped you. Um, and as I forget his name, like I'm not at my phone, but another person said that it wasn't a flat Earth thing. There were reasons beyond that that caused him to be suspicious, and that's really what I'm interested in because maybe that's where we can find some common ground. That's all I was asking. But we can get back to the topic of is it scientifically valid? That's okay.
Well, this is childish because anyone who's ever eaten Cheerios and looked down at the bowl at their last 2 or 3 Cheerios knows that gravity is scientifically sound.
Okay, what's the phenomena?
Is it cool if I go ahead and try this one out? And if it doesn't go anywhere, you could go ahead, man. Is that cool?
Yeah, because he just mentioned
kidding.
common ground right there.
Okay. Yeah. So the naturally observed phenomenon is mass attracting mass.
Okay.
And
Give an
usually this is
example.
where we have to pause. Okay. An example would be I observe that the ground is a mass contiguous body, right? It's massive, it's contiguous, and we know that the Earth is very large. So what we do in our model, sorry, I'm looking for my phone just so I can. What we do in our model is we make a simplification, right? We
Still
assume
want the phenomena,
that.
dude. Mass attracting mass is a statement.
Yeah.
I want the phenomena. Before
No,
you
that is.
start rambling on, I really want you to point to something in the natural world and say, look at that happening.
When you say phenomena, you just mean something happening in the natural world,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So something that happens is stuff falls down. I agree.
Okay, do all things fall down?
Hold on. I might have to cut out for a second.
Okay.
Well,
I'll
I
pick
was
up
going
for
to
him.
say if we stop right there, then we do have common ground because things
Oh, you know
fall
what? It's
to the
probably
ground.
in the car.
That's common ground right there. Like when I say common ground, meaning like I see things fall to the earth, and however, it's still flat because it was measured that way. Therefore,
Okay.
how I describe, therefore,
Back.
how I describe picking up a rock and then letting it fall to the ground, I guess I could call that gravity.
That's exactly what it is. It's so you've hit the nail on the head.
Yeah,
When you
if you
say
have
I
a plane
guess,
So
flying
then we
above
have
you,
common ground then.
look at
No,
the
we
plane
don't.
We have
above you,
common
watch
ground
it
then.
fly. That's called
No, we
gravity
don't.
too.
No, we don't.
yeah, exactly. No, gravity isn't like this magic special. Well, I mean, so there's a bit of nuance when Newton defines it as a force, and we'll get into that, I'm sure. But it's not like
Okay.
this magical force that pervades like everything and just does stuff
That's
magically.
what
Like
Einstein said.
This is weird.
we can get
So I
into that.
still
It's
have
a bit
contention
tangential,
with
right?
the phenomena.
Yeah, what's your contention?
Not all things go down. So I observe, for example, hold on. I observe the phenomena is gas being produced in the seabed. And when the gas produced, it bubbles upwards through the water and disperses upwards into the space available. So gas appears to go up in this instance.
Okay, so I'll take over for you, buddy. Gravity is not
Wait,
defined as
no, you
all
don't have,
things going
you don't
down.
have to, no,
That's not the definition of
you're,
gravity.
hey,
So
you're good,
who are you disagreeing
I
with?
got this. No, I
You never
got
said
this.
gravity does that.
No, I got this. No, it's okay. It's actually that's a good question. Why do things go up when gravity supposedly applies to all objects, right? So let's make the naturally observed phenomena more precise, a little more precise, shall we? Instead of saying we observe things go down, let's say that we observe objects accelerate toward the Earth with a specific mathematical It accelerates towards the Earth
We're gonna
obeying
move
a
away from
certain
Mage.
mathematical law.
He's interrupting the new guy that has been here having a conversation with you guys, and Mage just interrupted, took over the
You're like,
conversation,
No,
I'm
he's
interrupting. That's
fine.
and
fine.
didn't
No,
I can
allow
go
the
back to
other guy
listening.
to continue. Bro, Mage, interfering.
the other guy, the
The
other
new guy.
guy interrupting him is not fine. But the other, yeah, I know who we were talking to, but that guy is fine with him talking. If you tell him he can't talk, the new guy that you like
No,
won't be fine anymore.
he was that guy was the new guy was just saying something, and Mage was no. I got
You
this.
guys let
I'm gonna
Mage
talk.
talk.
Oh yeah, that was like 60 seconds ago. Are you serious?
New guy
Except
let
You
Mage
already
talk.
shut the fuck up?
I was done
This is not
interrupting.
going to
I
work
just wanted
out
to
for
interrupt.
Mage either, right? Because Mage is going to try and conflate different phases of matter. When we're talking about gas, he's going to introduce
Wait,
solids and liquids.
We haven't
I
even
was
heard what I've
actually
said
going
yet.
to. I was
Can I?
actually gonna stick in there. I was actually
Yeah.
gonna stick in there and respond to you because you were saying we can measure the acceleration of things, and I
Right.
said, "Oh, like in Jedi's example with the bubble from the seabed, is that what we're going to be measuring the
Yes.
acceleration of?"
Yeah. Could I be allowed to finish so I can get to
No,
that? I'm
Yeah,
actually
can you
going to
do it
address
without
an example.
conflating the different phases of matter? Go ahead.
I don't know what you mean by the law applies to all mass, anything with
No,
mass.
you brought up Newton. Newton definitely didn't say that.
Well, yeah. Well, he did more than
No,
say that. He proved
no.
it.
He actually specifically wrote about the difference between gas and liquids and solids. Did you know that?
Yeah, there are differences, but Newton's laws apply universally. His laws
Let
of
me
motion.
explain what he actually said to you. Okay, he said to you that it's in the nature of gases to expand and the other forms of matter to condense. When he was talking about gravity.
Yes. This is not
All right,
mutually
so you can't now conflate gas with the other forms of matters that do the opposite, right?
wrong. Can I respond?
No, that's
without
what
being
Newton said.
interrupted?
You brought up Newton.
Wait,
Okay, I'm trying to educate you and the audience on what Newton actually said, so you
How is
don't
this
lie to everybody and
intellectually
deceive
honest?
them on what Newton said.
Wait, so your argument style is just don't let me talk?
Well, go ahead and talk, but if you contradict what Newton said, then you're going to have a bad time.
I'm jumping in again. You're saying Newton
okay.
had two different pieces of work, and you're saying Newton
No,
contradicted
in
himself.
Principia, he wrote about this, about the nature of gas molecules is to expand.
Yes,
He's
but
right.
you're
This is further. This
you're
is actually
saying-
further described by Maxwell in the theory of heat,
Correct.
which he wrote.
So, but you're saying Newton
Correct.
contradicted himself. That's what you're saying, or
No,
Newton
he
was
didn't
well aware?
contradict himself.
Exactly.
He
And
actually
the
provided a very clear
verse.
distinction
There you
between these two phases of matter.
There you go. The work
I
agrees
feel
with
like-
itself. So what are you attacking it for?
What are you talking about? Like nowhere within the kinetic theory of gas or within any of the ideal gas laws do you find gravity interacting with gas molecules. There's no molecular theory of gravity.
Okay, then if you're saying that you're correcting him because he brought up Newton, and then you're using Newton's other work, then you must be saying that Newton contradicted himself in this work.
No, I'm saying he's contradicting Newton because he is actually misrepresenting what Newton talked about.
Okay, I'm done.
Good.
These two statements, one being that the Newton's universal law of gravity, right, applies to all objects, and like the ideal gas laws are true, right? These are not mutually exclusive. They don't contradict each other. What you're missing? What you're missing is the net force being exerted. That's why gases expand.
Have you
That's
ever
why
heard of Joule-free expansion?
This is okay. Just agree or disagree.
So gas expands and contracts at the same time.
This is literally
Joule-free
addressing-
expansion. No work is done, so no net force for gravity. Sorry.
That's not. No.
That's thermodynamics. If you're going to brush up against thermodynamics and contradict it, you're going to have a bad time in here, Mage.
What is your argument? What is your counter argument? Maybe I'm missing something.
I'm trying to figure out what yours is because you seem to be contradicting yourself.
Yeah, so it's simply that
Yeah.
gravity is still being exerted on gases. It's just that
Cool claim. Now prove it. Prove that gravity is actually doing work in compressing gas. Go.
No, you're confused. Those aren't the same thing. Force
What?
exertion
Gravity
is
doesn't
not,
compress gas towards the Earth?
Confused.
that's yes, it
I'll tell you how
does.
you're confused.
Your argument is that most of the time we observe in nature, gas
most of the
expands.
time, so like you can turn it on like and off like a switch.
So he
Well, it
thinks
depends
the law
on-
of
Let me
nature
turn
is
it on and turn it off because it's most of the time. So I'll turn it off this time and turn it on that time. Most of the time.
I love laws of nature that are most of the time.
Yeah, and
I
then
thought
not
laws of nature were
other
always,
times.
without exception. Not
Isn't that
when
funny?
they feel like it.
You
This
guys
is the
know
kind
how
of
many?
this is the kind of
you know how many
nonsense
times-
that they require to get their cosmology to work.
No, you're making a bad example for your side right now. The
All
way
right,
you're
go ahead,
talking to
Lars.
this guy.
Mage, you be quiet, Lars. I'm talking to you now.
Yeah, you're good.
So your counter is because gas isn't in motion, it can't be measured in motion according to gravity. Like what?
Oh my god.
Yeah, so
Because-
show me an instance where gravity changes the trajectory of gas molecules.
Why would you
You
be able to?
understand?
I
You
know
don't
it's
see-
like you can do it with heat, right? But not gravity. Isn't that weird?
I mean, if you put a dense gas in the upper atmosphere and fucking made it green,
What's
so we could
contained
all
in the
see it,
dense
you could
gas?
see it. You would see it fucking
What's
disperse
contained in
lower.
the dense gas?
Yeah, great. So equilibrium due to pressure intermediation. Awesome. Where's gravity?
So
Indeed,
you're
volume
looking
for
for, you're
density.
trying to measure gravity in a way. How would you measure
I'm
gravity?
not
in this
trying to
scenario?
measure gravity at all. Excuse me.
You're trying to get me to measure gravity.
Well,
No, we're
because you're
trying-
claiming it, dude.
Okay, but how would I measure this gravity on gas? On
Good
gas?
question. I don't freaking know because it's
Thank
not in the
you.
entire
Thank you.
body of kinetic molecular theory. You don't find it in thermodynamics. You don't find it anywhere. There's no
Okay.
model there's no model for the molecular behavior of gas under gravity.
I'll see if I can find it within kinetic molecular theory.
So then-
It very,
so then
very
you
strongly
can't propose-
emphasizes that
You
the
can't
walls
propose
of
how
the
it would be measured, but you're using its lack of measurement as an argument.
I don't need to replace your theory with one of my own.
That's not what I'm saying. You're asking for a measurement, but not understanding or even proposing how a measurement could be done.
Well, that's your problem. Don't reverse the burden on me.
Dude, those words, my words are words. Your words are play. And also, from the standpoint you're making it, you're acting like there need to be action or movement in all of it. And
No, heat.
if you had two magnets stuck
Heat.
together,
I
if you had
said
two
heat.
magnets stuck together, unmoving, I could say
I said
magnetism
heat.
doesn't exist if I was you. I'd say, prove to me that
No.
magnetism exists when these two magnets
It's
are
got
locked together.
nothing to do with what he's saying, dude. We understand the law of nature quite simply states that within the thermodynamic system that energy and matter will expand. You're saying, no, it won't. The gas that we're breathing is not expanding into the vacuum of space because of gravity. So therefore you have a contradiction to the law that very simply states within its first definition, gas expansion into a vacuum. That's an increase in entropy. You're saying no. You need to prove that, dude.
I need to prove to you that entropy is occurring.
No, you need to prove to us that entropy is being negated by gravity.
Entropy is not ever being negated.
Yeah,
Maybe
no,
an
shit.
effect
Yeah,
that
no,
you would
shit.
think
Why is
is
the gas
entropy.
still here? You
That's
understand
like
that
dude, that's like
entropy would be the gas that we're
because
breathing.
space is
filling
low
the-
pressure.
Why are you talking?
Because space
I
is
need
low
to make
pressure.
this clear. Shush.
You're assuming. I'm
No,
talking.
shut up.
Okay, yeah, make it clear.
Thanks. You must understand that the gas is going to fill the space. That would be the vacuous space around the Earth. You're saying, no, it doesn't, because we're still breathing. What causes the no, it doesn't?
You're assuming entropy would mean our atmosphere would evenly disperse away from Earth, and not
No.
that our atmosphere
Evenly, we wouldn't have gas pressure. We wouldn't be breathing after this conversation. It's not an assumption. I'm stating the law.
and not that entropy would increase by the gas staying on our planet and our entire planet moving away at the speed it's moving.
What are you talking
I'm saying you're trying to deny entropy. We have reality, which is a globe.
No.
So how can you tell me?
No.
How can you tell me that?
No. Could I strongly argue with your point? You're saying that I deny entropy. I'm trying to fucking point it out to you. You're saying that you have a force that negates the entropy. The gas doesn't expand into the vacuum as the law states, as entropy would do. So you're negating entropy with gravity. Can you show that in an experiment? Straw man me again.
No, I can't show it in an experiment. But the entire universe is in entropy. So you would have to be thinking, you'd have to show that the Earth by itself, with the atmosphere on it or dissipated away from it, would be more entropic than the other.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Can you just show gravity stopping entropy, please?
No, there's no anything stopping entropy.
Okay, then. So how are we still breathing?
Gravity.
Okay, so gravity stopping the entropy increase, which would be the gas dispersing into the available volume of space. It doesn't, according to your model, or it might leak a little bit, but we'll step over that. We've got gas pressure. According to you, that gas pressure is caused by gravity. That's a hypothesis. Can you prove that gas pressure is caused by gravity?
I feel like the wind is going from here to yeah.
No, I can't prove that to your standard that you'd want.
Okay, then. So one, we don't have a phenomena. People just keep making it up. And two, when we get you to the hypothesis, you turn around and say, well, we can't prove the cause of the phenomena we just made up either. Well done. Thank you.
Oh, no. Did it.
That's a weak habit to try to finish the conversation like that. You're itching
so you
for your
just
final line.
Two things.
Itching for
you
it.
Don't need to go on. You don't have a phenomena, and you don't have a cause of the phenomena.
Taking up more time.
Sorry.
Repeating it.
Do you want to tell me the phenomena again?
No, I'm not following your question.
Okay,
but
if you don't have a phenomenon and you can't
see you want to make these
change
conclusions,
the cause, then you haven't got science. You understand this, right?
All right. So
you
now you want to finish this conversation with saying I don't have science, as if I was ever trying to
have a phenomenon.
And now you want to interrupt again. And now you want to interrupt again, dude. You should just talk the whole time. I'll just mute my mic.
Do you have a phenomena? Do you have a cause?
Having a little grand orbit on the way past.
Because if you don't have a dependent and independent variable that can be validated through an experiment, you haven't got science, dude. I mean, sorry.
Dude, I'm not insulted. I never claimed to have fucking science. So your finale of your talking that I don't have science, dude. Okay, who said they did?
Probably Mage.
Yeah, blimey. Doesn't entropy deal with closed systems?
Second law of thermodynamics is universal and valid in open and closed systems. Do you require a citation?
Okay. And the Earth is a closed system.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now that's a physical closure of the system. That's physical because that means that the physical stuff, the matter that's got temperature, we'll call that gas, can't expand outwards. It's contained within the volume. That's a closed system. Radioactive energy, like heat, can enter the system from outside the system, like the sun, or on a hot day, entering a Coke can that is sealed, a closed system, because the Coke can't come out until you open it. Really simple to understand. To have gas pressure must be closed, physically closed. We must have a container. You don't have a container, the energy, the thermodynamic heat and gas will expand and leave the volume. That's as simple as I can state it.
Well, maybe you should state it more complex or something, because we're right back where we could have started, but we just didn't. But I've already heard this. So all we could have said is, I think gravity is the container. It's a closed system. Entropy's happening. So all you just wanted to say all that just to say
That sounds like a story
you
that you
think-
can't validate.
That you think there must be a container and I think there must be gravity. Either way, entropy is not violated in either scenario. So what's the point of bringing it up? Either way, it's a closed system.
Oh, okay.
Sorry to interrupt, but either way, it seems like it's a closed system.
You don't know the definition of a closed system if you're going to say it's some kind of a force between masses.
I feel like that's why there's two different definitions, dude.
Really? So
I
there's
mean-
the correct one and your one.
Oh, Grant.
You're saying there's a container. I'm saying there's a container.
Thank you.
That's nice. Can you scientifically validate that, though?
Nice, man.
No, can you scientifically validate that?
Yeah,
though?
PV equals nRT.
What's that?
The ideal gas formula from the ideal gas law.
So
It
you're
demonstrates
saying-
to have gas pressure, you require a container.
Right. And I'm saying there's a container.
Right.
So what are we arguing about?
Okay, so can you demonstrate your gravity container? Because I can
No.
demonstrate a physical container. And you
No.
say no.
No.
Good, you don't have science.
No, you can't demonstrate a physical container on Earth.
Yes, I
You
can.
infer it.
PV equals nRT. In actual fact, shut your mouth and puff your cheeks out. Like a 2-year-old can do this.
Yeah,
You know
I'm
what a
agreeing.
container of gas is. Have you
We're not
ever
running.
pumped up a tyre?
Yes, many.
Good. There you go. So you understand the reason why the gas is there is because of the tyre. If the tyre gets burst, what happens to the gas?
I will take
Expel.
Good.
No pressure.
So we understand this then. This can be demonstrated all of the time. The
Yeah.
point
Careful,
is,
Jedi. It sounds like you're equivocating watching the effect of something as the same as observing the actual thing itself.
yeah, at the moment, it's the phenomena of the second law of thermodynamics. That's gas expansion into a lower pressure environment. I mean, seriously, dude, pay a little bit more attention before you jump in.
But we're both agreeing on the small model of a physical container because we haven't replicated no container on gas on Earth. Really? I mean, purely. So I'm just saying gravity is a container. You're saying a physical container is a container. It could be a physical container. That's possible. But you can't say it's not possible that it could be gravity just because I can't prove
What's
gravity.
gravity?
'Cause You can't
What's
prove.
gravity?
Well, would you concede that you can't prove there is
Sorry,
a container?
what's
You can only
gravity?
infer
What's gravity?
mass and mass moving closer together.
Does that happen with gases, does it? No, gas
No.
expands.
No,
So you
but
even don't have this phenomena.
okay.
You
So
just
this,
say,
okay.
look, dude,
Okay.
right, I like you, right? This is my position, and hopefully you'll learn from this because I've got to go walk my invisible dog. When people say mass attracts mass, that's when you drop a solid object to the floor. Gas doesn't act that way. The mass of gas doesn't attract the mass of gas. We don't have that phenomena because, as we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes, gas
Yeah.
expands. Look at all that mass moving further apart. So you
That's
don't have the
pressure.
phenomena, dude.
That's pressure. If you had
What? Gas moving apart.
so gas expands.
Pressure is the
Gas
force that the
expands.
gas exerts upon the walls of its container. I didn't just describe that.
I just wish you
Oh,
interrupt a
fuck.
lot, man. We're not talking. You're interrupting a lot.
That's because you're wrong a lot. Do apologise. I'll go and walk my invisible dog. You can speak to somebody else.
I figured. I mean, you're only if you define gravity how, like, we don't define gravity as mass eventually touching the other mass because they're both mass.
What's mass?
We say that gravity.
What is mass?
We say that gravity is
Oh,
mass
for fuck's
attracting mass. We don't say mass.
Okay.
We don't
Now
say
you've
gravity
said it
is.
50 times. What is mass?
Dude, hey, you're about to lose.
What's mass?
I'm
You've
not going to
said
talk to you.
it 50 times. Just tell us what it is.
No, I didn't even get to say it once without you interrupting me, Jedi. You should just leave your mic on mute and fucking resist the urge for 13 seconds.
I'm actually trying to help you. You've said mass, and I guarantee you don't even know what it is. But you carry on, dude. I'll walk my
Thank
dog.
you.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Thank you. No, I'm not talking if you're not here, dude. That's not how I'm going to talk to you.
Thank you.
Then tell me what fucking mass is.
Don't interrupt. It's not time for me to tell you what mass is.
You don't need to
It's
carry
time
on
for me,
repeating your story. You just need to tell me what mass is.
dude. Just shut up, dude. It's not that
What's
your
mass?
argument.
I don't
It's-
know what you're talking about.
Well,
It's
you
like,
should listen, bro.
can you
You
help
need to
me
listen.
understand what you're talking about by
Yes.
defining the word that you're using? Would that be okay?
No.
What is mass? You
don't
keep
get to
bringing it
stop
up.
me.
I want to know what it is.
Jedi, you don't get to stop me from talking forever.
I want to
It doesn't
know what
work.
mass is.
Well, too bad, guy. Too bad.
Well,
It's not time for
what a
that.
wanker.
You're
Just going to keep on with
logic.
this story about mass,
You
are
can't
you?
fucking.
I
You
would
can't
like to
control
know
yourself, bro.
what's
You
mass.
can't
What is
stop.
that?
Your
What
logic
is
you're
that
making
mass?
What's
is
mass?
taking a definition of gravity that I don't think is the definition of gravity at all. You're saying
So you don't think it's
gravity?
mass attracting mass?
It is mass attracting mass.
So
but
it
that
is
doesn't mean
mass attracting
yes.
mass. Okay, what's mass?
Yes. Mass is
Right, there's going to be two questions, right? Fuck me.
an
One,
object that fucking
what?
warps space.
Shut
I don't
up.
fucking know.
Shut up.
You asked
Hold
the
on.
question.
Two questions. One,
Yeah.
what is mass? Two, how does it attract?
Mass is an object that warps space. I don't know the correct definition of mass. Something.
Dude, right? When you say mass attracting mass, that's Newton's idea. When I asked you to define it and you say mass, I don't know, it bends and warps space-time, that's not mass attracting mass. That's Einstein's idea, general and special relativity, where you just described it as, I don't know, but the mass distorts the space-time fabric. I asked you to define one and you defined the other. Come on, let's go for a walk.
You just missed the slope.
Simply, I don't know why you want me to define things, but the point is mass attracting mass doesn't say regardless of all other forces and eventually two objects will eventually touch each other because they're always going to attract. It just talks about one force. And gases have other forces so gravity is not always the force that is most evident.
Straight at it. It's got
The pressure. Pressure is why gases would expand, if I had to guess.
No, pressure is the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Well, it can also be a cause for things like why air moves from place to place, low pressure.
Yeah, that would be entropy. In its simplest form, stuff wants to spread out.
Yeah, I would agree. We call low pressure though. The gas is always going to go towards the low pressure.
Is it? Depends on the temperature.
Maybe.
Yeah. That's the T within PV equals nRT. That's the temperature that gives the gas the kinetic energy. It's always got T, so it's always going to move. Depending on how much T it's got, we can start describing its density relative to other objects. But even if we're talking about things like density, we have a volume, and that's the volume of space inside the container. Understanding the pressure is caused by that volume, the container around the gas. Because if there's no container in this quasi-thermodynamic system that's got physical matter, that's gas, and temperature, it's got to be closed, because if it's open, the gas will fuck off. Yeah, it's really easy.
If we're talking about like globe versus flat right now, versus flat, aren't we like wasting time? Don't you know, I'm a mainstream science dude. I believe in gravity. So we're both agreeing that there must be a container of some kind. You're just thinking that it violates entropy, and I'm not seeing that.
No, I'm trying to point out to you that you don't have a phenomena. And when I ask you if you've got a valid hypothesis, you say, well, it's gravity, but we can't very manipulate that. If you're going to say that you trust the science, you must understand you don't actually have it here. Because if you did, you'd have the phenomena, and you'd have the cause, and you'd have the experiment. And we have to stop at phenomena, because the conversation started that we all see gravity around us. I drop stuff.
I'm
And when we
okay.
start talking about gases and people start asserting that, well, eventually the gas will come back like the rock does. It's a violation of the law.
Well, I'll fully concede that you could say we don't have science here when we say it's gravity, but I mean there's not really even a but, because except that you said that it violates a law, which I still don't see how it violates a law.
Dude,
I'm not saying it's the standard of science that gravity must be, but I'm also not seeing what it violates.
yeah, you're saying
Gravity's not a
out of
fact.
one side of your mouth gas expands, but out the other side of your mouth, no, it doesn't. Do you understand the contradiction?
I understand what you just said.
Cool.
I would
That's what it's a
I would
contradiction.
say
I've heard you
there's
say. I've heard you
there's other.
say that you don't understand. I've heard you say that you don't understand what the problem here is. And again, you just accepted the example. But I was going to point it out anyway.
Yeah, because there's
Again,
tons of other
you have
forces.
you have
It's not the
you have
same, obviously.
but we're listen. If you think that mass attracts mass, then fundamentally, if we live on a globe that was created because of this, then everything is not going down, it's going to the center of the earth, towards the center of gravitation. Okay? So the problem is you understand intuitively that when you talk about gas, that's doing the exact opposite. It's leaving the floor and it's expanding. You understand that. So
I fully understand
fundamentally,
that. And here's the
at
answer,
the
man. I'm going to
beginning,
interrupt you. Other forces at play. That's as simple as that. It's not just gravity. Gravity's not, doesn't mean absolutely all things get fucking max force to all other things. There's tons of other shit going on.
okay, so since gas is expanding and since there's other forces on gases, how the fuck is gravity containing it when we're not seeing it's doing the opposite of what we
It's failing.
fundamentally think?
It's failing at
Exactly.
containing it. Gas escapes, ions escape.
Oh my. Yeah. All right, well, I'm not interested. I don't know. I don't. If you're gonna walk your dog, that I nope, I can't.
It's just, it's the theory. It has a lot of answers because it's a very well fleshed out theory. There's a lot of counters to questions. You're just asking physics questions. You're just asking how the natural world works. I'm giving you the best answers we have. Nar, 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 nar.
Stop saying no in Australian.
Nar. Peace out, guys. You guys are really nice for talking to me. Spending your time talking to me. I
Say
appreciate
what?
it.
Watch out for zombies.
I'm up on Battlefield 6. Buddy just invited me. Be safe. God bless.
That kid's a character.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. Gravity is not a force.
The outward force is fictitious because in our Earth frame of reference it doesn't exist.
Like what it is, I don't know.
Yeah, five shot. I guess back after all. Welcome, season 2. 5.
Welcome.
Need a couple weeks to warm up. Guys. Yeah.
Super game class too.
Yeah. Hopefully it's good enough to give you 5 shots.
Yeah, right. Adam wanted to negotiate that. We thought 5.
Be like these kind of handicapping.
Yeah. Only get 4.
Maybe the front tees for me. I can go a tee box up or something.
All right.
Let's
So
do
you
this.
said this is your first time. Like you've never played football.
No, I don't know.
Okay, so we're well
Be fun. Cracking day.
that like an awesome day.
Cracking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Australian.
Yeah. Good.
Good. Okay. Real play.
Okay.
Go play everything out.
Okay.
I'm gonna start playing.
Good beer.
Yeah. It's a nice start.
That's nice. Yeah. Thanks, man. Neither of us.
Arguing right now?
So we'll see what happens. Hopefully, there's not too many blind holes.
Yeah. Right. That'd be really bad.
Yeah.
And we don't have a caddy.
Are you guys watching something?
On that everything?
I don't know. I'll see.
No.
Oh, I think it just went through.
Okay, you gotta go. That was a beautiful.
Yeah, I kind of took the safe line,
Yeah.
making sure in play.
Yeah. Ooh, went there. That.
Oh, but that's
Oh, man. Wow. Wow.
This house.
Yeah. The all day, man. You just came from Hell Beach.
Travel last week.
Your game feels like you kind of found
Weekend up was good. Or around
the course.
So that was
This what happened. Weird things that happen. reason like under array is how it is.
What the fuck?
22 downgrade.
No, you're hot mic.
I am. I am ranked 2.
Okay, so that's intentional. All right, you're fine.
Down. Oh, down. Oh,
Just giving you a heads up in case you didn't.
thank you. Yeah, 122. Okay. Like a full sandwich. Beauty. Yeah. Below that. That is a lot of spin. All right. Have to challenge me. That right? Yeah, I'll say not bad. Right. So I feel like a lot of people would say, your golf swing is as close to perfect as you could possibly. I this is the top level. Everyone's working on different positions. So like, what's something if your golf cost? I've worked on lots of stuff over the years. But I've never
2.
Hey, Elijah, you there?
Yes, my brother.
Well, that sounds like you. I just want to let you know I put the math, which is from 1 foot elevation above sea level versus 30,000 feet above sea level. It would, over the average flight of an airplane, which is about 1,500 miles, would be a 35-mile difference. That would be the difference between on a sphere. In reality, same distance.
Just kidding. I'm not Elijah.
No, you have taken his place. You are Elijah.
Come on, man.
Now, nobody can ever say that I didn't bring the information to Elijah. It's on record now. So, and if it does happen, I'll call upon Gemsy to be a witness to it.
You brought it up. It's just that Elijah is busy. So.
I don't appreciate you talking in the third person. It's creepy.
Is it?
Elijah not like that?
Since he didn't answer, I wanted to hear what you had to say, bro.
You're Elijah. Yeah, that was the. He had asked about what's the number. I was driving. He said, "What's the numbers? What's the mathematical difference between on a sphere, right, an arc segment of a distance at sea level versus 30,000 feet? At 30,000 feet over the average flight distance, which is an average flight. I mean, there's longer flights, but so the average flight distance of 1,500 miles, it would be 35 miles longer in the air versus on the ground." And then he'd ask, well, what would the Glovers say? Like, I don't give a shit what the Glovers will say. They'll probably say, oh, it's negligible. And as it says in the statistics, it's 0.14%, right? They'll say, oh, it's only like a percentage, right? But a percentage in reality is 35 miles. That's it. That's a long time. It's only 1 degree. It's only 1 degree, they'll say, for a 360-degree segment of a circle of a sphere. Well, how far is 1 degree? Well, it's just 1 degree. 1. They make it sound small. It's big.
Say 1 degree to make it sound insignificant.
Yeah, of course. Yep. And guess what? Half of that, if you want to go half of that distance, it's only half a degree. I mean, come on, dude. Like, that's what you really expect to know what a half a degree is? You think you're going to experience half a degree? And imagine you only go like a quarter of that's a quarter of a degree. You're going to experience a quarter of a degree. Like, what does that even mean? Does it mean it has no meaning until you put the numbers to it? Well, that's
So isn't it crazy that they shot Charlie Kirk in the neck as a distraction from Trump raping kids?
It's very crazy, yeah.
And y'all sitting here arguing whether or not the Earth is flat when it doesn't even fucking matter. Like you guys sitting here 24/7 and do.
Yeah. Thank God he got muted. Apple.
I don't know if we can be saying that.
You just ban him, to be honest. That's really calling out my escapism.
a geometric for Earth's surface that should curve at 8 inches per mile squared? And if it doesn't correlate with that, then I'm afraid it's wrong, dude.
So what I'm understanding is that what distance? That's what you asked, and I'm saying that 1 arc minute isn't a fixed distance by itself. So it's an angle. It's a tiny little edge of a circle, and that's what it shows in the picture I sent.
You're saying that the edge of that arc minute is where you see the horizon?
No, it's not where we see the horizon, but it shows that those radians, those points, it's calculating, right? Our human eye cannot see them because our eyes are not accurate enough to perceive those small points. But what this experiment shows, it's tiny little edges of a circle at 35,000 feet. And if you unite those tiny little edges with the Sagitta points, we'll see that there is an elevation. So we have lines that are not aligned perfectly, and that's what it shows the paper.
I see what you're saying, dude, but the point is, how far away is that horizon? We need that metric to apply it to the distance of the arc minute and the distance that should calculate against the metric of the globe. Where is that horizon? How far away is that?
At 35,000 feet.
No, the one down low, the one that you've got down low where you compared it differently and you saw the convex and the concave. How far away is that?
I mean, the horizon is not a physical, but it would be...
where do you perceive it as being there in that image?
I mean, you'd have to make the calculations. I mean, I don't know as a fact, but in that distance, in that height, you'd be able to see in kilometers around 400 kilometers, as in a radius.
400, yeah.
Radially,
so from you to roughly, approximately 400 kilometers from the viewer's eye to where they perceive
probably less than that.
Sorry?
Probably way less. It's probably way less. I mean, I'm not doing the maths exactly, but I don't know if it's like 200 miles or 300 kilometers. I know it's around those values, but I mean, I don't know the math by default. But
okay, so what you perceive as a horizon, where you would see a boat disappearing, is about 200 to 300 miles away.
Okay, I mean, I would go there, but before we go to the boat disappearing of the horizon, you do get that at 35,000 feet, we detect small edges of a circle, and by uniting the small little edges that are undetectable at our own eyes, because our arc minutes are really, really bad, and our biology sucks, basically, we can unite them with the Sagitta and see that there is an elevation. So that's absolute evidence that there is a curvature, that it's curving.
At 39,000 feet, yes, dude, but remember, it's not like you to go up there, so this is why we're doing it downloaded.
How is the Earth flat then? How can the Earth be flat if this is this is the best evidence for it not to be flat?
How can flat water be flat?
I'll tell you, because what you see is the horizon. Way out in the distance, what you think is 200 to 300 kilometers, where you might see a boat disappearing, what you think was over the curve. That is 20 times too far, is it? Or is it 200 times too far?
I don't know. No, I would have to see a paper, and I would have to see the formulas and the method they use. I don't know.
We've been posting that, Well, we've been posting them, but we'll post them again for you. And there's lots of these calculators online, Ruger. There's lots and lots of different ones. So if you don't like ours, all you have to do is search online for an Earth curve calculator and the dimensions of the globe, which I'll put in the chat for you too. And you'll see that the metric works out to 8 inches per mile squared for the curve rate. Now, I know that that's a parabola, yes, but it's good for up to just over 1,000 miles. And we're not dealing with 1,000 miles here, so it applies, yeah.
Okay, Gotcha. I'm happy to see more evidence, but can you acknowledge that with the evidence that I just showed you, that is, we can't connect these tiny little specks of a circle that are detected with scans that we cannot detect with our own eye. So if you show an image of 40,000 or 50,000 feet, where you cannot see where you cannot see the edges of the circle, but we can see them using instruments, and by using the EDPEG data that is shown in the graphic, we can detect the curvature. Can you assume that? Because I literally just did that, and the article explains it.
So assume it, but what I can accept is that you've provided information that shows that there could be a way to perceive curvature at that height, because I can't go up there. So what you've said is you've got information that you would perceive curvature at that height, and I would agree. You do have information that you could perceive curvature at that height from. Yeah, you're right in that respect. So would you agree to look at how we see it and how we measure the geometric of Earth?
Of course. Yeah, of course. I'm able to, of course, yeah. Just show me your stuff.
Cool, bro. Yeah, well, the link for the Earth curve calculator is in the chat, if I've got the right chat, I think. And I'll put the metric on there. No, it's not that one. Maybe somebody will beat me to it, I don't know.
Imperial. 1 foot of surface height. So from 1 foot of surface height, you can put a camera 1 foot high from water level. That you should see the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles. So I'm going to post an observation. The original video. So this is from the original video. So the question is, where is the horizon?
So what's the distance?
Yeah, let's check that, because the distance from that point, the guy did put the camera, until those two Ulrichs, the distance, are there. The first Ulrich, 6.21 miles. The second Ulrich, 9.41 miles. So where is the horizon? You can choose it. You can even choose C, man. Okay, but you want the A behind the second Ulrich. I can post this more clearly to see the horizon. Come on, why is not posting? Okay, here, second. Okay, let's see.
29 miles.
In this one you can see, in this one you can see where is the horizon behind the second Ulrich. Okay, we have a problem, because according to the calculations, even your document that you did post is right there, distance to horizon. So according to that, and you can use that calculator that you did post it. So the geometric horizon, at 1 foot of surface height, it should be at 1.22 miles. But we see, it's already debunked by the first Ulrich. It's at 6.21 miles. You know what that means if you do that? Means the radius of 3959 miles is 26 times larger. Of course, in this one, 10 miles. I'm going to post the calculations. Okay? Just a second. So, if you count 10 miles, and there's observation more than 10 miles, okay? This is just the basics, okay? If you count 10 miles, that means the calculations, that means the radius is 67 times larger. So we are increasing that radius. So your ball is more bigger, you know. So it's not working, that radius that you did post from your document, you know. So we have a big problem here, because the geometric horizon at 1 foot of sunlight, you know, where is the camera? You should see the horizon at 1.2 miles, but you can see more than that. So that radius cannot be 67 times larger. So this is dead. No curve, no ball. You have look at figure 6 in your document. Look at figure 6. He's talking about these calculations. Yeah, it's talking about the calculation distance to the horizon.
I know.
6.
I know that. And it's exact the same model and the exact same thing you got there.
The model in reality doesn't work. You see why? Why we can see the horizon? You know, more.
Okay, listen up. Okay, what up? So, by using the model, we can detect the edges of it, the small or the and very small and very what's the word in English? Really faded points of the circle. Really faded, really small edges of the circle, and we can detect them at 35,000 feet. And using the model,
don't run away. With that model, which in this case we should see the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. Okay, it's not enough. 6.21 miles. The first platform, that's 26 times larger. That radius is not enough. The second all rig, it's the horizon. More behind. So if you count 10 miles, that's 67 times larger. So yeah, the model is not working. Okay.
Okay. So
and I'm presenting a horizontal line, the horizon, not your shit picture that you posted. And you say, oh, they are using this technology to detect some points, whatever. That's you know, I'm presenting the horizon there. It's the horizon right there, horizontal line, and it's not a 1.22 miles. It's not a 1.22 miles. So the model, your radius is not working. The model is not working. You have to explain to me. You have to explain to me. You have to explain. Yeah, I'm calm. You are not letting me finish. You have to explain to me or to us why we don't see the horizon at 1.22 miles.
Okay, wait a second. Stop screaming. I understood your question. Okay, so
I made a question. I made a question to you.
Okay, no, you made a statement and you assume things about me.
No, I'm asking to you. I'm asking to you. It's a question.
Okay, I will answer, but calm down. Wait a second, okay? So first of all, the technology that's used in the paper, it's the same technology that flat earthers use. So if this technology is wrong, then your technology is wrong.
What technology you are talking about it?
That's the first. I mean, you don't use cameras. You don't put pictures in the middle of your phone.
Yeah, you are talking. The camera can watch the. You know, I use binoculars. By the way,
I don't even know what you're saying anymore. You're not even talking about binoculars.
Listen, Bill. I can mute you, okay? So shut up. I work as a watchtower. How I know what is using lenses, okay? Binoculars. I can see 24 miles easily from left to right, okay?
Okay, the conversation was going.
That's reality, not your. You are trying to fool us. I'm showing to you the calculations. Model calculations. Your model calculations is not working. I did ask you a question.
Can you have to answer. Can you calm down?
Answer my question, please.
Listen, the conversation was going nicely, and I was hearing.
You have to answer my question. My question is why we
calm down.
Why we don't see the radius at the geometric horizon at 1.22 miles? Now you have to explain it.
Listen, I was talking with old dude and with the Jamsey, and the conversation was going actually nice. And I presented my evidence, and they acknowledged the evidence, and I was going. They acknowledged their evidence. It was going smoothly.
Your evidence.
They didn't acknowledge nothing. They fucking told you were wrong, stupid. Shut up.
Yeah,
but it's not wrong. It's right.
Everything you said was wrong. I was listening for an hour. Shut up. You're lying, stupid.
I mean,
everything you said was wrong. Gemsy, the conversation with Gemsy. Gemsy was shitting on you the whole time, nicely, obviously, but he was still shitting on you. You're just stupid as fuck. And now Miguel's shitting on you, and you're getting frustrated. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, you just don't know science, man.
No, stupid. You don't know science, man. You're the wrong person to fucking say that shit to, stupid. Dumbass, exactly. That's all you got is retard fucking laughs. Esti de cochon de français, putain, fucking bitch you are. Go fuck yourself. This is what Globers are, friends. Dumb fucks that use fucking rhetoric and dumb shit and obfuscating and I did this and then appeal to emotion like a little girl. Oh, my conversation with Gemsy was so much better. As if it was. Gemsy was shitting on you. He was just shitting on you nicely. He was using a nice tone of voice. Oh, it's a little girl. He can't handle a little bit of fucking roughness. Oh, it's a little girl, friends. Let's fucking cuddle this bitch.
Freaking love you, Deacon.
Well, don't worry, people like me, I know. I'll go back on mute. Fuck this asshole.
Thank you for finally, whoever muted him, thank you. That needed to be done forever ago. Ruga, despite the fact that you think you have evidence, you don't. All of your quote-unquote evidence only emphasizes a flat earth. What you think your evidence is only emphasizes flat earth. You don't have evidence for a globe. The water is flat.
I mean, DJ, how are you, man? Nice seeing you. But I mean, yes, guys. I mean, it was nice talking. I'll have to go now. But yes, you please acknowledge the evidence that I just showed you. It's actually
You don't have any evidence.
I mean, I would advise you, Linus,
How
to
can
go
flat
harder.
water be flat? You can leave. Bye-bye. You said you have to go now. Bye-bye.
Yeah, you didn't answer the question. Why we don't see the geometric 1.22 miles? Because we are using the same calculation that is in that document that he presented in Figure 6. Yeah, look at Figure 6. Maybe I can take a print screen. I'm going to take a print screen because we are talking about this and proving this, not from a shitty photo at 30,000 feet. Let's see.
I mean, anyways, nice talking to you guys. Hey, Linus, go party, okay?
Yeah, don't run away.
Goodbye. See that? He's like, oh, I gotta get the last word. Bye. What an idiot.
I'm going to post it from his document. Figure 6 right there. We are talking about this. Yeah, and proving. Proving it. Yeah, it doesn't work.
Like, he showed us that it's not physical Earth curve, but that it's barrel distortion from lenses from his stupid article. And he still didn't get it.
That's a good one. Linus.
Thank you. I took that screenshot from a video. I was watching some fishing videos, and then I was like, oh my gosh, I have to take a screenshot of this. These guys are out here fishing, and I've heard so many Globers say that if Earth were flat, there wouldn't be a horizon. It would just be a blur. Well, I mean, there you go. You see that fisherman there? That fisherman? He's fishing for Earth curve. Can't you see? His rod is bending, therefore the Earth curves. Exactly, DJ. With enough rod refraction, you can catch a fish from. You can be in Brazil and catch a fish all the way in Japan. I love how Ruga said that he's got to go, but he's still yapping in the side chat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it says right there, Ruga is coping. I mean, typing.
Not anymore.
You giving him the boot? Ban Hammer!
A time out. So, according to him, we cannot see where is the horizon. No? Our eyes cannot see the horizon. There's a problem in the Black Swan because the horizon is. So yeah, you know, he can see the horizon where it is, but you know, he was trying to avoid. What we don't see, you know, according to the calculations from his document, figure 6, yeah, drop over distance, we don't see that geometric horizon at 1.22 miles. So we have a big problem there. So I did ask him, yeah, explain to us why we don't see the geometric horizon at 1.2 miles. Why the horizon is more, you know. And the calculations doesn't work, you know. His radius is not working. It cannot be until the first all rig. It's 26 times larger the radius. At 10 miles, you know, the horizon is far away behind the second all rig. If you count just 10 miles, it's 26 times larger. Sorry, it's 67 times larger. So it's a big error. Radius going on. Too big. 6 or 7 times larger.
Elijah, you owe me $50. If you don't say anything in the next 30 seconds, then you confess that you agree.
You know, just about every image in that article that Ruga had posted shows a flat horizon, straight horizon, and examples of barrel distortion. So, like, he wasn't even arguing for a globe. For as much as he thought he was arguing for a globe, he really wasn't.
Keep going.
You know, yeah, there's cameras, you know, for example, even watching the news, sometimes, you know, I see, you know, they are at the shoreline, you know, filming, you know, that horizon, and yeah, it depends of the camera. Some cameras, the horizon is horizontal, but there are a few cameras, they curve the horizon. So yeah, it's a problem of the lens of that specific camera.
I've got an example of this with, I took a picture of my Rubik's Cube, and it's, you know, with my Samsung phone, and there's barrel distortion in that too. It looks like my Rubik's Cube has curvature, you know? So, like, dude's not proving anything for a globe.
Freaking data, bro. Let's save it. Go down here to the data, bro. Let's turn it to horizontal, bro. Right. Now this horizontal. Do a little wink. It will crop it. Do savity save. Alright, let's post it. Tag Elijah. It's been more than 30 seconds. There we go.
So check it out. My Rubik's Cube has curvature, but we know that Rubik's Cube is flat right there, but it looks like it's curving. But that's just because of barrel distortion, and that seems to be something that guy was not understanding.
Oh man, that's boring. Boring. Tyler.
Only be able to see the horizon at 4.5 kilometers away, but you can see 16 kilometers all the way to the other side.
Experiments. But what about those who in the International Space Station?
I can't verify the location of those things and what they're doing up there, man. For all I know, it's a satellite that's floating around up there, and the people that are supposed to be in there are in a green screen room acting.
But how there's less gravity?
Yeah, I know. Have you ever seen the movie Aquaman?
No.
No. Have you ever seen Superman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you mean they use CGI and manipulate the video, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nice to talk to you, man. I didn't even think about those things before. So thank you.
And there's graphic artists out there that have specialties in real-time graphic arts manipulation. Real-time CGI. Matter of fact, let me show you this. I'm going to show you this. This is a video, or this was pulled from a video. Hold on. This was pulled from a video from the ISS. This is an astronaut doing things in space. All right. And she's explaining to little kids about outer space. While she's explaining that, she looks over at this thing in the top left corner. This little alien, magically appears on the screen. She grabs it and moves it, and then pushes it back.
Grabs what?
Check this video out. I just put it in chat.
What? What is this?
That was while she was on the space in the space station.
How this appeared out of nowhere?
Yeah, and she makes it move as if it's like actually moving, even though it wasn't there.
This is from the ISS?
It's from the European Space Agency. They might have been up on the ISS. They're in space. She's floating. If you look at her, she's floating, right?
But you said that yeah. You fucked my mind, bro. But why they are?
Why are they lying? They're not lying. They're just paid actors.
So why?
Why do they have to be lying? Why?
For what?
I don't know. For entertainment. Because you're entertained, and you're not going to go out and look for yourself.
I'm not entertained about the space. I don't care if there is a space or not.
Oh, you don't like Star Wars? Or Star Trek?
No. I haven't seen anything about space. I just know that Elon Musk wants to travel to Mars, but he doesn't have even the technology to travel.
No, he ain't never going to. He's just going to keep saying 5 more years, and that's what they always do. Every 5 years, they say 5 more years.
It has been 20 years, and he's saying 5 more years.
All right, I'll give you this one too. Check this out. This is one of my favorite ones. Oh, you want to understand why things get smaller? This is how perspective works. This is a good one.
Did the curvature in the air in terms of I don't know. Yeah, I guess the distance.
It's just perspective. As things move further away, they get smaller in angular size in your view.
Yeah.
And then
But,
as you look through the thickness of the air, the further away you get, the more opportunity you have for optical disturbances in the air, like refraction.
But do you think the Cold War and the space race was just entertainment?
Oh man. Not entertainment. I believe that the Russians and the Americans were at war with each other, and it was a race for space dominance. And so they made that story up in order to defeat the Russians. After that, everybody loved the Americans, right, all over the world, except for the Russians. And up until last year, which I still don't think that he admitted it, but the former head of the Russian Space Agency said that America never went to the moon up until last year. Supposedly, he conceded finally and said that we did go to the moon, but I don't think he did. I think he's still saying we didn't go to the moon, which is propaganda saying that he conceded.
The Russian guy said that the American didn't go to the moon.
Yeah, he was the director of the Russian space agency.
But the Russians didn't go to the moon, right?
The Russians never went to the moon either.
Yeah,
he was talking
nobody's
about
ever gone to the moon.
no one's ever been to space, is what the one guy said.
But I was asking about why there's a space race and there's no space in the beginning.
Well, because the Russians put Sputnik up in the sky, and so the Americans had to outdo the Russians. That's why.
So it's the fight for satellites and satellite technologies, and that's it?
Well, I mean, satellites can hang from helium balloons, right?
Yeah. I know that the temperature one and the forecasting ones.
Right. So you don't need what should we call it? You don't need a satellite floating around in outer space going 17,000 miles an hour. You could easily have a high altitude drone doing the same thing.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
Here's another one. Here you go. Here's a rocket flying through space. And I want you to tell me what you see on there.
I see a bag.
A what?
A bag or something. Yeah, like
no, it's a mouse. You see the mouse walking across the engine?
Oh yeah. What is that? What is this? Who made this?
NASA.
This is an official NASA video?
Yeah, somebody just turned it into a GIF. Here's another official NASA video. Here you go.
How they justify the mouse? How they justify the mouse? How did they justify the mouse? What was their excuse?
I'm waiting for this to load. I don't know. I didn't care because after that, it's like I know they're lying. Right? And I don't have to know why they're lying to know that they're lying.
I think their official excuse was that it was ice, some sort of ice that was on there. The ice was coming off or something like that.
Ice in the space?
Yeah, because it's cold in space.
But shouldn't ice come from water getting cold.
Yeah, that's what they claimed was like condensation from the boosters.
Yeah, it's cold in outer space, supposedly. But space doesn't exist, so we don't have to worry about that.
So,
What do you think? What do you think about this GIF that I posted? Look at 26 after. You'll see this spaceship taking off from the moon. Tell me what you think of that.
I think it's a video game.
Yeah, that was the lunar lander leaving the moon for the last time when Apollo. Which Apollo mission was it? 15?
This is the other Apollo that landed on the moon?
No, this is the one after. This was the last one in 72, I think, when they left.
Yeah.
They landed for the first time in 69, but they went 4 more times after that.
This looks fake as shit. What the fuck is this?
Welcome to our world.
But does the flat Earth end, or what? Is there a cliff or something?
No, it's not something like wherever the edge is, it's just the end. You can't fall off. Even if you could fall off, what do you think would pull you down?
I hear some guy.
Is gravity going to pull you down?
I don't know. I didn't go.
You know what I mean? That kind of sounds silly. Like, where's the edge? So, okay. So if you can't, here's the thing. If you can't have gas pressure without a container, and you know that the Earth is a topographical level plane with water horizontal at the surface all the way across, the best like uneducated guess that I could possibly give as to what the Earth is, we just live inside a terrarium. That's the best guess I can give you, dude. And that's about as simple as it's going to get. Any other answers outside of that? How does everything work? I mean, we only know what we know here on Earth, man. We don't know anything else.
So why there's not any single agency or country try to investigate something like that?
I mean, honestly, I think all the governments are in on it. They all have an idea of what's going on, and they all collude together to do their own research without the people knowing it. But that's my opinion.
Yeah,
my speculation. What about? Do you want to see a Russian astronaut saying that the Earth is flat, or maybe a Polish astronaut saying the Earth is flat? I've got a geophysicist that's a seismologist saying the Earth is flat. A former NASA employee saying the Earth is flat. Airplane pilots saying the Earth is flat. I've got a world-class sailor saying the Earth is flat. I mean, I can give you, a matter of fact, let me do that for you. I've got a Twitter.
All of those together?
And, huh?
Yeah, give me the Twitter. I thought you would send the chat.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. But I've got a Twitter, and I made a thread of various people. I'm always adding to it whenever I can. Various people who are whistleblowers who all say the Earth is flat. I got an F-16 pilot who was flying at the same altitude as Mount Everest, and he pointed his radar, I think, from 300 miles away to Mount Everest, and his radar said that he was level with Mount Everest.
Oh. They say
300 miles away.
Curvature is 10,000 kilometers, yeah? Or something.
They say the diameter is 10,700 kilometers. The curvature is roughly about 8 inches per mile squared. Or I think it's like 2 3/4 centimeters, or 3 3/4 centimeters per kilometer squared, or something like that. I'd have to look into that ratio.
replicate this. I've always thought, when I was a kid, I've always thought that the end of the sea, there is a cliff or a waterfall.
Uh huh. We all laughed at that picture too.
No, that's what I thought when I was 4 years old. I've always looked at the sea. I'm from. Am I
And then they
sitting-
told you that the Earth was a ball, but it's too big to see the curve.
No, they didn't tell me anything. I just saw
They didn't tell you anything?
I saw the spheric model on a teacher's table. And this is the beginning of me imagining the Earth as a sphere. That's it. But yeah, and they give us in school the shape of the orbit of the Earth around the sun. And that's shit. Yeah,
I posted that thread for you, by the way. If you go up to
yeah
32 minutes past the hour, Hervé Raboni is a world-class sailor who used to do races near Antarctica, and he says that they manipulate the cameras to make it look like they're going faster than what they are.
Deep dog. I once was watching Joe Rogan with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he told Neil he offered him to debate this guy. I forgot his name.
Eric Dubay.
What?
Eric Dubay.
Eric Dubay?
Yeah. And Neil deGrasse Tyson said that he would, and then he backed out at the last minute.
No, I remember that he said that he wanted for their faces to drop down when humanity reaches Mars. I think that something like that. Eric, how to spell Dubay? Dubay. Yeah, I found it. Author. Earth is not a spinning ball. Eric Dubay is normal. Earth is not a spinning ball. So is this Eric good? He didn't or couldn't convince any NASA personality to debate it. Yeah. Which strip paper? Describing. Don't know. Will accumulate a huge wealth like Elon Musk, and you and me go to discover the Earth. To see the cliff and jump. Are you with me? Yeah, Neil deGrasse. Minute
Yeah, I hear you.
and by Neil. Stuff is flat.
So, Soma,
Yeah.
if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Must be flat.
All right. So, if the surface of the Earth is flat, would you agree that whatever is happening in the sky is only happening over a flat Earth?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last word.
If the surface of the Earth is flat, if you take all observations and all observations demonstrate a flat Earth, would you agree then that whatever is happening in the sky only happens over a flat Earth?
I suppose if the Earth is flat, then what happens in the sky happens over flat Earth. Yeah.
It's that simple, man. So when you say, like, oh, what about all these other things? I don't need to explain how all those other things work because I know the Earth is flat.
Yeah. So.
But anyway, man, you're always welcome to come back here, man. If you got more questions, don't hesitate to ask. You can talk to somebody else. I don't have to be the only one talking. Matrix is always a fun guy to talk to.
Thank you.
Matrix.
I think he's here, but maybe he's away.
Miguel's pretty good, man. He's a huge map fan.
So you are usually here, or you are active?
I'm in a few different locations, but
not alone. But the server is active. The VC is active always.
I'm generally over here. I'm usually the one that starts events over here to try to attract people to come in.
Yeah.
Like you can thank me for the title of this event.
Yes.
Pretty interesting, right?
Yeah. That's the air server, yes.
Thank you, Sheepdog.
What does alive differ than a VC? I have Discord since maybe 5 years, but this is the first week that I used for. So I know pretty much nothing.
Yeah, and you're already a flat earther.
Thanks to you.
Well, I would still count you as a believer of the flat earth. You won't know until you go out and apply it to your own surroundings. Once you go out and actually make a real world observation, instead of looking at a computer screen or a TV screen, then you'll know it's real.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, just go outside and look. Is it daytime where you're at?
No, it's 5:41.
Well, it's gonna be daytime.
Yeah.
When it starts to get light out, go outside and look up in the sky, and just instead of thinking it's a globe spinning through outer space, think about it how it really looks. I want you to think about it as it's flat because that's the way it looks. I want you to think about it as the sky is moving, the sun, the moon, the stars, the planets, the clouds, all that shit is moving in the sky. The earth is not the thing moving. And then not only that, but you live in this self-contained ecosystem that's perfectly, beautifully created for the purpose of us to enjoy with each other and share together. Now, why there's wars and everything here on Earth, that's a completely separate story. But what I want you to do is just appreciate the beauty of the nature of which we were meant to have it for.
Yeah. No, I know that we just experienced everything moving but Earth.
That's it, man. And when people say, well, what about Jupiter and Mars? And like when I look up in the sky, I don't see the Earth, man. You know what I mean? I have to look down to see the Earth. If I'm looking in the sky and judging everything in the sky or judging the Earth based off of everything in the sky, I'm looking in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
I'll give you a good analogy. You'll like this analogy, okay? So, if you came over to my house and you introduced me to your wife, and also with your wife, you brought over like 10 beautiful women with your wife, okay? And you introduced your wife to me and said, "This is my wife." And then we have a moment where we're like alone together, and I'm like, "Bro, that's a tranny, man. That's a transgender. That's a guy that he has a penis and an Adam's apple." And then you tell me, no, that's a woman. She's the most beautiful woman in the world. Look at all of these other beautiful women that are around her. That's how I know she's a woman too.
Yeah.
How would you know whether or not your wife is a man or a woman? Would you look at all the beautiful women around her, or would you look directly at her?
I will look directly at her.
Right. So when I tell you the Earth is flat, you can't go and look up at the sky and say, "Well, all the other planets are round, so the Earth has to be round."
Yeah, maybe
bottom
it's
line, the Earth has a penis.
yeah.
What do you mean the Earth has a penis? Look, bro, flat.
But we don't see other things as spheres. I think we just see as round or circles. Yeah.
I mean, you talk about like when we look at the things in the sky.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you can't tell if they're spheres or not. I mean, from your perspective, they look like circles. Whether or not they're three-dimensional or not, you wouldn't know. And I'll give you an example. You're going to like this one too. Check out this image that I'm about to post right here. Can you look at this image? Oh, Toby beat me to it. Can you look at these images and tell me 1, 2, 3, or 4 which of those are spheres and which of those are not spheres?
I think they all. I don't know. They all seem.
Are they all spheres or are they all not spheres?
No.
Or is there
one
two
and
of them
two
spheres? Three,
I think one and two are circles, and 3 or 4 are spheres. Maybe
1 and 2 are circles, and 3 and 4 are spheres.
Yeah, maybe all of them. Maybe I'm wrong, and all of them are circles, or all of them are spheres.
Here you go. Now I've posted the GIF for the video. Now you know which one's a sphere and which one's not.
Yeah. Oh my
What you think about that?
Disgusting, bro.
Welcome to reality, Neo.
I'm gonna puke.
He's gonna pop.
Yeah. I lost my mind. I can't trust anything no more.
No, you can. You can trust your senses and you can trust yourself because you can know what reality is.
My sight fucked me over.
No, you can know. You can know reality. You're talking to me on Discord, right?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure that you're talking to me on Discord?
Pretty much.
Pretty much? Or yes, I'm 100% sure.
I accept the possibility that I'm just talking
on my head. No.
Then maybe I'm
no,
schizo
you no, bro. See, that's where they tricked you, man. They made it to where you couldn't even believe your own senses.
Yeah,
if
but
I punch you in the face, it's gonna hurt, right?
Yeah.
Are you 100% sure that it's gonna hurt? If I punch you in the nose?
Yeah, it always give me pain to be hidden.
Right, right. So you can know things, man. You can trust your senses.
But
They were given to you for a reason.
for example, when I was a kid, I was imagining this lion in the corner of my black room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I guess
Was it your imagination?
Maybe my imagination, maybe not, it's hallucination.
So it wasn't your senses.
Not so as my mind, but my mind used my senses to convince me that I'm seeing something.
Yeah, but when you woke up, you realized that it was just a dream, right?
No, I was awake. I was awake when this is when I was awake.
Okay. Did you go over and touch the lion?
Nah, I was scared of it.
Okay. Well, if you were scared of it, then like it just kept you. Whatever it was, it just kept you away. Had nothing to do with your senses. It was more or less preying on your fears and doubts.
Yeah, I guess.
When you have fears and doubts, you operate at a lower vibration, and you're a weaker person because of that.
Yeah.
Imagine being told that your life has no purpose and you're in the corner of a universe, in an infinitely expanding universe, and there's nowhere else to leave the earth. You're stuck on this prison planet, and you were a complete accident that just by some chance there was a lightning bolt strike that struck some ooze in the middle of water that created a primordial soup, and you eventually accidentally evolved from that. Imagine thinking that that was your existence and there was no other purpose.
Yeah, I don't think that's my existence, and I've never seen someone who proposed this idea of existing being a pure coincidence.
You never heard of evolution?
Yeah, but evolution doesn't do anything with the beginning of life.
It was coincidence. It's only coincidence that you evolve.
Yeah, I evolved from probabilities or something like that. The survival for the fittest and those all mechanisms.
Who determines what the fittest is?
The situation.
Right, but what if the rules are different, and like who set the rules? Who makes the rules?
Yeah, yeah, but you got me. I was trying to say that evolution explains the mechanism of life, how life branches, but it has nothing to do with the beginning of life. I don't have any what to say. I forgot the word.
You don't have anything to support it?
No,
you don't have an opinion either way?
Yeah, I don't have any opinion on the beginning of life or the beginning of the universe, or where we came from, or where the universe came from. But I understand I see.
But that's what they teach little children.
What was I trying to say? That I see the similarities between me and other creatures or other beings. Yeah. So I think there's an evolution, but I don't.
What similarities between you and another being? What being?
Any being. Animals, for example.
Well, because a dog has a penis and so do you, therefore you must be like the dog.
Yeah, something like that. He doesn't just have a penis. He has everything that I have, but maybe in a slightly different form.
Do you have the ability to lick your own balls?
I've seen some girl lick her pussy.
Oh, no comment. No comment. Okay, let's go back to something else.
Sorry, sir.
No, but you got a great sense of humor, and I like how you're being objectively honest with the conversation. So thank you for that.
You're welcome, bro. Thank you also for being this hospitable.
Oh, you know what? Here, I got another video for you. I need to make it a GIF because someone told me I should. This is when they were taking the first picture of the Earth from outer space after they went to the moon. They did something funny. They recorded everything, and what they ended up showing you was what they ended up showing you was that the circular ball Earth that they took a picture of was really the circle from the window.
Oh. Okay. Let me see.
I know, I'm looking for it. Hold on. Did I make it a GIF? I don't think GIF.
The similarity between life forms is because we all have a common designer. Yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
But why design all of us the same way?
We weren't designed necessarily all the same. We have like a uniqueness, but we were all like our species is designed for a purpose.
Yes. So, are you religious?
No. Religion is it's a box that keeps people caged in.
But you think that there is a designer?
Designer or creator.
Yeah.
But like what he actually does, I like Christianity comes the closest to it, even though I think the scriptures have been manipulated a lot. But I think he took a step back, and he's just going to let everything play out the way it's going to play out, and kind of let the cards fall where they're going to fall, and eventually the good is going to separate themselves from the evil, and then he's just going to remove all the evil. But I don't think he's like whatever the evil is that's out there. They're trying to. It's not that they're trying to keep us away from him. They just want to control us. Like if they can control us, and maybe there's like a promise saying that like if we can be convinced to go away from him, then he'll just go away. That's what I think. That's why I think they're trying so hard. Oh, yeah. Because they wouldn't be trying this hard if they knew that they were going to lose. If there was a chance, if there was some kind of a bet going on that if they won, this would happen. That would be the only thing I can think of is that like if they can convince the world to just let go of the creator, right? Like no longer believe in magic, or not even believe in magic. Like it's actually a real thing. The spirit world and the physical world, they overlap each other. But if people can be convinced to go away from that and knowing their true nature, and that they would just believe and follow other men, the only thing I can think of is that he made a bet. Like, okay, if you can convince them, then I'll walk away.
But why would he walk away? Like in Islam, God and Satan has this bit that Satan will try to persuade, or
I posted that video.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. To persuade the sons of Adam, or the
Yeah, but they wouldn't do it without a purpose, right? Like if you knew you were going to lose anyway, like why would you even try to try so hard? You know what I mean?
No. Explain more, please.
Like if I told you were going to lose a basketball game, would you keep playing the basketball game?
No, because I know
and no matter what you did, you were always on the losing side. Like I was always 1 up, 2 up, whatever the case may be, unless we had a bet going on. And hey, if you're going to lose, but if you can beat me, I'll give you $100.
Yeah.
Then you would actually try to go for it, right?
Yeah.
So that's the only thing I can think of that's going on is there's some kind of a deal like in the book of Jeremiah, it talks about if you can block out the sun, I'll break my covenant with Israel and break my covenant with my people. So that's why I think they've been trying to block out the sun, because if they can, they can break his covenant. If they can block out the sun and then put a fake sun in the sky, and give the illusion of night and day.
So the bet is between who and
control the weather. So you said Satan, but here's the thing, right? Like I don't think Satan is his name. I think Satan is an adjective, right? Like enemy or adversary.
In Islam, its name is Iblis. It has a name. He has a name, or it has a name.
Yeah. In Christianity, his name was Azazel.
Yeah.
But all the angels have names. Gabriel. Gabriel has a name. You know Michael. But if you ever noticed, all the angels, all their names have EL in them. Daniel, Raphael, Michael.
This is
Gabriel.
It means God, right? It means God or something.
Yeah, L means God, but it's a little God, the little G, not the big G.
Yeah, in Aramaic or something.
Yeah.
But in Islam, the bet that Satan or Iblis he has this bet with God that he will try. Now in Islam, Satan or Iblis is not a fallen angel. We has in Islam there is those creatures called jinn. They are made of fire.
Yeah, but the Hasatan, he's not a jinn. He's not a regular dude. He was actually one of the
close angels or something.
Yeah, what are they called? The Michael or Gabriel or Raphael. He was the elite of the elite.
Yeah. In Islam, there is this confusion because there is 2 verses in the Quran. One was God ordered those angels to bow or kneel for Adam.
Right, and one didn't.
As an angel, as angels. They ordered them as angels. But Iblis or Satan, he didn't. I don't know the word.
But see, there were multiple falls. There were multiple falls when before Eve was created, the angels had to bow to Adam, and it was to show the sign of respect for the creation. But Satan, he didn't want to. That was the snake in the garden. And then after that, there was another fall, like later on down the road when all the angels got together, the 200 angels. I don't know if you know that story. They got together on Mount Olympus and they made a pact to never return and never break each other's pact. They actually became the gods of the world, the deities, all over the world, back before the flood.
Is this in Christianity?
Kind of. So, like, you understand that in Hinduism there are many deities, right?
There's many gods.
Many gods in Hinduism.
Yeah.
You understand that in the Egyptian mythology there are many gods.
Yeah.
You understand in Roman mythology there are many gods. In Aztec there are many gods. But the truth is, all of those gods, they're all the same gods. They're just different names and different languages.
Oh,
they were all the same angels.
Yeah, they are the same.
Yeah, so it's all the same story, just told by different culture. Even the word myth, it doesn't mean like a fairy tale. The word myth actually just means cultural history.
Yeah, in Arabic, it's the same. It's a thing from the past, or the thing that, cultural history. Yeah. Asatir. In Arabic, it's called myth. Is Astura. Yeah, I guess the stories overlap together. Okay, it's nice to speak with you, bro. And thank you for your time. Thank you all guys who participated with me. I gotta go now. So
all right, man.
Maybe
come back.
Yeah.
Hey, before you go, what shape is the earth in the Quran? How the God lays out the earth like a what?
It's flat. Yeah, it's clearly in the Quran. It's flat. I always debated this with my friends.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you
It's
guys.
exactly like the scriptures say it.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, bye.
All right. Have a good night, man. Don't forget to look at the earth in a new light.
Okay.
Bye.
Peace.
What's up, guys? I see you all are having fun in the chat. What's up, Zer? Zer. What's up, Sojin? I don't know if you're listening, Helio, but he can move the bot to another location if you want. I think we might be done tonight.
Hi.
Hello. How you doing, Sophie?
So, what were you guys talking about?
We're talking about the flat geocentric Earth.
Oh. I mean, do you guys really believe that?
No, we don't believe it. We know it's
Oh, that's why.
yeah, like the surface of water. The water on any surface when it's contained, the surface of that water is always flat.
Kind of. Kind of.
I guess I'll put an end to the event.
Oh yeah, you're done with it.
I mean, it lasted a while. It's pretty good, right?
Yeah, I was listening. Did a good job without any help. You have any help?
T-Dub jumped in a couple times. Who else?
I heard Matrix. I didn't get to hear T-Dub. I think that's when my my earbud ran out of battery and I didn't stop working for a while. That was the only part of it that I missed.
Johnny Law was talking for a little bit too.
Oh wow, I missed the treat.
I know, right?
Yeah. Oh, I missed the Australian brothers. I haven't spoken to T-Dub or Matrix in God, it feels like a month at least.
Well, come over to the other servers when we do stuff. I know you like hanging out in here, but join in on the other servers. Get a little bit more raw action, you know?
Yeah, no, I had plenty of action. So definitely not something I'm like missing too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but your family, right?
When you guys are in the other, when you guys are in the other rooms, I usually just listen on. I'll usually just listen on YouTube or whatever.
No, I hear you. I'm just,
So I
you
can
know, it's
still
like
hear what's going on.
it's like if I invite you over to Thanksgiving, you're like, no, I'm just gonna wait over here at my house, and if y'all come by, come by. But I'll watch you on the Ring camera. It's good, dude.
Yeah. Oh, it's like if I'm not interacting, it's kind of that's the main thing. I was like rather just listen if I'm not going to chime in at all. The only reason I camp out over here is just to keep people just seeing that someone's at least here. You know what I mean? So it's not just the bot sitting in the room all day. But yeah, when I wasn't working so much, I was a lot more active, at least having conversations. But it's just been too many hours having to get put in every day.
No, yeah. Today I had a good day, man. Like today I finished work like around 6. First time I finished that early I finished once early before that. I was working a Saturday. I was supposed to work from 10 to 4. And I got my 2 sales and I got out of there by 1. It was great.
Yeah, my latest trick starting this past Monday is I'm trying to finish taking apart a bathroom and putting it back together in 5 days. So That's why I've been working till like almost midnight every day this week.
Yeah, but I mean, that's 5 days. That's 5 days, man. Like, how many? How much moolah? Are you getting a lot of moolah for that?
Oh, no, it's like fucking part charity.
I got it. You're trying to finish it so you can get back to your regularly scheduled program.
Yeah, exactly. One of those
Yeah, but that's the
deals.
cool part about being a handy guy, right? Is like you can trade work with somebody else. Like they can do something for you for free, you can do something for them for free, and then like you basically get free work done at your house.
Yeah, I mean, I've yet to experience that, but a lot of
You get the concept.
done a lot of the I've done a lot of the favors, not gotten a lot of the favors, so it is what it is. You can't let it harden your heart, you know. You don't want to become callous. But
Oh yeah, no,
doesn't
but
mean you
I'm
don't.
one of those
Doesn't
people.
mean your pattern recognition is not working.
Right. No, I'm one of those people that if you don't do a favor for me after I've done a favor for you or a couple of favors for you, I just won't do any more favors for you until you do a favor for me.
Yeah, I don't do favors for things. I don't
do favors for favors, but I'm not gonna like if I get up to like 4 or 5 favors, I might ask for a favor just so that way I don't feel like somebody's stealing from me. My whole life, man, I've had people just like ask and ask and ask, and they always get ahead, and I'm always the one being left behind. And so it's like, okay, now I need a favor to get back up. Okay,
Yeah.
can you do a favor for me in good faith?
In this line of work, you just find people that are in need, and usually it's like the ones where like there's not anybody else who's going to do the right thing by those people. So I don't know. I just do what I feel led to do. So sometimes it feels like it's to my detriment, but at the end of the day, I'm happy where I'm at. So.
And I'm generous too. Like I'm the type of guy that like if I asked you to do a job, I'd pay you your price because I believe in the idea that friends ask friends for discounts. Good friends know that friends have to pay bills, and so they pay full price.
Yeah, I mean
that's the way I look at it.
That's a good way to look at it. It's a good way to look at it. I've never, like, all the people I've employed, I've always paid them, better than I would even than I've ever been paid by friends. You know what I mean? Or employers. Right. So I always try to do unto others. So it's kind of been my golden rule.
Well, absolutely.
But, yeah.
It's a trade-off, though, man. Like,
if everybody does the wrong thing, you could be the one person who does the thing that you believe is right. I mean, it is what it is. Like, you make a decision, stick with it. Makes you feel good, I think, at the end of the day. So, it is. Yeah. But yeah, it's gonna be a crazy week, dude. I went ham. Like, I took up the subfloor, man. It was like, couldn't believe how far apart they had these joists. So I had to reframe everything. So yeah, it's gonna be crazy. I got the subfloor done. Now it's just doing all the reinstall every part of that bathroom. That's what I got to get done in the next 2 days.
You're lucky to have a friend like you.
Yeah, it'll work out. But yeah, no, I've done a couple houses for friends that got married and stuff, like kind of like part wedding gift,
And like, here's the thing too, right?
some projects and stuff.
If a friend comes up to me and asks me to do a job, and I do the job, you don't have to pay me back by doing a job for me, right? Another way that you could pay me back is by passing me on to another one of your friends or colleagues or whoever, and saying, "Hey, I got this guy," and you could tell your friend, like, "Hey, I normally charge $10,000 for this job, but if you have friends that need work done, I can negotiate that price with them, and it could be 8,000 or something like that, right? Like you're not hurting for money, but it keeps the business flow going, so that way you don't have any gaps in between business. Like that's a good friend.
I mean,
you know what I mean?
yeah, I'm just limited now with like the company that I'm with, right? Because now it's like I made a ton of sales, and it's like I got so much work to do with these guys. It's insane. And then they wind up getting stuck with projects that they just throw at me, and I'm just like, dude, what the hell? Just like, it's just overwhelming running into total like projects you don't even know what's going on. You just got to go in and make it work and make it happen. It's like stuff like that is just it's hard to deal with. Yeah. And then stay on top of your clients and keep your clients happy. It's a lot. So, but making it work, dude. That's all I can do. But yeah, so I'll be getting out probably close to midnight next 2 days. But be one good deed done and one cool project behind me. So you were talking to that one cat about Islam and Christianity a little bit. Been a lot of religious discussions, at PD in here, asking you all, grilling you about your religious beliefs.
Oh,
That was some painful to listen to.
he's like he's on auto mute for me. I can't ban him. For some reason, I only have the ability to mute.
Yeah.
Like whatever.
Yeah, they changed things up. Like I said, when I first got here, they had a whole different set of commands, and then guys were being a little bit more, I think, like precise with what they were requesting from Vivek. And then, like, he created a list of new commands that did specific things, like just mute them in the text. They can still talk, VC, shit like that.
I know.
Yeah.
I just don't have access to those commands. I don't like. It says I don't have access.
Well, no. They changed it. So like the two main.
It's the exclamation mark.
The two main flat Earth contacts with Vivek were the only ones who had those the ability to ban someone. They took away the ban ability from all the other mods, and then only I think Cyclone and DJ are the only two people who have that ability.
Gotcha. Yeah, they didn't tell.
Heretic name.
They didn't tell anybody. Because apparently DJ doesn't know.
No, he knows. He just don't give that out. He's the only one who can do it. Him or Cyclone, but DJ's in here. The only one in here more than Cyclone. So.
I mean, I don't give a crap. It strictly limits the ability to, like, all I want is the ability to mute, and then I should be able to ban P Drinker every time he comes in.
Yeah, I would agree. I would tend to agree with you on that, man. Guys should definitely be permanent banned.
I don't know if you heard me earlier. I asked him, it's like, dude, why do you follow us around? What do you mean?
Yeah, I heard.
Like, you're all.
Heard, yeah.
It's not. I don't follow you. It's like I'm not.
I'm like you guys. I just do what God does. Yeah, I know. The guy's so annoying, dude. Comes in all the time, just starting trouble. It's like
over it.
looking for something to argue. He'll try and give you baiting questions to freaking lure a response out of you, so he can freaking go off on one of his tangents. He's just mentally unstable.
Dude takes peroxide baths.
Said he's just mentally unstable. Freaking freaked out a couple times, just tell him to pull up on his language. Don't tell me I'm talking. Yeah, the
Were you
guy's
talking
the
to me?
absolute.
Sorry.
No, I said the guy's the absolute worst.
Yeah, I'm over it.
No, well, that's how he freaked out. He was like talking in his normal tone to somebody that was in the room, just like some random showed up, and he's like asking a bunch of dumb questions, talking about Earth, talking smack about flat earthers, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's weird. He was coming in here a couple days while I was busy with other stuff under different accounts and just talking to random Globers that were just chilling.
You know what? Where's this at? Sorry, Helio. I'm gonna mute this for a little bit. Oh, I can't server def. Shit.
And I have a nice model of that. I just gave you a model of that, and I could actually model that on paper too. I could draw a little diagram where t state equals 0 plus cause equals t state 2, and there you go. Time is the cause of all things. I rest my case. Models.
What did you like? Where's your change in independent variable though? With your d, I'm confused. How's this an experiment?
Well, you just said you use models, and you just said you use models to do experiments. So I just used one, so it must be an experiment.
You still have to test an IV.
No, you just model it.
That's not how modeling works.
Oh, wait a minute. So modeling doesn't work by just modeling it?
What do you think a model is?
Depends, dude. There's like 250 different types of models.
They all have the same underlying concept. What is a model?
You tell me, bro.
It's a simplified representation of reality.
Okay, so can you use a representation of reality to test reality itself?
Not only can you do this, you always do this. It's necessarily the case. I proved it in my argument.
Okay. So if I draw a toy boat, and then I draw the toy boat with armor, and then I draw the toy boat with armor that can withstand a shell from a tank, and then I draw on the paper that it survived the impact from the shell, does that mean that my toy boat can actually survive the impact of the shell?
Yes,
The answer is
a
no, of course
model
not.
that misrepresents reality supersedes reality. Yes.
I don't know whoever claimed that. That's a pretty yikesy. That's like a wild claim. I wouldn't make that, but yeah, a model that represents reality represents
No,
reality
no,
well.
a model that misrepresents reality supersedes reality.
Says who?
The globe.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, are you gonna like? Do you want to finish the previous topic? Like you are modeling. Every time you do your globe measurements, you're doing a model. You can't escape it. You don't have reality.
Wow, you don't have reality when you're out doing things in reality. What are you, in a fantasy?
You are engaging in abstractions, yes.
Okay, so okay, how about this? When I build a house, am I engaging in an abstraction or am I building a house?
Both. How about
when I measure the gap between A and B, where I need to put a 2x4, and then I cut the 2x4 to match, is that an abstraction or reality?
That's definitely an abstraction.
So which part of that is the abstraction?
The part where you measure the gap. Was your measurement exact?
Of course it's exact.
It's exact. So you have exactly, like, let's say you measure like two inches or something, right? That's exactly 2 inches.
Well, it depends on what you mean by measure. If you mean, is the measurement between the two things exactly represented by the tick marks that I have available on my tape, of which may or may not have width, of which may or may not be perceived by me differently if my eyes are salty or the sun's in my eyes. So my ability to have an error doesn't mean it's not exact. It just means I didn't do it exactly.
Yeah, well, you just said it, right?
So the actual length, the actual length is concrete, right? It is what it is, right?
There is an actual length, yes. I don't think
So when I cut it, yeah, okay. When I cut it, it used to be one length, now it's a different length, correct?
Correct.
Right. Both of those lengths are actual, correct?
Correct.
Right. So where's the abstraction?
With your measurement, you don't have the exact length. You have a measurement.
Listen, if I pull my tape and I tick it on a mark, and then I take the tape and tick it on the same mark on the wood, right? That's the same.
Yeah, but those tick marks, like, they have a certain width, right? Do you know that they're exactly the same width?
It's the same tick mark.
It's the same tick mark. How do you know that? Did you measure the tick marks? And if you did, what did you
because
use to measure them?
the tick mark that comes after 120, the very next tick mark represents 120 and a 16th on the tape measure. So it's that tick mark in particular that I'm using. I'm using it in the measure, and then I'm using that same tick mark
but it's
in
not
the
an
mark,
exact
and
measurement.
then I'm cutting.
Like the the manufacturers, when they made it, they're making an estimate of what length
doesn't matter
to those tick marks.
It doesn't matter. You're not understanding what's happening here. I'm just transposing a mark. The measurement system's irrelevant, dude. The actual measurement is from that tick mark to the end of the tape. It's called a mechanical template. The convention of the convention of the marks itself is irrelevant.
Do you have an exact measurement? Yes or no?
I just told you.
Okay, no. So then you don't have reality. So then you have a model. Like, you just proved my point. I don't know why we're arguing.
Right. So by the same token, you have no exact measurements, right? So your claim that any of the claims you make are real are just models. So I would agree with you that you believe that models are reality. I agree.
I don't know who claimed that. I think models model reality.
You claimed it because you said if you don't have the exact measurement, you don't have reality, and therefore it's a model. So by your own admission, your whole belief system about gravity is a model, not reality. And I would agree with you. It is a model.
Yeah,
Good luck.
and every physicist would agree with you. Like you haven't defeated anything. You've just come to the point. Congrats.
Well, dude, we already knew that you believe models are reality. So, I mean, we haven't learned anything new.
I believe models model reality.
Well, that's what you think. But if we ever asked you any of these models, if those were reality, the causal claims and all this, that, and the other, you would say, yes, they are reality. So we all know you're full of crap.
I would say that there's a model that models reality really well. I don't make ontic commitments to the underlying objects.
Oh, cool. That's great. Good for you.
Hang on, Mage, did you say a minute ago that if you have a estimate of a value or of a measurement, it's a model, but if you have the exact number, it's not a model?
Yeah, for continuous values. Obviously, for it's trivial that for discrete values you have the exact value.
But even for discrete, excuse me, even for continuous, what do you mean by that, dude?
He has no idea what he means.
Yeah, he's fucking retarded, dude. You can have.
Yeah, he already did this crap before. It's a shtick, dude.
Yeah, dude. I'm gonna see if he's smart enough to catch on, dude. Okay, if you have a discrete set, okay, of values, and for example, and they're all the same, okay, you can create a model that fits that data perfectly. Okay, then you just have a model that always gives the same number, right? But it's exact.
I don't know what this. What are you trying to? How does this defeat my position?
Okay, hang on. Do you know what linear regression is?
You don't even understand your own position.
Do you know what linear regression is? Okay.
Yeah.
I have one stick.
Yeah, tell us what linear regression is. Explain it.
Linear regression is taking multiple variables and then using a loss function to minimize the error between your prediction and what you measure.
Like Newton's
method. And what's the model? What's the form of the model?
Form the loss function.
What is the form of the model? In the end,
I don't know.
You're using a loss function. You're using a loss function, right? You're going to optimize for a specific form of model that fits that data. Is it exponential? Is it logarithmic? For a linear regression, dude, come on.
Oh, linear?
Thank you very much. Okay, so I have stick 1, stick 2, and stick 3. Yeah, no, I have stick 1, stick 2, and stick 3. Stick 1 is of length 1. Stick 2 is of length 2. Stick 3 is of length 3. Okay.
Again, those are discrete values.
2 is 2. Okay, x1 is 1.1, or excuse me, 1.0, right?
Okay. Is it 1.0 or 1.0000001?
There's no non-zero value after the decimal, but for precision, I'm going to give you a 0.
Then that's just a discrete number with a decimal.
But it doesn't matter, dude. Here's the.
No, it literally does. You're.
No, okay. I'm going to tell you something,
okay,
right?
Good.
I'm going to tell you something, right? Even if I have integers, I work with integers here. Okay, I have three instances
Integers are
of
discrete
a
numbers.
length.
You're proving my point again.
No, you're fucking stupid, dude. I have 3 numbers. Okay, they're all integers. Okay, I'm gonna perform a linear regression on these things. As x increases, so does y to the same proportion. I can use that model to project out what's going to be when x is 10, y is going to be 10. I used a model on discrete values. They're not continuous. Now I can use that model to predict what would fall in between, like 1.5 or 5.5 or whatever. But the model itself, dude, it doesn't care whether it's discrete or continuous. Now, if I want, I can use a step function.
So you are arguing for models then? What
Dude,
are we arguing about?
What I'm trying to point out to you is you tried to make this arbitrary distinction between whether something is continuous or discrete, something is a model or it's not, it's abstract or it's not. I'm trying to point out to you that you're full of shit on that.
It's not an arbitrary distinction. The distinction is discrete numbers don't need to be modeled. You can just count them.
I'm saying you can model it. You were saying that you can't, or they don't fall in a category where they can be modeled. Why?
I didn't say that.
Because they're quote unquote real.
But I didn't say that. So you're strawmanning me. I said they don't need to be modeled.
What are you talking about then?
Things that need to be modeled. Anytime you measure your curvature.
What are you talking about? Dude, if I have a small subset of things of discrete whole numbered values, I can model the shit out of that. Of course, I can make projections and stuff. What would happen if something is this other whole number? I use this model to project to predict what it would be what y would be in its full form or whatever. What are you talking about? Carlis, man. You sound high as fuck, by the way. It's not helping your case.
He's gone, brother.
Good. Fuck me. Sorry, AI. I'm just sitting here like fucking shaking my boots. How fucking stupid this sounded. God damn.
Oh, dude. I mean, when he began, it was he was saying that when he makes sense, people kick him out. And I said, "Well, what point were you making?" He goes that that gravity is scientifically demonstrable. And I said, "Well, what's gravity?" And he said, like basically the phenomenon. Like things accelerating, moving. And I go, well, that's the effect. So you're saying the cause is the effect, and the effect is the cause? And he's like, no. What we observe the motion, so we know it's being caused by a force. Okay, what's that force? The force of gravity. So that means that gravity is things falling, and it's caused by the force of gravity. So he just named the cause and the effect of gravity.
Yeah, classic. I remember hearing people talking in passing, like mocking that type of argument, and the confusion laid in with it or something. And here it is, him putting on full display.
Oh man, I have a clip. I have a clip, but I can't find it fast enough. Maybe India will help us out. Where there's high-level physicists talking about they themselves have to use that same causes the effect loop.
Yeah, I'll post in the chat. Yeah, cool. Dude, Mage is what you call an oxygen thief. He's just like stealing oxygen from everybody else.
Well, fuck, man. If you listen to him, like he needs it, man. Sounds like he's out of breath or something. Huffing paint or some shit. Missing out, lack of oxygen or whatever. Christ Almighty, man. Today was bad. I don't know if it's just me, but like this was like his worst. He's getting higher and higher.
I was interested when he said he doesn't make on-tick commitments, and I was like, yeah, good for you. I don't do that either. So when someone says, hey, was that on a 16th or a 32nd? I go, whichever tick you want. I don't make on-tick commitments.
Fuck. Oh, that's pretty funny. Gotta admit it.
Brenda. Now that we're doing a round, do you accept Mage on your team for next round, or do you want to get rid of him and pick another teammate?
What are you talking about? I just got here.
No worries. But let me just give you some advice. You don't want Mage on your team. If you're on a Globe team versus Flat Earth team, Mage is not the guy.
Oh, you must be doing some kind of quiz?
Nah. He's just a poor representative of the globe side, that's all.
Oh. Did you see that Dave McKeegan and Flat Earth, what is it, Revolution guy, Sam, had a debate with Jeranism?
With Jeranism or hosted by Jeranism?
Moderated by Jeranism, mostly.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. YouTube is low tier, man.
Uh-huh. Well, I think that they very adeptly established that they did in fact go to Antarctica and see a 24-hour sun.
Okay. And?
That falsifies the Gleason map.
Does it?
Yeah.
What way?
Do you know what falsification is?
Do you know what the Gleason's map is?
Yeah, it's the most prominent or popular model for the flat Earth over the past, 10, 15 years or whatever.
What does it say on the Gleason's map? What is it? What does it say? It's patented. It has a little thing on the top left. Says what it is. Just time.
Yeah, so?
Calculator.
Yeah. Nevertheless, it was adopted, and multiple physical models and posters. No, it's just historical, right? In conferences,
map was made for a purpose. It's a time and latitude longitude calculator. That's what it's made for. Works for that purpose.
I'm not disputing that. I'm saying it was accepted as the map of the Earth by a great many flat earthers, and you could see that because many models were made, posters and hats and T-shirts made with it figured prominently there. It's what the majority of flat earthers have believed for a long time.
Can you tell us what's wrong with it specifically?
Oh, it makes predictions.
Like which one? Can you give me an example?
Specifically that there would be no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Okay, why is that?
It's simply a prediction of the model.
No, why are you saying that?
It's a logical consequence of the model.
It is. You're just saying that.
No, it is.
Use the Gleason's map. Do you have any idea how to use the Gleason's map? There's instructions at the bottom. What do they say?
Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
You're not talking about the instructions on the map, and you're saying the map is wrong and makes predictions, but you're not using the instructions on how to use the map.
No, I'm using it as flat earthers have used it, as representing their idea of the shape of the Earth.
No one uses that to represent the idea of the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, they did. I've been in this since 2015. Yes, this is logged in.
Brenda. No one thinks that's what the Earth looks like. Okay, there's
practically
no map
everybody
that shows the relative proportion of the sun to the surface of the Earth. None. It's not even possible.
Oh, that's quite a claim. Can you prove that?
Okay, how about this? Yeah, okay, let's take the globe for instance. If you were going to put the sun and the Earth in the same frame, you'd need a screen 40,000 pixels wide to see the sun in frickin' the 1 pixel fucking Earth.
Yeah,
right? It's not even possible, Brenda.
What's
to
not
show
possible?
the location of the sun in relation to the fucking Earth?
I think you can.
Okay, well, I mean, go for it.
A 2D map. Let me help you out. Since I'm a professional art teacher. So what you do is you get a map, and then the sun would be represented as a 2D circle over the map, obviously. And if you believe that it's bigger than the Earth, then the circle of the sun would be bigger than your map. So you couldn't represent it on the map. You'd just have to color your entire map yellow. Holy crap.
I don't believe that flat earthers who assert the AE map believe the sun is bigger than the Earth.
Yeah, they also don't think the AE map tells you where the sun is other than at noon.
No, it does. It tells you that it orbits around the equator between the two tropics.
That's not on the AE map, dude.
Yeah, it is. So the sun orbits between the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn, right?
What are those?
Yeah.
What is the Tropic of Capricorn? What is the Tropic of Cancer? What are those? What is the equator? What are these things, dude? You just use these words nilly-nilly like they don't mean something.
Yeah.
They do mean something. They're somewhere in the sky. That's where they are.
Yeah. What is table? What is chair? What does table mean?
No. So no, Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer are coordinates, right? Arbitrary lines, circles in the sky.
They're not arbitrary. They're not arbitrary. They're latitudes.
Arbitrary.
No, they're latitudes.
Really? Where's latitude? Brenda, here's your challenge. Find your latitude and longitude without looking at the sky, using only terrestrial references. Go for it. Let's see.
Why do I have to do that?
Oh, because to prove that these things are on the Earth. Because you should be able to use just the Earth to figure out where they are.
I don't think that's true.
Okay. Well, then where do they exist in the coordinate system of the Earth if they're in the sky?
They're defined, right? Latitude has a definition.
Okay, and?
Yeah, I'm at 45 degrees north.
How do you know that?
Because when I take a angle of altitude of the sun
to the sun, exactly, in the sky.
I wasn't done. Yeah, why does that?
It just confirms what I said.
How does that invalidate it? That doesn't invalidate it.
Because it's a coordinate system in the sky. You're under something, not on something, Brenda.
So? Why can't I? Are you saying I can't use a ruler to measure out like 18 inches of fabric?
Does it sound like I'm saying that?
It sounds like you're saying that.
In the sky?
The ruler isn't the cloth, is it?
Is the ruler in the sky?
No, it's not on the cloth, though, is it? It's not on the cloth.
Is the ruler in the sky, silly? You're not between the ruler and the cloth either.
Yeah, I think it's legitimate to use the sun as a method of determining your location on the Earth.
Okay, you use the sun to figure out your longitude, not your latitude, first of all. You use a celestial equator to figure out your latitude. Okay? Things like the equator, those abstract ideas, they don't actually exist.
Of course they do.
Oh, yeah, I can prove the equator doesn't exist. I can prove that 100%.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'd love it. I'd love it.
Okay, so at the equator, the shortest day of the year would be on the equinox, right?
Okay.
It's not.
Why not?
It's not even close. I mean, why not? It's not. Shortest day of the year is actually in April on that equinox, in the spring equinox, and in the vernal equinox, it's in August is the shortest day of the year on the equator. That means the thing called the equator, which means equal day and night, the day closest to that is not on the equinox. It's some other day.
That's not what equator
means, dude. Yeah, it is.
No,
exactly
it isn't.
What equator means.
No, it
Look
means
it up, Brenda.
It's equidistant.
Equator is the place on Earth where day and night are equal on the equinox. There's no place on Earth where day and night are actually equal.
Day and night are always equal.
No, as in 12 hours and 12 hours, Brenda.
Yeah.
There's no place on Earth that has that property.
It's always that case. The sun is always lighting 50% of the Earth.
That's not even true in the globe model, dude.
That's literally the globe model.
In the globe model, like 51.2% of direct sunlight and something like 67% when you include twilight. Nautical
I'm not
twilight,
including
astronomical twilight, and
I'm not including. I'm not including atmospheric effects. Of course not.
Then it's not 50%.
No, we're talking about direct sunlight, dude.
Yeah,
and the equator. The equator is equidistant between the two poles.
Yeah,
That's what the equator is.
Yeah, cool story. How do you know that?
It's not a story. That's what it's defined to be.
That's not. Listen. It's never been defined. Equinox, equator. The hint is in the word itself. Equal.
Yeah, it's equidistant between the two poles.
That's the etymology of the word doesn't say that, Brenda.
Yeah, etymology. That's called the etymological fallacy. Words don't mean what their etymology says about them.
But that word comes from the property. How would they find the place? Where's the equator? They have to go to a place on Earth that has the properties predicted to be the equator. Since they can't measure from the poles to the equator, right?
Why can't
measure
you?
that?
Of course you can.
How?
Using Polaris.
What do you measure? How do you measure
angle?
distance?
It's angle of altitude. Right?
Oh, yeah. So how many miles is that? How many miles is an angle of altitude?
At the equator, Polaris is on the horizon.
Okay. First of all, no, it's not. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
It's not. No, you're just making that up. And it wouldn't even be on the horizon in the globe model because atmospheric effects pick it up 0.83 degrees. So
yeah, you can correct for that. Yeah, you can correct for that, right?
So it's not. So are we in the world of abstraction or are we in the world of observation? What's actually observed? Where are we? Because
we make observations.
Oh, hold on, Brenda, real quick. In order to correct for it, it can't be on the equator because there'd be no reason to correct it to the horizon. There'd be no reason to correct it to the horizon. So by saying that, you conceded to Indio's point.
That didn't make any sense, AI.
Yeah, of course it didn't, Brenda. Brenda, how did they find the equator in the first place?
Historically, I don't know.
Did they measure from the poles?
I don't know.
But you do agree that they found the equator before they measured from the poles, right?
It doesn't matter. The history doesn't matter. It matters how it's defined.
Yeah, and I'm telling you how it's defined and how it's been defined since antiquity. Okay?
Yeah, it's equidistant.
The definition hasn't changed.
It's equidistant between the two poles.
No, that's your made-up bullshit definition.
Are you saying the equator isn't an equal distance between the two poles?
You're goddamn right I am.
Really? You sure?
Okay. There's no evidence that it is, and the properties that must exist at the equator don't exist in the real world.
If I take a baseball,
yeah, keep blowing past that.
If I take a baseball and spin the baseball, its equator, right, will be equal distance from the two spinning poles, from the poles of the baseball, right?
Yeah, great.
That's
now
what an equator
that's
is.
What's happening with the Earth? That's cool. Now you guys show that's happening with the Earth.
We defined it that.
A place that doesn't look. You can define it however you want.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, there's no place on Earth that has the properties that would be the equator of a ball Earth of 3,959 miles. There's no place on Earth with those properties.
Really? That's not true.
I just laid it out to you. There's no place on Earth that has equal day and night, meaning a 12-hour day and a 12-hour night, which should happen on the equinox on the equator. It should also be the shortest day of the year on the equinox at that day, which it's not. Okay? There's no equator, Brenda.
Well, the Earth is tilted, so that does affect that.
I know. Okay. So on the equinox, the day before the equinox, right? Say the arc is coming from the northern hemisphere. On the equinox, it's going to be directly overhead. Is it going to be in the southern hemisphere the next day? The day after the equinox.
It's going to be slightly, yeah. It's not going to be very measurable. So cool. And there are places you can go, right, on the equator on Earth and see that the sun is directly overhead and there are no shadows.
That's fantastic. So,
but that shows that you're wrong.
No, dude, it shows that what you think should happen doesn't happen. So when it makes this transition, because the day length is based upon the arc of the sun in the sky, that's what determines the day length, right? In the summer, that arc is extremely large, right? So we have very long days. At the equator, it's a very short arc, right? It just goes from east to west directly overhead in a straight line, right? So the day before and the day after the equinox, when it transitions the season, it should go descending time, where it gets closer and closer and closer to equal day and night. And then after the equinox, the time of day, the length of the day should go up until the December solstice. And then when the sun comes back, the length of day gets lower till it's overhead again. That's the shortest day. And then higher. That shortest day is not on the equinox, Brenda.
Yeah, because the Earth is tilted.
The day length is based upon the tilt, Brenda.
So why are there places I can go on the equator and observe that the sun is directly overhead?
There is no equator.
But why can I go there and see that?
Okay, there's lots of places on Earth where you can go where the sun is directly overhead. It's called
I've lived in Minnesota. I've lived in Minnesota all my life. The sun has never been directly overhead. I've never seen. It doesn't ever happen here.
So go to Hawaii.
Hawaii isn't on the equator.
Yeah, but it happens in Hawaii.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it's called Kahana Noon. What do you think the name comes from? Anywhere between the so-called Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, there's going to be a Kahana Noon at least one day a year, where the sun is directly overhead.
Oh, you're talking about something different, right?
Wait, does the sun only have a GP position at the equator?
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, at the equator, there will be no shadow at noon. The point is, the place where they say the equator, Quito, Ecuador, or Nairobi, Kenya, or any of those places where they say the equator is right now, doesn't have a shortest day on the equinox. You can look on time and date.
Yeah, because the Earth is tilted, dude. Because the Earth is tilted, dude.
Look, Brenda, the day length is based upon the tilt. The longest day of the year is what? In the northern hemisphere.
Well, in
summer solstice, right? Because of what's the cause of the summer solstice? The tilt of the Earth. That's its max tilt.
Yeah.
After that day, the days get shorter again, right?
So in the Arctic, there are 24-hour days.
Yeah, and fantastic. Okay.
And those only occur at certain times because the Earth is tilted with respect to the to its orbital plane.
Okay. Yeah, that's
why in Antarctica, right, you have the opposite occurs, right? When it's a 24-hour day in the Arctic, it's 24-hour midnight in Antarctica, and vice versa.
Okay.
That's because that's because the Earth is tilted.
Yeah. Congratulations. Thank you for that red
That doesn't mean the Earth doesn't have an equator. That doesn't mean the Earth doesn't have an equator.
Okay. Due to the tilt of the Earth, on the equinox, that would be wherever the shortest day of the year is experienced, okay, and the sun is directly overhead, that would be the equator, Brenda. What aren't you understanding?
Yeah, that's not what the definition of the equator is. It's equidistant between the two poles.
That's where it would be equidistant, Brenda.
No, the Earth is tilted.
What does that have to do with Brenda? If the Earth
because it's tilted,
a year, is it tilted on the equinox at the equator? Do you see the tilt of the sun relative to the celestial equator?
Yeah, it's due to certain times they line up, right? And so during those times specifically, then the Earth, the sun is directly overhead of the Earth's equator.
Okay, yeah, and that'll be the shortest day of the year.
I don't know. That's not relevant to the point.
Yeah, it is. It would be the shortest day of the year because the length that the arc that the sun takes in the sky determines the length of day. That arc is determined by The tilt of the Earth in the orbital versus the orbital plane.
The altitude of that arc is determined by the plane, the tilt of the Earth.
Okay, and the altitude of that arc determines day length.
Yeah.
Okay. So when I say the shortest day of the year on the equator is due to the tilt of the Earth, why are you saying that it shouldn't be the shortest day because of the tilt of the Earth?
Because it's the equator isn't determined by the shortest day; it's determined as equidistant from the poles. Why aren't you getting this,
day, dude? If even we listen, I can grant you that, but we could find that place by figuring out on the equinox where the shortest day of the year is. That place should also be equidistant from the poles.
The shortest day is not really relevant to where the equator is.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not really.
Well, if you want to preserve the geometry of the tilt and halfway in the frickin' equator being halfway between the poles, yeah, it is relevant.
Well, you can't have poles.
Have to all
you can't even have poles. You can't even have poles.
Yeah, deflect. Sorry, Brenda. There's no equator. All you've done since I fucking proved
there's no equator.
Deflect. Yeah, no, there's no equator, Brenda. Sorry.
I told you what
there's
it
no
is.
Place with it. Yeah, no, you told me your fucking personal definition.
I mean, there's an equator even on the flat Earth. There's an equator.
Yeah, good for what flat Earth do you think there's an equator?
In the AE map, the equator is midway between the North Pole and the ice wall, Antarctica.
The ice wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Brenda. Thanks for talking about.
I know that you don't believe it, but a lot of flat earthers do.
Good for them.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
People believe a lot of things. Brenda, there's a lot of things you fucking believe nobody else believes. So but should we lump everybody in some arbitrary category into saying they believe what you believe? Stop being stupid. This is childish.
I think I can talk about what a majority belief is among a group of people. Yeah, I think I can do that.
Yeah. Let's see the survey data you took about what flat earthers believe.
Well, I can simply observe
anecdotes.
I could observe sales. I could observe sales of posters and T-shirts featuring the AE map.
So, how is that an indicator what flat earthers believe?
I think it's a very good indicator that there's a high probability that those people that bought those T-shirts, bought those models and posters and all of that stuff, that they all believe
no basis for that.
This represents
seat of your pants.
What do you mean? There's no basis.
Content. It's your opinion. It doesn't mean anything.
It's perfectly reasonable to conclude that.
To whom? You?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for proving my point. You're just your anecdotal, subjective opinion that don't mean nothing.
Those flat Earth conventions sold a lot of T-shirts, posters, mugs with the AE map on it, all kinds of books and everything.
I
don't
know.
know.
Did they sell, Brett?
I don't know.
Why are you saying they sold a lot of them?
How many did they sell of an alternate model?
They could have sold one. I don't know how many they sold. Neither do you. You're making shit up.
I didn't cite a number. I said the majority. That's all I said.
You have no idea what they sold, Brenda. You have no idea how many people went to the convention.
It's not about the numbers.
You're speculating.
No, I'm not speculating. I'm making a generalization based on what I observed, which is I observed.
Were you at the Flat Earth Convention?
I saw them. I saw the videos that they published. I saw the tables lined up with model after model of the AE map with posters and T-shirts, all featuring the AE map. So it's not unreasonable to conclude that the majority of the people there believe the AE map represents the physical state of the flat Earth.
That's stupid. No, it doesn't mean
That's
that.
stupid?
It just means they wanted to buy a T-shirt.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, Brenda. So you think because they went to a Flat Earth convention and bought a T-shirt with a fucking silk screen on it, they think the Earth looks like that?
Yes, I think that that's very probable.
You're stupid if you think that.
I'm stupid if I think that that's probable.
Yeah, you're stupid if you think people buy T-shirts because they think the T-shirt is some sort of map or accurate representation of the world.
Yeah, I think that's perfectly reasonable.
Well,
I think you're
looked
just being
around,
contrarian.
I see freaking people with globes all the time, cartoon globes. I don't see anybody with the fucking 1972 blue marble. So should I assume that when I see somebody with a globe on the T-shirt? In fact, I went to a powwow once and I bought a Turtle Earth fucking T-shirt. So do I think the Earth is a fucking turtle?
So the 1972 blue marble was put on every single iPhone when it first came out.
It wasn't. No, that was.
Holy crap! Did you really say that? Did you really just say that, man?
Yeah.
2.0.
The screensaver, the desktop for the first iPhone was the 1972 blue marble.
You sure about that?
Pretty sure. 90%.
You sure it wasn't blue marble? You sure it wasn't blue marble 2.0?
Oh, Rob Simmons.
No, I think it was the 1972 one. You know, the photograph, not the painting.
This guy.
Well, then why did Rob Simmons say in his own voice it was his image that was on there, and he was happy to see it there?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he touched it up. They used the 1972.
He Go ahead.
There's nothing wrong with having an art department.
But check this out, Holmes. Check this out. There's a whole interview with him where he talks about how he made it. He talks about how he made it.
Is he talking about Blue Marble 2.0 or the original photograph?
The one he made, which is Blue Marble 2.0. That was what he made.
Yeah, it wasn't 2.0 that was put on iPhones. It was the original photograph.
You sure about that? Okay, listen.
Pretty sure they grabbed it. They grabbed it from NASA's webpage.
Are you sure of that, or are you just thinking that because when you saw it, it reminded you of it, just like Robert Simmons said?
Yeah, no, I'm not 100% certain. No. Are you certain that it was made up whole cloth?
Well, check this out. If you were shown the image on the iPhone, and it was just people talking to each other, and they didn't know any better, they would look at it and say, "Oh, wow, that's such a real photo of the Earth," and it would fit their preconceived bias about what the Earth might look like, which is exactly what Robert Simmons was going for.
Yeah, are you asserting that he made it up whole cloth?
No, he made it up dirty, stained, torn, tattered, disparate cloth, and then glued it all together.
Yeah, that's not obviously what I mean. You know, there's nothing wrong with using Photoshop.
I'll say it.
I don't think they had Photoshop, but or maybe they did, but there's nothing wrong. There would be nothing wrong with taking the original.
Love of God, please.
Let me finish. Let me finish. There's nothing wrong with taking the original photograph and processing it in Photoshop, or even just artistically making an artistic map based on it. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't invalidate it. That doesn't invalidate the photograph.
That's fine. If I gave you homework, would you actually listen to the interview? Because it seems like you don't know anything about it, and so it might be an interesting learning experience for you. You might enjoy it.
But is Robert Simons? Is that it? Is that his name? Simmons. So is he going to be basing this off of satellite photographs of the Earth? Right. Oh, because they had
who knows?
They had to take the strips of photographs taken by satellites, and they had to be assembled and put together, right?
Wasn't strip data. He doesn't specify. He said it was digital. He just says it's data. He doesn't say what it was exactly.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the photograph, which is on film.
It's not a photograph.
It's on film, dude.
What's on film?
The 1972 blue marble is on film. It was taken with the Hasselblad.
How do you know that?
It's at the Jet Propulsion No, it's
Okay,
in Texas.
yeah.
It's in Texas, not at JP. It's
So
in
you
Texas.
never.
You expected a negative, dude? Are you saying that's?
I know. Yeah.
Hasselblads don't have a negative.
Hasselblads don't have a negative, so it's a
Right, they have
it's
a
a negative-less film.
They have a
Oh, it's
plate.
a photographic plate.
It's not really a photographic plate. You have to take an additional step once you take the photograph, right? It goes onto the plate, and then you have to reverse the plate in a way to transfer it to
so a
photographic
negative
paper. To a I'm not sure if it's a negative or not.
It has to be a negative because they had more than one shot.
It's not a silver nitrate emulsion on cellulose.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that, but they could take more than one shot, right?
They took hundreds of photographs.
They get per roll. They said they had a roll,
Yeah.
right? So
yeah, they're all
24
on
per roll?
NASA's. Yeah, they're all on NASA's web pages. There's hundreds of pictures of the Earth as taken halfway between the Earth and the Moon.
Yeah, I know you believe that.
No, it's a photograph. It's
so
right?
what?
It's not an image. It's not a
when was
computer
the
image,
first
and it's
fake-
not data.
So what? When was the first fake photograph made, Brenda?
Oh, you're claiming
1841. 1841.
Uh-huh.
I'm not misspeaking. 1841.
Yeah, how
Fake
does it
photographs
follow?
been around forever.
Yeah, so what's your point? Are you claiming it was
appealing
fake?
to it being a negative doesn't mean anything.
Are you claiming it was fake? Do you have evidence that it was faked, or are you just
Yeah,
making it up?
yeah, I do. I do have evidence it's fake.
What's the
surface of the
evidence?
Earth is not curving, dude. There's my evidence. What's been
That's not
depicted in the
evidence.
image is impossible.
That's not true. It's certainly possible
nuh-uh.
that the Earth could be a globe. That's possible.
Not based on measurements on the surface of the Earth. It isn't.
No,
That would be impossible.
we have
What
people
evidence
measure
do I
the
have that-
curvature.
How about this, Brenda? Why don't you give us the evidence that it's real?
The fact that it was taken halfway to the moon. And
Okay, that's
by
not
an
evidence that
optical
it's real. That's the claim. You're
by
just
an
saying the claim twice.
by an optical camera on a physical medium. It was not electronic or data. It's analog.
Yeah, so just saying the claim twice is not evidence that the claim is true, dude.
No, that's not a claim. It's a fact.
Okay, give
You
us
can
the
go to
evidence
Texas.
for the fact.
You can go to Texas. You can see the Hasselblad camera it was taken with, and I suppose you'd have to get permission, but you could probably, or somebody could probably,
You can go to Hollywood and look at the
see the
Batmobile.
negatives.
So what?
Yeah, that's good
You think
evidence.
you can look at original negatives?
That's good evidence. What's wrong with that?
It's not evidence that what they purported to take a picture of is actually what they took a picture of. You can take a picture of a painting, right, Brenda? And you have real film from a real camera in a real image.
Yeah, it shows I took a picture
But
of the
it's
painting.
not the Earth. But it's not the. Do you
So you're claiming? So you're claiming they took a picture of a painting?
Indio didn't make that up. Real quick, real quick for the audience. Indio didn't make that up.
So you're claiming
paintings being used. Hold on, Brenda. Paintings being used in substitutive objects is a common practice in filmography and all
Of
kinds
course.
of photography.
Magazines and newspapers, yeah, of course. But you're making a claim that the 1972 blue marble was in fact not taken of the Earth.
How do you know
but
that's?
painting.
How do you know that's not what it
Evidence
is?
it was taken of the
That's
Earth.
your
other than
claim. You
some
need to
fucking
support-
asshat. I need evidence to say that, hey, I actually did take this picture of the Earth, Brenda. You're trying to get the free burden of proof. No, it ain't working, dude. I need the evidence they actually did take a picture from space. You know how we could use? We could use the telemetry data. Why don't you show that?
The evidence that
show the
they
telemetry
did take-
data that they went where they said they did. Show the telemetry data.
So the evidence that they took the picture, I'm not talking about
Is there
telemetry.
Frankie promise? Is it?
So the evidence that they took
the
it,
picture.
right? If I go to the police department evidence and I pull a analog film image of somebody committing a crime, that is evidence that
Nope.
person committed the crime. Yes, it is.
Nope. Nope,
And
Brenda. Have you ever been to court, Brenda?
Defense
know what the
needs to
evidence is?
show.
Brenda, you don't know how court works. They would
Defense
need a
needs to
witness
show.
that took the picture to testify.
Yeah,
they
we
took
have that
picture.
too. Yeah, we
Okay,
have
let's see.
that.
Okay,
Yeah.
we do. Who swore that they took that picture? Show me their
Yeah,
testimony.
I don't remember his name. It was, I don't remember. Was it Shepard? I don't remember who it was.
They testified where?
I don't remember, but
Yeah,
we
'cause
know
they
who
didn't.
took the picture.
No one has ever sworn under oath that they've been to space, that they've been to the moon, or they ever been anywhere in orbit or anything like that. Not a single human being has ever sworn to that. Ever.
Yeah, why do they have to swear to it?
Because sacrifice is a measure of credibility.
The fact that we
Well,
have
that's a Roman
physical
maxim that
evidence.
goes back 2,000 years. That's a Roman maxim. That sacrifice is the measure of credibility. Anybody can say anything, but their word has more credibility if they have something to lose for lying. Okay?
Well,
they've never sworn on anything. They can lie all day long. There's going to be no repercussions, no consequences.
They went into a rocket and they
that's a cool
disappeared
story. Where'd the rocket go?
for a long time. It went into outer space, dude.
Okay, show us the telemetry data that they went in outer space.
Huh? We just have photographs of the
Telemetry data
rockets going
that
up.
shows they went to outer space. I want that. Where'd the rocket go?
Yeah, why? For all of
Why
the
doesn't it
missions?
so I can see where they went.
There were 16 missions to the moon, you know.
That's great. Show any of the telemetry data.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
they
sure
lost
you
it
can
all,
find
that's
it.
right.
No, only
they
for the
lost it
first
all.
one.
They
Only for
lost
the
it.
first one.
Oh, really?
No,
Then show
only
the
for the
other
first one.
Show Apollo
Yeah, go
15
ahead.
then.
Look it up.
No, you present it, dude.
No, I don't have to. I have photographs.
don't.
I have video of the rocket going up.
That's begging the question.
Where did they go?
Who cares? Not to fucking in between the moon and the earth, because
They
if they
didn't
did that,
land
we got
anywhere on
telemetry
Earth.
data that proved it.
They were gone. They were gone for days and days.
How do you know that? Did you
They didn't
escort them
land-
into the rocket?
Because they came back in the same craft.
Oh my Jesus! How do you know that?
The capsule. They came back in the same craft they left with. The capsule.
Okay, bullshit. Okay, but Brenda, you're just making shit up that you don't know.
Well, you're
We
just
all know
saying
the
bullshit.
story. We can all. Well, it's just story you heard on TV.
Yeah, it's a story that happens to be true.
How do you don't know that?
Sure, I do. The preponderance
How?
of evidence.
You have no
the preponderance of evidence.
No, you
There is
just
no
want
evidence.
to believe
Hitchens
it,
raised
Brenda. The fact is,
The
you just
evidence-
want to believe it. No, you just want to believe it.
The physical
preponderance of evidence.
photographs
What
they
is the
took
preponderance of
are
evidence?
evidence.
All your
Your
evidence,
evidence
comes from the same
requires
place, Brenda.
evidence. Your evidence
Brenda.
requires evidence itself. You
That's not
idiot.
how evidence works.
Your evidence is I read the paper, and then the preponderance of evidence is all the stuff you read in the paper.
No,
So
I didn't
what?
read it. Dude, I was alive. I saw Armstrong step onto the moon.
You did? Did you now?
Yeah.
Okay, I almost want to quiz you on that.
One small step.
Yeah, like you say, you could see through his visor.
Yeah,
I saw him step. It was a really bad.
Yeah, you saw
black and white.
you saw what looked like someone in a spacesuit step out of some craft down a ladder and step onto a surface, which you were told is the moon surface.
Yeah, but I saw them launch the rocket.
Yeah, how do you know it was Neil Armstrong? How do you know it was Neil Armstrong?
Oh, there's no reason to disbelieve, but they went up
Okay,
into
there you
the
go.
elevator.
Yeah, no reason.
There's no reason
Went
to
into
believe
the
it, Brenda.
elevator. They boarded the capsule. They lit
Yeah,
the
more
candle.
story time.
They lit the candle and it went off. It didn't come down, right?
Yeah, and David Copperfield made the Statue of Liberty disappear on live television.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. In front
And
of
how is
thousands
that
of people.
relevant? How is that relevant?
Because this is the same thing, Brenda. You saw something on TV. You think you know something because you saw it on TV.
Hey, just real quick, just real quick, Indio, have you seen Lanoli's presentation of how he has proved that the moon landing was fake? Have you seen that?
I proved the moon landing's fake.
Right here, I'm gonna post the video. It's 6 hours long. Now, I want you guys.
Holy fuck!
down the road, when you're like just chilling, not right now, go look at this video, save it, and watch later. But Linolie, his profession, he's in he does film and photography, right? And he makes movies and whatnot. And he pointed out, using the facts of how the moon landing was 100% fake, and he goes into the depths of it. How he describes how the images that were burned in, and he goes into depth of the you know the way we utilize this equipment. He goes into depths how, like, for instance, the horizon of the moon was burned in. No. It was
What does
burned
that
in.
mean?
So for instance, he pointed out that the film, when you take a film in those days, that the image would get burned into the film. So like if you point it at, let's say, like at the horizon, there will be a burn in to the film when you move. Yeah.
Did they have a special film designed especially for that mission?
Okay.
Especially, did they make a special pleading fallacy?
I
Do you have any
think
evidence
you're
they
missing the
did?
point. I think you're missing the point.
pleading.
I think no. I think you're missing the point. Okay, like we're talking about the way film, when you're recording through those cameras back in that day, when you change its position, that the image gets burned into the film. This is
You're talking about
why.
a video camera, though, right?
Yeah. The cameras.
Video camera. They were slow scan phosphorus. They were slow scan phosphorus freaking video cameras. So you would get burning if you stayed on an object for too long. It would
it would burn in. It would burn in. Now the point the point that he was trying to point out, that he did point out in the video that I posted, he shows you that. So let's say the camera's focused on the ground and you can see their boots. But in the film, they already had the horizon burned in, because you can see the horizon, even though they haven't even captured it yet. So technically, his whole argument was these were set scenes. This is why when they changed the camera, then all of a sudden you see a horizon. That's because it was a set. If you can't grasp what he was trying to like explain,
I've never heard of this person, Apocryphon.
I know. Look. I posted the video. It's really long, so on your own time, not right now, obviously.
I'm not interested. But I prefer that my interlocutors do their own homework and not me. I don't think I should have to watch 6-hour-long videos.
Oh my God. Okay. I get it. You don't want to hear the truth. I get it. But here's the point.
No, you have to do your work.
Okay, Brett.
Not me.
Stop. Okay, stop. So here's the point. Cole, who's a hardcore glober, a hardcore believer in the moon landing. I'm just saying, he himself, after Linolie's presentation, he was like, holy fuck. Like, he was rocked off his fucking center core of belief because he realized, because the way Linolie presented all the evidence with his background and understanding, he literally debunked the globe and the Earth's moon landing. But we're talking about the moon specifically. Cole is a hardcore believer of the moon landing, and he himself was like, "Yeah, nope, okay." He doesn't believe it anymore. He doesn't even believe it anymore.
Apocryphon. That's an argument from authority.
I don't. Okay, that's fair. That's fine. You could call it that, but the fact
that's what it is. That's what it is.
Okay, that's fair. Let me tone it down real quick. I'm gonna be too loud.
Because Cole believing that Linolie's argument was. Listen, Cole believing that Linolie's argument was persuasive doesn't make it true.
Okay, so imagine this, Brenda. Okay, there's a story, and they're telling you this is what happened, and now a professional in that field tells you that is not what happened. So in that story, if you want to call it appealing to authority, that's fair, that's fine. But don't be so ignorant to ignore the facts that are addressed, which point out why it's not true. That's what I'm saying.
Why? Okay, so why is it not true?
because he just watch the video. Let his own
No, I'm not. No, you need to present.
Okay,
you can't.
the reason why I'll tell you why.
Apocryphon. I'm not going to watch a 6-hour movie doing your homework for you. If you have evidence or an argument to present it. Otherwise, sit down.
Okay, so here, no, shut up, because I'm standing up at this point because you're not paying attention. You're not. I literally just told you why. Now that bird is on you to go look at the evidence, right? Let's put ourselves.
You haven't given me an argument.
Let's put ourselves in a court of law, and you're the jury.
Told you the images were pre-burned in with a horizon.
Exactly. So you would not have that if. Pay attention, Brenda. If it was what they said it was, that wouldn't be existing because it didn't have the horizon burned in because they never even looked at it yet. So you have to realize, like, just think logically, and this might be hard for you, but this is the evidence how they and by the way, he has even more evidence because he's showing how things you can literally see through their legs, you can see through their arms. There's images that are embedded in the foreground, and what he's trying to imply is that it's like a scene, like a movie, where you have these stages set, and then that's why. Oh, go ahead. You're not even going to listen to me. I don't care. Go ahead.
I'm asking a question based on what you said. You're talking about the video, right? Or the photographs, the video. And the video cameras had a low latency phosphorus, right? So this could be after images, right?
Yes.
After images, no, because these images, no, you're wrong. It can't be that because technically, no, listen carefully. It can't be that. Because technically, you can have a burned-in image if you haven't seen it yet. And he's showing how, while the camera was looking down, it already had the burned-in image. Now, the only way that's possible, Brenda, and I know that's hard for you to grasp, is if they already had the set scenes into it. So when they move the camera up, and he even goes deeper into that. I'm just scraping the top of the iceberg.
Do you think it could be possible that it's the result of the phosphors in the camera taking time to lose their luminosity?
No, it has nothing to do with what his argument is, because the whole point of his argument is that those things wouldn't exist in the real timing, and he really breaks it down. Like, it's such a good argument, and it so destroys the moon landing. Now, Brenda, I'm sorry that I'm literally telling you literally have to go watch that video and then come back. Then come back and talk to us about it, because if you want to stand on the side of ignorance and like, at least get the facts, get the explanations, and the way he breaks it down is so freaking great. It's and he's meticulous with it. He's very, very, because that's his job. Like that's his profession. He breaks it down so well. I don't know how you can believe in the moon landing after you witness this video. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
All you have is hearsay.
Yeah, you're right. Now go watch the video, because that's what they said. So when the government told you, when the government said hearsay, and they said this is what's going on, now look at the facts, and it debunks their position. Go ahead. Your argument
is hearsay, Apocryphon. You're saying some dude. No, he's saying that some dude made this video, and it proves that the moon landings were fake.
Yes,
right.
Yes,
that's called hearsay.
Saying the moon landing's real. What?
I'm getting it secondhand.
When they say the moon,
Apocryphon.
Brenda, when they say the moon landing was real, that is hearsay, right? Is it not?
No, it's not.
But that's what they're saying. That is literally by the definition of hearsay. If somebody says this, listen carefully. If somebody says this is what happens, that's hearsay. Now let's prove if it did or didn't happen. Now he has presented a very good argument.
Hearsay. Holy crap!
When I watched Neil Armstrong step onto the moon, that wasn't hearsay.
The story that they told you was hearsay because that's what they said. That's okay.
Oh my God, dude, that's not how it works. Okay, listen, the first one of you to provide a definition of hearsay doesn't get banned. There you go.
Okay, so I'll look it up real quick.
Hearsay is when I get secondhand information. I get Sally said that John said a mean word about Jane.
Okay.
Right? I'm hearing this
Hold
from
on.
Betty.
Hearsay,
Betty says,
let me get the definition. Hearsay,
oh my
sometimes
God.
written hearsay, is a statement made outside the courtroom that is offered in the court as evidence to prove the truth of the matter asserted in that statement. That is exactly what I'm saying. They're telling you
That's
this
what
was
hearsay
true.
means. That's not what hearsay means.
That's literally the definition. What the fuck? If they
It
were
means
telling you,
it means secondhand evidence.
okay, are you first hand? Were you on the moon? Were you on the moon? Is it okay? Here's what I'm saying. If somebody told you we were on the moon, and then you come around and say, "Oh no, we were on the moon," you're hearsay. You are now hearsay because
somebody told me.
You're believing. Listen carefully. You're believing what they said. Now, from their position, if they're telling you this is what happened. And I brought that into a courtroom, right? If I brought their evidence into a court of law, and I said, "Here's the jury," somebody
that would be hearsay.
Listen carefully. Somebody outside.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you, Apocryphon.
Okay,
if somebody told,
Yeah, and
I'm agreeing with you.
What is saying, Brenda, is what you're saying is hearsay.
No, he's
You're
not.
doing
He's
the
saying
hearsay.
something else. He's saying something else. That's something I didn't say. I didn't say that somebody told me.
Neil Armstrong got on the moon, jumped on the moon.
I didn't.
That's hearsay.
Nobody told me. I watched him.
Nobody told you.
So listen.
That's right. Nobody told me. I watched him.
Neil Armstrong was on the moon. You figured that out yourself just by watching.
Yeah, nobody told me. I watched him. I watched him step on the moon.
How did you know he was on the moon, Brenda?
Yeah, because I could see the moon.
Yeah, how do you?
Oh my God!
That's what the moon looks like.
Just go watch the video.
Yeah.
Go watch the
How
video.
would you know that's what the moon looks like if he's the first person on the fucking moon?
Clip it.
Clip it.
No.
Okay.
Look, you saying Neil Armstrong jumped on the moon is hearsay. You couldn't testify to Neil Armstrong being on the moon. Okay? Only Neil Armstrong could testify to that.
I would just have to show the video of him stepping
Yeah,
onto
and
the moon.
then the person that filmed it would have to testify that it's authentic. That's how court works.
No, they don't.
Yes.
Yes, they
Want a
do.
bet?
There's a chain of custody.
I'll show you the case.
There's a chain of custody, right? I don't have, right? Because we have it changing hands.
Okay,
just like
there's
the
no
photograph.
person.
Okay,
Just like
there's no
the
person in that
photograph.
footage that I can identify as being. Yeah, there's no person in that footage that anybody can identify as being a specific person. There just isn't.
Yeah, we have the people who held the cameras, dude. They were there.
Yeah, we'll let them testify that they held the cameras and they were there.
Yeah, they would. And there's
Nobody was filming. Nobody was filming. Nobody was holding a camera when Neil walked down the ladder.
Oh, no, I know about that. Yes, I know. It was strapped. It was strapped to the leg.
Okay. So
hold on, Apocryphon. I just want to get this out of the way. Brenda, you know there's traffic cameras, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so if you go to court for a traffic camera, so the case is called Khalid versus State versus Khalid. It's California versus Khalid. The dude challenged the traffic camera based upon he has a right to face his accuser. Okay, the court ruled this is correct, that they have to bring in the person that set up the camera to testify that the camera was set up. That a camera can't admit itself into fucking evidence. Okay, so you always need a witness to enter anything and to use it as evidence.
I already handled this.
Well, okay, yeah. Well, I'm just telling you, just so you're sure that you need a witness to the camera. The camera by itself.
We have that. We have those witnesses.
Except that no one has ever testified to being in space.
Okay,
ever.
No, we have those witnesses, though.
Okay. So Brendan, let me
no
say
one's
this.
ever testified to that shit, Brendan. You can say you have those witnesses, but you don't. You just have people talking shit on TV.
They had cameras strapped to their chest, dude.
That's what he points out.
And Neil Armstrong has never said he ever took a photograph of fucking anything.
Yeah, but there were 16 missions, and in all of them, right? They had cameras that they physically manipulated.
Did Neil Armstrong ever say on camera that he took a photograph of anything ever?
How does that matter? It doesn't matter
because he's your witness.
In the argument,
all of the astronauts are my witnesses.
In the argument, okay, just real quick.
None of them have said that they took a picture of anything.
Nobody's brought that case.
Just real quick, in this argument, okay, it's hearsay by anybody else than the person that would have been able to say they did something. So, for instance, NASA saying we land on the moon. So you have all the engineers on the ground, right? And they're looking at screens. Now they're saying this is what we're seeing. They would be considered hearsay because they aren't the ones that are actually taking the evidence of the camera. Now, the camera themselves and the astronaut, quote unquote, that's filming this shit, they have a position to where they're not hearsay because they are the testimony of them. They're not hearsay, but everybody around that story would be considered hearsay in the court of law because they weren't there. The people on the ground are hearsay because they're not on the moon. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we can bring those people that actually physically manipulated the cameras, changed the film back, right? Changed the cartridges, took the film, looked through the viewfinder, right? It's like if I have a court photographer.
Still left with the trust me, bro.
Suppose I have
a problem of when someone asked them to swear that they fucking went to the moon, they decided
and they
to assault
punched
the fucking person or run away.
Yeah,
and they punched the guy.
How is that? That's not relevant. That wasn't in a courtroom.
Okay, but the point being, Brenda, watch the video. He points out professionally from his position how even what the astronauts were saying that they recorded was completely false in their own testimonies. Because when they can say, oh yeah, I was on the moon and then I recorded something. Well, guess what? Let's bring that evidence to stand trial. And that evidence has now been debunked professionally.
What is the evidence that refutes the claim that they took photographs? Right? There are thousands of photographs. There's thousands of photographs.
Okay, Brenda, watch the video.
Thousands of photos of Santa. Big deal, dude.
Exactly. Big.
What is the evidence that indicates that they were fake?
Santa's not real. There's thousands of photos of Santa. It's a
I already told you how it's
about Santa's real because
just a non sequitur. That's a non sequitur.
No, it's the same logic. It's the same logic.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Well, what's the difference?
Everybody knows that Santa Claus
That's
is
not
a
an argument.
character.
How the difference? That doesn't tell me how the logic is different.
Yeah.
Now, let me take this one for a second. Check it out. Everybody knows that there's many Santa Claus impersonators who are not the real Santa Claus. However, without identifying the individuals, you couldn't exclude that whether they're their imposter or the real Santa. Therefore, all of the pictures of Santa, one of them could be the real Santa. So there you go, Brenda. You lose.
Yeah, I'm not claiming. It is possible that one photograph in all of the photographs NASA has was doctored in some way, right? That's possible. I'm not claiming that.
Okay, Brenda, just watch the video. It's literally
landing on the moon.
Okay. In other words, Brenda, there's evidence on the table. Go take a look at it, and then come back to us.
No, you have a duty to present an argument.
I already did.
No,
if you want to ignore
me.
Oh my God.
Pointing me to a 6-hour video isn't you doing your due diligence.
Okay, Brenda. Okay, Brenda. If I was on a jury,
like you pointing us to NASA's website without ever posting a single fucking thing.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Photos.
Okay, Brenda. If I was on the jury,
no, bro.
Go ahead.
Did you post the link to the video?
Yes, I did.
Okay, did you post any relevant timestamps?
No, I didn't post timestamps. No. You want me to?
Well, you made one particular point. Awesome. Listen, don't care. You made one particular point. Don't you think you should at least be able to tell somebody who doesn't want to sit for 6 hours?
That's fair. That's fair. Let me go watch it. That's fair. I get you, AI. Let me go. You're right. Sure, you're right. Let me get it for you. Give me a second.
Yeah. So, for example, I would love to see the point that you mentioned and just skip to that point rather than wait for 3.5 hours. You know what I'm saying?
Cool. It's cool. I'm gonna scrub through the video, and I'm gonna bring out the point where he's talking about the video itself being burnt in to the horizon being burnt in. Give me a minute. It's going to take a little bit because I got to scrub through a lot, but I'll be back.
Brenda bailed immediately. Oh, Brenda, where'd you go? Oh, dang, did I kill the chat? I'm sorry. Oh, my bad. Yeah, there's another one where that article about parallaxial stereography, right? Which is basically just the parallax of the objects in the background and the foreground don't match the scale of the moon map. They actually match the scale of a much closer location to the mountains in the distance, congruent with a set piece rather than an actual terrain. So I like where APOC is at, but a 6-hour video, it's kind of a party foul.
All right, you guys there? Can you guys hear me?
Hey, now that you reduce the time investment from 6 hours to immediate, Brenda realized that that excuse that of the 6 hours wouldn't count, so Brenda bailed.
So if anybody wants to go look into it, at 1 hour and 31 minutes into it, he talks about the burn-in, and before that, he go ahead.
Is it a YouTube video?
Yeah. It's a presentation that
Do you have a clickable timestamp?
I don't, brother. I don't.
Oh, freaking make one, sucker!
Shut up! Just click on the video and scrub to 1 hour and 31 minutes.
No, you make a link. You make a link, sucker.
How do I do that? Teach me.
You want to learn?
I want to learn. You're gonna learn today.
All right. Listen, come in my back. Hey, listen. Come in my back room real quick, and I'll show you.
Whoa! Slow it up,
dude. You just make sure you have a link, a regular link.
Yeah, I posted it,
and then you look at. I'll look at it real quick.
Scrub 1 hour and 31 minutes into it.
No.
Oh, okay,
you're already failing the class, bro.
Okay, let me open it up.
Where are you posting your stuff, dude? I don't see nothing.
On the side chat. It's 23 minutes after the hour.
Man, dude, you better post it again, dude. Okay, amateur hour.
Fine. Oh, that's not it.
Okay, hurry up before my phone dies.
I'm gonna respond to it. Hold on. Reply. This.
No, post the whole link again though.
There it is, right there.
No, post the whole link again.
Oh shit. Okay, hold on. Son of a bitch. Let me open up YouTube again. Jesus Crizzles.
No, dude, if you had a link to it, just click it, get it, and repost it. Holy crap!
I know. I'm gonna do it right now. Give me a second, bro.
I gotta do all the thinking around here.
You know, when you're a few in, you know, things aren't as.
All right, listen. Look at the link. Look at the link I just posted. Okay.
Okay.
See where it says. See where it says. At the top part, it says SI equals. See that?
Right. Yeah.
So it has a question mark there. Delete everything after the question mark and put T equals. And then whatever time you want it to be, it has to be converted to seconds. So if it's an hour and 10 minutes, convert that to seconds, put the number there. Then after you do that, post it and it'll be a clickable timestamp.
All right. You lost me, bro. I'll tell you what. It's an hour and 31 minutes in. You guys could find it. I don't know what to do, bro. I'm just saying.
Listen to the live stream. Listen to the live stream and learn how to make a timestamp, dude. Somebody's got to be the first to learn. Might as well be you.
I guess you're right.
I'm getting bored of flat earthers posting crap without actual timestamps when the ability of a timestamp is such an easy thing to do. You're making us look bad out there.
Settle down.
Flat earthers. No, timestamping. So easy a caveman could do it, but not a flat earther.
Okay, if I share this and then I copy the link at this point where he's talking about it.
Yeah, if you're on YouTube on your computer, you can literally have it create the timestamp for you, bro.
Let me clip it. Nope. Okay, maybe if I clip it.
No, just do when you do share, it says on the bottom left of the share protocol, it says start at, and it has the time wherever you paused it.
Is it?
So all you got to do is click that checkbox, and wherever it was paused, where you then clicked share, it'll do it right from there.
I honestly don't have that. All I see for share is copy link, create post, and with kids. That's all I have as options. If I copy it from that point and I'm going to share that, it's just going to bring up the whole thing again, I think. Yeah, I don't know if that creates a timestamp. My bad. I don't know how to do it, AI. But if anybody does, please indulge me and just please post the time. It's at an hour and 31 minutes into it. He starts talking about burners. And here's my point, AI. Right before that point, he shows old film from like way back, bro, years ago, decades ago. And he talks about how they used to burn in, because remember, this is a profession and he knows how film works. And they talk about how they know from even old movies that they can see when the set was burned in. This is why they know that that set was fake, because there's a burn in image of that set. And he goes really deep into it, bro. Like, just watch the video. It's so good. It's such a good point. And then he gets to the NASA video, the moon landing video, and he describes how it's literally using the same principles of filmography or movie magic, if you will.
Dude, how can I trust somebody's judgment that can't even create a timestamp?
Oh, come on now. Come on now. I mean, that's valid, I guess, but I mean, let's
look, I told you. Listen, I told you how to make a timestamp, and you couldn't
and
follow it.
I still don't know how.
But then you're expecting me. You're expecting me to believe that you followed these advanced optics guys' points. Think about it.
Come on now. No, don't hang me on this news here. I'm showing you what they presented, which is really good evidence, by the way. It's amazing. I'm just saying, check it out. Check it out, bro.
Dude, timestamp it, then we can check it out.
I literally don't. I can't. I don't know how to make it on my thing. I'm on my phone. I don't know how to make timestamps. It's weird. Maybe it's easier on a computer. I don't know, but I'm on my phone.
Dude, I told you how to do it manually.
Yeah, this is kind of sad, not gonna lie.
So you're saying after SI equals, you want me to put a T on it?
No. Erase everything after the question mark.
Okay.
Then put T equals. and then you put the seconds. So you have to know what time you want. So if it's an hour and 4 minutes, just do the math to convert that to seconds. So you're going to have t equals 5276 seconds, or whatever the seconds may
Okay,
be. So
is
it's going
that
to be
good?
t
I did it right now.
equals
Is that good?
and a
I
number.
did it. I did it. Is that
With
good?
colons, right?
I did it right now.
No
Did that
colons
work?
at all. So that will be no.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Be one. So that would be 1 minute and 31 seconds. You have to convert it to seconds, dude. So times the minutes by 60.
Okay. Fair. Give me a second.
This says you can put like
Well, my phone's gonna die.
3M25S or
It depends on the link.
2M10S.
So that would be.
It depends on the type of link. Yeah, that's fair, but it only depends on the type of link and medium. The method that I gave you will always work. The method you just said will work, but not always.
Okay. So let me see here. Okay. So an hour and 31 minutes would be how many seconds? Let me think about that. Okay, so I'm gonna I'm gonna do it right now. All right, that's 3,631. Okay, give me a second. All right, did that work? Oh, it did. No, I'm still short. Damn it! It did kind of work. Anywho, just check it out, guys. It's amazing evidence.
Hey, just a heads up.
Hey, don't give up. Keep going.
I did end up posting raw telemetry for Apollo 11 and Apollo 17 in the side chat. I know y'all were asking for that.
Oh, dude, we can't even make timestamps. So what do you think we're going to do with this data?
Yeah, right. No, I'm just letting you know if you want any other data, happy to track down primary sources for you. Clipcord, if you go look at the directory, there's the scans file, which shows that it's the actual paper that was spit out of the machine, and then they have also digitized it. I wasn't just going to show you the digitized one right off the bat, because then you're going to claim that it's not the actual data. So the scans, yes, cannot read as much, but folks have gone through and deciphered the ink, even though it's faded, and turned it into a CSV file that you can parse. I didn't even read. No, I read it. What are you talking about? I looked at the scans first, and then I gave you the directory to go to get the CSV file. Why are y'all getting weird? You asked for data, I gave you data. I'm not trying to prove you're wrong. But yeah, no, happy to help.
How dare you?
Read every single page? No, I read the headers. It's a spreadsheet. You know the types of data. I haven't kicked the tires on it. I'm just grabbing the primary source.
Oh, I see what I did wrong. I put an hour and 30 seconds. Let me get it with an hour and 31 minutes. My bad, guys. My bad. All right. Maybe this. Oh, here it is. Here it is right here. Okay, here it is. Okay, guys. My bad. My blizzy. Here you go. Does that help? Now he's talking about there. It worked. It worked. Okay, there you go, guys. I learned it, AI. Thank you. There you go.
Yay.
All right, we're gonna test you. We're gonna test you to make sure this wasn't a one-off. We're gonna
I did it. I did it.
give you a pop quiz at some point in the next 7 days. Make sure you retain the skill set in your long-term memory.
Yeah, Apocryphon, you've now joined the elite squad of people able to make fun of people who can't timestamp.
There you go, gentlemen and ladies. There you go. That's where he talks about. That's where he talks about the burn-in, and just watch it. It's freaking epic, bro. He literally destroys this whole falsehood, bro, because he's using it from a professional position. He literally describes it. Now, it's really important, by the way, to watch like 20 minutes previous to this, because he shows old videos, like from the 1920s and 1930s, of how they utilize this technology to put a scene in the movies to where the actors, they record the actors, but the actors are not in this. It's a facade. It's literally like a made up scene, like using filmography, using magic tricks of Hollywood. And then he goes into how they did it with the moon landing. It's fucking epic.
Well, listen, burn and dodge are just photography techniques. They've been around forever. They're called burn, and the other one's called dodge. They're almost opposites of each other. One is obviously burning the image in, and the other one is removing the image.
Yeah, and he goes into depth of how they utilize this for a lack of better words, a trick of photography. And he literally presents it, and he shows how the moon landing falls within this, level of scrutiny, if you will, because they are literally using camera tricks that they understood even before the 1950s. They've been doing.
So check this out, bro. Check this out. You could take a girl like on her wedding day. You could take a picture of an arch. She's not standing under the arch. You could put the arch over her, and then you can use like different pieces of cardboard. Basically, the best way to describe it to block out certain parts, and you can literally take a dark thing and move it around as you're exposing it, and then you can it's almost like using a Photoshop pen tool right on the print. Mm-hmm. And by the way, in case you guys didn't know, the Photoshop software's namesake is the Photoshop that existed well before computers, for holy crap.
He talks about that.
So Photoshop certainly existed before modern computers, in case you guys didn't know. It was called a photography shop. Holy crap.
Yeah. He literally, AI, he literally breaks that down. He shows how they've been doing that since the 1910s or the 1920s. He literally breaks it down. He plays a video showing old videos. Like there's this one where like a flood comes and how like it hits the train, and he points out how they know it's fake in the filmography of it, because the way these things are positioned and they're overlaid. But this is how they create video. This is how they create film, to where it looks like they're sitting in a train, and all of a sudden a flood comes and knocks them down. He literally breaks that down, bro, so eloquently. But that's the argument. He's pointing out how they use those tricks. Dude, I'm just saying, bro, that video, and towards the end, he talks about when he went up to the I think it was like around Alaska or maybe even north of that, and he shows himself in a snowmobile, how he disappears behind the refraction that's going on, the optical phenomenon of all these crazy things going on. But technically, in the paradigm of the globe, He is not behind a curve, yet he can show how he disappears behind a curve, quote unquote. And I told him, if you had a flag that was like 20 feet above your snowmobile, we would see the flag still, because that optical phenomenon is only blocking the snowmobile. And he's like, you're right. And this is why they say boats going over the curve is false, because they're still on a planar position, but the optical phenomenon blocks out the entirety of him at 5 feet above the horizon, above the surface that he's on. Dude, I'm telling you, bro, if anybody watches this and still believes in all the bullshit that Globers tell us, you have a serious delusion, bro, because you're not paying attention to the facts. And that's my point, AI. That's it. You know what I mean? That's it. It's real simple. They either get it or they don't. It's real simple.
Fuel.
He breaks down so many of the arguments and just debunks them, bro, in that video. It's amazing. What a freak. I think that presentation, matter of fact, by the way, guys.
Hey, well, bro, you're distracting me. I'm trying to do my curvilinear tangential gravitrometric leveling on my washing machine so my clothes won't shake around.
Put a piece of paper under the bottom left hand. It might work. You're going to defy all physics when you do that. Bro, what I was going to say is that in this video, if you can at least understand what he's saying, it might help you in your conquest of truth to realize you've been lied to. That's what I'm saying, bro. All this nonsense of the side chat that these Globers are spewing, dude. Hey, just go watch the video. Everything you're saying, guys, is debunked. Everything you guys are mentioning is debunked, and you have to grasp what's going on. Imagine you're in a room, right? You're on the jury, and they show you a guy committing a crime, but now you want to say, "Nuh-uh," even though the evidence is right there. Like literally, it points. All fingers point to the fact that he committed the crime. Now, if you had a bias and you're like, no, I believe my baby. Maybe it's your child. You're like, my baby wouldn't do that. No, the evidence points to the fact that they did this. And that's it. It's very simple. And in the court of law, I think it would stand. Because these facts, this evidence, it stands on its own.
Yo,
and that's the point.
Pograpon.
What's up?
I was just watching that video, right? They're in a Discord server. Did you see the names of the people in the chat?
Yeah, it was over in Riggs server, Worldwide Debates.
Oh, that's why it's the usual suspects.
Yeah.
Echoplex, Negator.
All of them were in there.
Fucking clowns.
Bro, they were spiraling, bro. They were spiraling.
I can read that, dude. I can read the chat, dude. They're freaking. Why would some retard on the internet be sharing classified documents?
Exactly, bro. They were spiraling. They were like, nuh-uh. That's probably one of the greatest nuh-uhs I've heard in a long time, bro. This dude was pointing out so much good information, bro. Like, dude, how can you ignore these facts? And he points it out. It was so eloquently presented, Indio. Like, bro.
Yeah, I watched part of it with the Burning with the Horizon. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. And he's going like, these are all techniques. The techniques he's going over, I already knew about. And like, these guys are like, they didn't have Photoshop in 19. They didn't need Photoshop, man. They've been doing that crap since the 20s, man. Like I can show them, I can show people all sorts of films that they can't tell how. Like my favorite to show them is like it's called Ben-Hur 1925. It's a chariot race. The entire chariot race is completely fucking fake, but you can't figure out what's fake or how they faked it or anything they did. It's all a bunch of models that they use, and they just put them like really close to the camera, right?
Yeah, it's all camera trickery, all of it. Yeah. And the guys that believe in the moon landing, they cannot grasp it. Want to know why, Indio? Because they have a bias. They're the child that's saying Santa Claus is real, and they're crying because you're telling them that Santa Claus is fake. That's what it is.
And they want to beat up their big brother for freaking out in Santa.
Exactly, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Linole's
your brother. He said Santa's not real.
I'm telling you, bro. Linole's presentation, even though it's so like that, it's so long, just take the time out, Globers, to hear everything and see how it annihilates the globe position, bro. It annihilates everything that they can try to dream up, bro. In the last 3 hours, I think, or maybe 4 hours later, he starts talking about his personal observations. He says with the theodolite, he's on a snowmobile, he drives out, he's going into this natural phenomenon, he disappears. That doesn't even equate to their mathematical, geometric horizon. He's literally disappearing at a point where they would say that's where boats are going over the curve. But they can't grasp, Indio, how this is an optical phenomenon blocking something out. Yet it's still on a planar surface, just miles away. It's how many nails in the coffin must we present for somebody to realize the motherfucker's dead? It's so simple.
I don't know, man. We just got all these brains in a jar, I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's where they go. You know where they go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna retreat to my jar. You can't hurt me in here.
It's my safe place. I'm safe here. Yeah, bro. Yeah, they get wrecked all day, every day. They get wrecked. Honestly though, it's interesting to hear the rebuts, right? The rebuttals, like. Let's deal with your paradigm being broken down to the core of your false belief. And when you realize that, like, it's really interesting, like on a psychological level, to see people spiral out, bro, because you just debunked them. You're literally dismantling their whole paradigm.
Yeah,
with evidence, with facts.
The big problem, like the thing that they don't see where they have like blindness, is that the amount of scrutiny they apply to the debunk, right? They're coming up with every mental gymnastics they can think of to,
Oh, for sure.
So why you're wrong. But they've never put that effort into the other way, right? They never put that scrutiny into the moon landing. They never put that scrutiny into the globe. They've never even asked a single question. They've never questioned it for 1 second. From day one, they planted their flag in the sand and was like, I will defend this globe. I'm going to defend it. I'm not going to question any of it. I'm going to just defend it. And I'll hyper-examine anything any flat earther says to the nth degree. I'll make sure they crossed their T's, dotted their I's. I'll make sure that they took their freaking vitamins and brushed their teeth before they went to bed. They better do everything right. But the globe, it fucking, who cares? There's contradictions. I don't care. That's fine with me, as long as it's a globe.
Right. It's funny. It's like their evidence is that the cookies and the milk was drank and eaten. That's it. That's where they stop. They don't go any further.
Under the tree, there's a big tooth. There's a big bite mark out of the cookie, and there's a half a glass of milk.
And they saw on the NORAD map, they saw Santa's positioning. They knew exactly where Santa was on the NORAD app, right?
Yeah. So let me ask you this: do satellites prove Santa, or does Santa prove satellites?
Oh, that's deep, bro. That's deep. These guys, they're just at the end of the day, bro. They are characters. They are clowns. Matter of fact, I have a little meme for that. A little video for that. Where is it at? Just the clowns rolling up, bro. Here we go. Here we go. Right here. There. That's them, bro. That's them, bro. That's where they stand. They're just in a Winnebago. They're in a station wagon all together. There's a bunch of clowns, bro. They get wrecked on a daily and they still come back. They're like pseudo-masochists, bro. They just love getting beaten. This is why. It's people like this on their feed. This is why they're stuck. I'm uploading it right now. This
You guys
knucklehead.
beat me like my Japanese girlfriend did.
What's up, Matthew? What do you think about what I presented on the video? What do you think about that moon landing being completely a farce? What do you think about that?
I haven't seen the video, but I'm not a clown. You said all globetards are clown, but I'm a globetard, but not a clown.
No. There's a difference. There's globetards, and then there's globers. And maybe you fit into that category, but I personally wouldn't, because you actually do concede when logically things. But here's the point, though, Matthew. You have publicly stated and said, I believe it. But you know what the difference? A globetard, they cannot admit that fact. They will say they know it's true. At least you have the character of, well, I mean, I just believe what I've been told. There's a difference, a huge difference. Maybe you don't see it, but I can see it.
Yeah, I think I see what you're saying. I do think there's some overlap between belief and knowledge, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, that's why I personally, maybe others would, but I wouldn't personally put you in the globetard position, because there's been times when you've actually defended the flat earth position because you're just being logical about it, and I appreciate that. I'm sure others do as well, or maybe not. But you have, shown yourself in times where you've even had to concede on things that that globetards are stating.
Nobody's ever directly measured the Earth. Yeah, but he still accepts logical fallacy as evidence.
Right. Exactly. So that's why
logical fallacies are related to a deductive argument, right? So if you're trying to argue for something deductively and you commit a fallacy, that's a characterization of a logical argument. But I use something slightly different.
No, you don't. You use logical fallacy you call logical fallacy evidence.
Okay, so Matthew. Okay. With that being said, Matthew, if you were to watch this timestamp that I posted earlier, and I'll post it again, if you were to watch that clearly, my pace is gone. Never mind. You just scroll up. It's up. Let me give you a timestamp for when I posted it. If you were to watch that
before I came in.
Yeah, if you were to watch it and still, take a position that the moon landing was real, then I would question you, because it's 58 minutes after the hour of last hour, right? At 9:58 our time, Matthew. I posted the video with the timestamp. He literally talks about the way film is burned in to the scene. If you were to watch that and then still say, no, the moon, that we did land on the moon, then I would question you, because you're not paying attention to the facts that have been presented. Does that make sense?
Yes, this is the Abomination of Desolation, that one?
Yes. Matter of fact, that's what I was going to say. Matter of fact, Lanoly, he's going to make a film. He said he's going to try to release it by the end of this year or by the beginning of next year. And it's a long documentary. It's called The Abomination of Desolation, with facts from his position and profession, where he's proving that the Earth is not what they're telling us it is, and the whole moon landing is completely false. It's a farce, completely. And he breaks it down very, very thoroughly, and like very, very meticulously. He goes into the past of how film works, how they do the tricking of the film for our eyes to see something on the screen, and he literally just breaks it down, bro. Like, if you're still a believer, quote unquote, after seeing the facts, then we can just ascribe that to now. Well, now you just have a bias, and you're not willing to accept the facts, and that's my position. Is all. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, so there's two separate questions: the question of the shape of the surface of the Earth, and then the question of whether astronauts went to the moon. They're related in the sense that if the Earth is not a sphere, then they would have to fake the moon landing.
Along those lines, yes, and he does present both positions in that 6-hour video that he's labeling it as
That doesn't necessarily follow. Whatever.
Well, I get what you're saying, Tita, but it's still he's pointing out how this was fake, and also this is fake. Now you make your judgment on what you've been presented with evidence. If it's overall fake, that's the point. And I think he did an amazing job. He took so much time, hours and hours of video that he's uploaded, and he made a video about. It's just, at the end of the day, bro, we didn't land on the moon, and the Earth isn't a globe that we've been taught it to be. 24,901 miles in circumference. Like that's the the baseline of it all, if you will.
Yeah, so there are some people, like I have a friend who is a moon landing denier, but he's still a glober. So, in that sense, there's some separation of those questions.
Yeah, which is fair, but he debunks both of them in that video.
Yeah.
Hold on, what did you type me to AI? The stereoscopic method of verifying Apollo surface images. Interesting. Yeah. All right.
So the premise in that one is that when you apply stereoscopical, parallaxical, whatever the heck, it demonstrates that the objects in the distance are very close, within a range that is like a tenth that they're supposedly on the alleged moon's topography. So it means that they were recreating the images in a set piece rather than actually being in a location where they were physically that distance away. So, for example, if you use a scaled set piece that's close up, it's going to have different parallax properties than an actual piece scaled the same at a different distance. Make sense?
Yeah, and he goes over that. He literally he explains how the way they created sets on the movies to where they can create that depth, right, of a far distance landscape in using this trick photography, and this is how they were able to say, what they presented, and the entire thing, bro, is a movie set at this point. Logically and factually, it's a movie set with camera tricks involved. This is why the burning in of images, and there, he even points out to where, and he freezes it. He shows how you can see the ladder through the guy's glove and arm and leg. That's because it's a burned in image. It's a set that they provided for them to work within or move about, if you will. Dude, I'm telling you, bro, it's a freaking nail in the coffin, bro. He did such a good job presenting it, and that movie is going to come out at the end of the year, this year, or the, or early next year. But that's what he's working on. His name's Lanoli in Discord. The dude has so much video evidence. It's crazy. It's outstanding, bro. it's going to send Globers spiraling, bro. Nuh-uh. That's all you're going to hear from them for a long time. Nuh-uh. Avoiding the facts that are presented. It's crazy. I honestly, I don't know how they can recover from it, bro. I honestly don't. But then again, we deal with them every day, bro. They just simply reset. That's their solution. They reset and come back with their falsehoods and their indoctrinated, core beliefs. That's all they do. I'll be back and get another beer. Any Globers in here tonight? You want to present your position and let's talk about it?
I'm ready to tag in if no other Globers got what it takes.
Go ahead, Talon. It's all you. It's your hour.
I'm really enjoying this the Three Horizon thing with Clip, and we're working on the Black Swan because I really like trying to understand what is so great about this picture and why we are paying so much attention to it. And so, for anybody that is just joining us, hold on, I was gonna toss it up.
Talon, is it safe to say that there's a mathematical construct that we're trying to formulate when we're doing these distance observations? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's what I was working on because I want to know how we know the distance to the horizon, just in general. Like, how do we figure that out?
Okay, that's fair. Okay, so let's say the camera in the Black Swan, done by the gentleman who recorded it, he knows the distance by the markers of the oil rigs themselves. Is that fair?
Yeah. The distance to the oil rigs from his location.
Correct. Okay, so now let's say we tell people it's 9.41 miles away from his position, but there is a horizon of water behind that oil rig. And now, conservatively, we just say 10 miles. But do you understand that that amount of information in that photo or even in the video, let's say we screenshot the video, is it safe to say that it could even represent 15 to 20 miles away just by the information?
Yeah.
By data.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is why, Talon, we argue this fact, because if you were on a globe of 24,900 miles in circumference, mathematically, if we plug in how you can calculate the radius, which is the distance squared minus the height squared divided by 2 times the height, we can actually formulate this radius, and we can include refraction, right, at the end tail of it. Now that gives us with the most highest refraction, 2 times, by the way, the recorded refraction ever by professional surveyors, which will give you about a 4 point something of refraction. We can even give you an 8 marker of the KR, of the coefficients of refraction. That's still going to represent mathematically a 33,000 mile radius, which would thus give you like a 1.2 million mile circumference if you take 2 times pi times a radius, right? So let's think about that real quick, Talon. If you had this mathematical formula to equate for a sphere of any sorts, whether it be the Earth or just anything, there's a formula. And when we interject these distances and heights, it debunks the claim of a 3,959 mile radius because that doesn't equate. Does that make sense?
Okay. And that's what I'm working on. I'm working on, like it proves the Glober is wrong because it is showing a different distance, and then there's a horizon that's going past the oil rigs.
Correct.
Okay.
This is why we exist.
So
This is
okay,
why
so
we're
the
here.
top horizon, we like you guys want to are saying that the top horizon is the geometric horizon, and then like it doesn't matter if like refraction or reflection of the two other of the horizon is split into two more darker versions. I'm trying to put it. Did I put it up? Yeah. Because then you have like the color gradients. Like we don't even have to worry about that. All we want to focus on is that the horizon in the picture is 1.22 miles away, or no, it's behind the oil rigs, and so that means that it's because I want to understand where the Globers got it wrong, and that's what I'm having a hard time with. And so like where does the calculation break down?
Well, what they do, Talon, is they then introduce a refraction coefficient of negative 150. So in other words, you're going to multiply the observation by negative 150, which would raise something up and over this said position of a globe for it to be practical in observation. This is why you're seeing it. But do you understand that saying that the refraction index is negative 150 is asinine? Because nobody ever would ever ascribe that amount of refraction to anything. And and oddly, you are now taking a position of a concave earther, because you're saying that the thing in the distance is so far raising up, it's because the earth actually goes upwards away from your position. Now you're a concave earther. Do you understand that?
Okay. So, yeah, like we would want, right? I would not want to claim that the Earth is curving up from the viewer's location in the black swan. I would not make that claim. No.
Right. But mathematically, you would have to, because you're going to introduce a negative 150 a value of refraction to bring that up. So imagine you have a sphere of 3,959 miles, okay? But you're seeing something at 10 miles away with the 1 foot observer height. Plugging into what the radius equals mathematically, which is distance squared minus the height squared divided by 2 times the height, you are now invoking that this refraction brought it upwards behind this curvature of the ball, so where now the backside, the surface of it, is being lifted up into your eyes. This is why we tell you guys, wake up. This is that calculation is asinine, because that's not reality. But if you're to just understand that you're looking at something on a planar position, okay? It's just you're seeing something over a flat body of water with refraction induced into that calculation or introduced in the calculation. You can say, well, we can say it's 4. The value is 4. Extreme refraction ever recorded. Even still, it still would have to it would still be over a planar surface. Bottom line. And we now know there's not a radius at all involved with the calculation, unless you want to say that the radius is 33,000 miles. You get what I'm saying? Because that's what it comes out to mathematically.
Okay. No. I would love to go through the math, but that's a little bit getting into the weeds. And so, what I heard so we're talking about, right? So like the math, because I guess you would be able to do the math for a concave Earth, and assume that the Earth was concave, and you would get a calculation, I guess. Like, if we just like took that and put it into a box and we didn't worry about anything else, we would still have geometry in a concave Earth. And so we're both agreeing that it's not concave, because we know that the Earth is either flat or, for Globers, they think it's curving away.
Correct.
Okay, so then but we do agree, and we also agree that there are 3 different color gradients in the picture in terms of the horizon, with the horizon lines and the way that the picture is being viewed and as well as the oil rigs.
Correct.
And so what we're talking about
in the side chat, I posted the math for you. Let's go over that math, okay? Because that is the math. That is, if you walk into any classroom setting of a mathematician, he's going to tell you, this is how we calculate a radius. Doesn't matter. Let's not even talk about Earth.
Hold that thought, Apocryphon, because, bro, I don't think you heard him properly. You just agreed with him that there's 3 horizons in that image.
No. I'm extending an olive branch. Okay, let's go by what he just said. Now let's look at the math. You will learn. No. I'm trying to point out that now
You agreed with him that there's 3 horizons in that image.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
You did. No, but he specified that, and you say correct.
Well, okay, true. I get what you're saying, and I retract that. I get what you're saying. So now, but let's put math into it. So what he's stating is a horizon isn't a horizon. Let's chalk that out at the beginning. What he's saying, 1, 2, 3 of the horizons. No. There's only one horizon here, guys. Only one. So what I'm saying though is, okay, if you want to say there's 3, that's the olive branch I'm extending. But now let's look at it mathematically. This is where that 3 horizon gets debunked, because in his own paradigm, he has to face the fact that mathematically, this is not his 3 horizon position, hands down. Do you get what I'm saying, T-Dub?
Yeah, no, it's cool. Yeah, continue.
Yeah. So Talon, do you want to go over the math that I posted for you?
Let's go. Kind of, but I just want to understand how this applies to the Black Swan.
Because there's an observation, and we could plug those numbers into the formula, and that formula would constitute, with refraction, 2 times the highest amount would be 33,000 mile radius. In order for you to see that second oil rig at a 1 foot observer height, mathematically, that would constitute a 33,000 mile radius. Do you understand what I've said so far?
Okay. Wait a minute. No, you said okay. Wait a minute. So because we're not even talking about globe Earth at this point. You're talking about this is just radius. The radius.
Yes.
Calculations for the geometric.
Correct.
Of a geometric sphere.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, that's
so.
perfect.
In other words, if I'm on a sphere that's 1.2 million miles in circumference, then I would be able to see an oil rig 10 miles away, or a horizon 10 miles away from 1 foot observer. Do you understand?
If it's really, if it was a huge radius, then you would expect.
Correct.
Okay. Wait a minute. Well, because again, we just have to be careful. I just want to be careful with what I'm understanding.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fine.
I'm seeing this as the radius calculations, and then where do you get the 264,000 miles?
That is without refraction. A 264,000 mile radius, or would be without refraction.
So we're starting with the geometric horizon at the 1.34 at 1 foot observer height.
Yeah, exactly. So if you are on if the radius was 3,959 miles, then a 1 foot observer would see 1.22 miles. You get it? Okay.
Is that what it is? That's what it is.
Yeah, that's what it is. Now with refraction,
the globe. Wait, so the 1.22 miles assumes the globe because you need a 3959 radius.
Exactly.
1.22.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So now, when we add the coefficient of refraction, we can now extend the 1.22 into like a 1.37 mathematically. Okay. But. Wait,
you're refracting the 1.22?
Correct. Yes, because you only add in the formula, you only add refraction to the observed point. You don't go off in Narnia and ascribe refraction to something beyond that. You have to mathematically calculate it to the actual observation mathematically, because that's how it works.
Yeah, because in the Black Swan, you're at the refraction makes the horizon farther away because it's bending.
Mathematically, yes. Mathematically, yes. Exactly.
So we're getting a radius from that bending?
Correct. No, not the bending, from the observed point. And then when you add refraction,
the further away something is, the more it's gonna refract.
Not necessarily, but we're talking about math. We're literally just adding a coefficient to the observed position. So in other words, if I'm looking at something 250 yards away from me, okay?
Yeah.
But I know that light does this really weird thing to where the object I'm shooting through my theodolite, it's going to drop from my distance mathematically. Now, technically, it's not dropping. It's just the way, like, with perspective and the way observations are calculated, we're going to ascribe this drop mathematically. And then we can go home and wrap it up and say, all right, I did a good job. But in reality, this is why the black swan is the slam dunk on the globe. Because that math with the distance squared minus the height squared divided by 2 times the height, it debunks the radius being 3,959 miles, even with the 8 times coefficient of refraction. Do you understand that?
No, but I got you got me in the first half. Like it is, you're adding, like you're saying that the refraction is not matching the globe radius, assumed globe radius.
Correct.
Okay, and then how are we getting that? Like, yeah, right. That's like, and I'm totally in the fog on that one.
Okay, so in order for instance, in mathematically, okay, we're talking about math here. In order to see an object, the horizon 10 miles away from a 1 foot observer, you would have to say there's a refraction coefficient of negative 150, which is unheard of. It's asinine to invoke.
Do we have to do that? Why is that?
Yes, because mathematically, that's going to give you a position on your radius of 3,959. It now allows you to see the object mathematically. That's the point. You get it?
I want to write that down so I can like digest it. Say that one more time.
Okay. So to see 10 miles away from a 1 foot observer height, you would have to invoke a negative 150 refraction on a 3,959 mile radius.
150 what refraction?
Negative 150.
Negative. Wait, hold on. Negative 150. What
coefficient?
Coefficient.
Yes, because okay. So these are whole value numbers. So you understand that it's surveyors surveyors they use 7/6R standard, and then they have 4/3 for radio engineering. Okay, those are a standard calculation to where they're trying to represent why they're seeing something, an object at this distance, deviating from the point that it's supposed to be at technically, because it's an observed position. So now, if you add, so now if you add a refraction coefficient of 4, okay, a whole number 4, not 7 divided by 6, which is like 1 point something, not 4/3, which is like 2 point something. You're saying a value of 4, which is the highest refraction ever turned in professionally of why they saw something the way they saw it, the way they observed it. We're giving you a coefficient of 8 times, okay? That means you're making the radius 8 times further than what it actually is optically. Do you understand that?
Giving us the 8 times the coefficient?
Yes.
Why?
Because to demonstrate that even with an 8 times refraction coefficient is still going to represent mathematically a 33,000 mile radius. Get me?
No, I'm actually stuck on that one.
Okay.
Why are we changing the coefficient of refraction?
Because I'm trying to extend an olive branch to you to show you that even with, because by the way, the reason why I put it to 8, because if we just went with 4, that is a 66,000 mile radius mathematically. Do you live on a ball that has a 66,000 mile radius, which would give you like a 1.64 million mile circumference? Is that where you live? Is that your paradigm? No, right? You believe it's a 3,959 mile radius. So mathematically, I'm trying to break it down to you guys to realize how asinine it is to then invoke, well, yeah, we saw the Oura rigs because we added a value of negative 150. You are now a concaver. because you're saying that that drop over distance is coming up to your view on a planar position. That's what it would have to be mathematically. Negative 150, literally.
Okay, I'm like, and that's really huge in the weeds on that one. But I'm outside the ballpark. Like I'm understanding that we're trying to understand. We're trying to use refraction to like tune in where the horizon is in terms of like knowing where the distance of the horizon. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I think that's where you're lost. I get what you're
roughly, yeah. Well, it doesn't matter what I know. I just want to know like how we're going to establish like distances to the horizon, like what we see in the Black Swan, like where the oil rigs are in terms of distance, and so like and use that and put together the puzzle. Like I want to see the puzzle get put together for the Black Swan and why like because I get hit with we bombard everybody with these crazy formulas, and I'm happy to follow the formulas. I just need to know at least like how they're being used properly. So let me just ask this one question so I don't ramble, but we're like, let's stick to just the refraction coefficient, because that was like really where like I hit a wall in terms of like we have a horizon and we want to know the distance to it. So let's like so what can you tell me about that?
Okay, so the formula for that.
Nothing. The answer is nothing.
The formula for that
horizon exists. There's an edge, like
right. And the formula for that horizon. Okay, so let me put it this way. Let's say we're on a ball that's 24 million miles in circumference. Okay. Let's just say, but we want to establish how we can mathematically equate that. Now,
well, if we're on a ball.
Now hold on though. The formula to get the radius of this circumference that we don't know. Let's say we don't know the 24 million mile thing, right? Let's say we're just saying we're just trying to establish.
We're on one. We don't know. We're trying.
Right. We don't know it.
But it's 24 million
we don't
miles.
exactly. We don't know what it is, but we could then introduce this mathematical formula, which is your math, by the way. We all learned this in school. A radius equals the distance squared minus the height squared divided by 2 times the height will give us the radius mathematically. So if you see something that's 50 miles away and you're 1 foot above the water, that's going to calculate to a ball. Now we can say, oh, now I know how big this ball is based upon that mathematical formula, right? Because it would
have nothing to do with that formula.
No. Is that a way we can do the 20? We can figure out if if it's a ball.
No, he skipped a step. No, he skipped a step.
Yeah, what was it? No, I don't. I'm not on that one. I'm in the fog.
Yeah, the step he skipped was assuming that the horizon is the edge of the object you're standing on, and that your eye line to it is a tangent.
Correct. Okay. You're right about that, AI. You're right.
I'm told I don't have to. I'm not like beholden to the tangent thing. It's just that like if that was like because again that's where like the modus tollens comes in. Like a tangent is inherently a line on a circle, and so.
Correct. Okay. So what the whole point of this though, Talon, is that when you have data, okay, you have a distance, right? A known distance, okay. And you have a known
let's
height.
cut to the chase. No, we're cutting to the chase. The chase, my friend, is what he's trying to get at, as belaboring as it might be, is that the horizon is never at the same location. Okay? Some days it appears closer, some days it appears further. So in the Black Swan, it appears much, much further. Some days it can fluctuate. So if you assume that the horizon is the leading edge of a ball with an intersect point of a tangent, the only way for that to be geometrically possible is if the ball is changing shape every day. So it's very simple that the horizon is not the leading edge of a ball, which is the entire point of the Black Swan, is to demonstrate that that there is no such thing as a globe Earth geometric horizon, because the horizon is not a geometric location. So notice how OG, notice how Apocryphon was telling you all these different size balls. It's like the Earth obviously isn't different size balls. So the whole thing is incoherent. So the only saving grace that the globe geometry has is to make the excuse, well, it just would look like a bigger ball, but it's actually the same size ball it was yesterday. Now, we all know that's ridiculous.
Well, globe geometry is pretty consistent and geometrically. Like you would have tangents.
But it's not though. This is why I pointed out. This is why the Black Swan debunks what you just said.
Okay.
The Black Swan debunks that because if
It's
you're
not a
saying
tangent.
because if you were to ascribe what you just said to the actual observation, this is where we can say, whoa, we can use the math that you actually created your 3,959 mile radius. We could use that against you because in this observation, it's no longer a 3,959 mile radius. Do you understand that?
No, I'm sorry, I don't. Let's try to go over that one more time. Like, because the Black Swan has the distance to the
oil rigs.
To the oil rigs. Okay, so we know that the oil rigs are a specific distance away, and then we can see the horizon behind the oil rigs, and so we know for
absolutely. So yep.
We know for a fact that the horizon behind the oil rigs is how far away?
10 miles.
Greater
Let's
than
give you,
greater.
How do we know
than the distance.
How do you know it's 10 miles away?
No. This is what you're not getting. The 10 miles is just a value. I told you earlier, it could be 20 miles. I told you it could be 20 miles because
What do you mean it could be? How do we measure it?
All right, listen.
Actual horizon behind the oil rigs.
Calm down.
Oh, I get it. I see the problem now.
Right. It's behind them.
Where?
Behind them, dude. So it's a minimum. It's a minimum of the distance of the furthest oil rig.
Yeah.
Okay, so
if you want.
Hold on, I'm speaking. Thanks.
Go ahead.
So if the horizon is an intersection point of the leading edge of a sphere with your eye line, which would be a tangent, and a tangent is an intersection point on a circle that has a certain relationship, then in order for that to be a tangent line, it must be a bigger globe. Otherwise, it's not a tangent line, which means the horizon is not an intersected tangent line to your eye line. It's just an optical effect.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm sorry. I was trying to digest what you're saying. Can you run that through? Wait, let me see if I can understand. So,
okay. If the horizon is an intersection point of a tangent line between you and the edge of a ball,
yeah,
it can't be in two different places unless you've changed your position. So if you're at a specific spot on the ball, the intersection of your eye line is going to be at one spot on the circle because that's the definition of a tangent. It can only intersect at one spot.
But it would be like the horizon. That would be like the horizon, right? Because the horizon's a really straight, perfect line. And
so perfect. So if the intersection point of the tangent line is the horizon, and he showed you a demonstration of the horizon being 10 times removed from where it should be, then if it's the intersection point to a ball, it must be a bigger ball and a smaller ball. So each day it's a different sized ball.
You had me like all the way up to that last part. So you're saying why is it a different size? Why would it have to be a different size ball again? That's where I'm like, I get lost.
Because dude, in order for you to be in the same location you are, but the tangent line to a circle be at a different location, the circle has to change sizes. It's the only way.
Oh, okay, wait a minute. And
so in other words,
if you're on a ball, you would just have the tangent line to the edge of the sphere.
Okay,
like that would just be the tangent is the.
And at different, you're right, and different size spheres, correct, and different size spheres would have different tangent line lengths, correct?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So the only way, nobody goes, that's being said when I'm speaking, Apocryphon.
Whoa.
You didn't learn that by now?
Go ahead.
Thanks. So, ipso facto, by deductive logic, if a tangent line is intersecting a circle at one point, and the observer location stays the same, right, then that is going to be a particular line. In order to alter that line, you either have to move the observer around, but we've already decided he's going to stay in the same place. So then the only way to make that tangent line extended is to change the size of the circle.
Exactly.
Okay, but so I wouldn't change the size of. I wouldn't change. Or wait a minute. The like I still understand why we're coming up on changing circles. Why are we talking about the changing circles again?
Because if the horizon is the edge of a ball,
Yeah.
right, which is an intersection of your sight line to the ball, the only way that can change locations is for the ball to be a different size.
Why would it change locations?
No, it's not how would it. He's demonstrated to you evidence that it did. So it's already been done.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it changed locations because the oil rigs are in a certain spot at a certain distance, and then the horizon behind it is different.
Yeah, it's 10 times greater than where it should be.
Well, wait. How do we but that goes back to me asking, how do we know how far away the horizon behind the oil rigs is?
Doesn't matter. It's at least 10 times further.
You keep making the claim that it's like further away from the.
No, friend.
Okay.
If something is behind something else, it's further than that thing. Do we agree?
No. No. You can just be. I can be standing right behind you, and I wouldn't be any further away.
Okay.
You could be standing right behind me by 1 inch, and you'd be 1 inch further. Holy crap!
We're spooning, bro.
Okay, Talon. Let's say this. Okay, forget 10 miles. Let's use 9.41 miles because that's literally the mark. The what?
Sorry, how are we getting these numbers? Those are just random
because
numbers.
Because that's the distance from its location of the observer.
To the observer.
The oil rig. The oil rig. No, it's not, dude. Dude. Talon. I'm starting to think you're being disingenuous here. You already said this point. The oil rig.
Conflict.
Check it out, brother. The oil rig is the demarcation point.
Okay.
The oil rig is at 9.41 miles off the shore. It's fixed to the ground under the water.
Yeah.
So it is in a fixed position. So all he's saying is the horizon is beyond that oil rig. So it's further than 9.41 miles, at least by 1 centimeter.
But what does the oil rig have to do with the horizon past it?
I'll tell you why. Because the 9.41 value we get from the oil rig, because if you just had you looking out across water to a horizon without any demarcation points, you'd have no idea how much is between you and the horizon. You have to have something to demarcate the distance, right?
Exactly.
Hold on, wait a minute. I would have to have something to demarcate the distance.
Yes. Imagine, if you will, my friend, that somebody, just imagine this. Imagine somebody set up buoys every mile, and he set up 20 buoys, and you could see 19 buoys. That means that you're seeing at least 19 miles, correct?
Sure. Yeah. If you can see those 19 buoys, then you can see for 19 miles. Sure.
Right. So if you could see something 9.41 miles away and the horizon behind it, then you can see up to 9.41 miles.
All right. Cool. But that's with the oil rig. So we can see the oil rig, and we know that, and just seeing it doesn't actually tell us. You have to measure the distance by getting on a boat and doing.
I mean, dude, the oil rig is fixed to the ground. It has permits pulled. It has a location on maps. I mean, it's not a mystery how far away it is.
Well, it is until we measure it. We can't just guess and know exactly it, and we can't just look at it and know that it's 9.41 miles. Our eyes are not equipped.
No shit.
Correct. That's why you coordinate it. That's why you coordinate it with the local. See whatever they do, the map the area where they put the thing, so that you can pull it up, get the data. That's how far away it is.
But that's the fun thing about this. I'm so happy that we're still talking about this, because this was one of the first things that you guys showed me, like when you first got to the channel, and we never thought about or talked about how we know how far away the horizon behind the oil rigs is.
No one ever said exactly how far away it was.
No, that's
We
yeah.
were
I
we were saying
totally thought we like that's what I didn't understand until today.
okay, that's fair. Okay, so instead of saying 10 miles, right? That because now we're just assuming, right? Let's just say 9.41 miles mathematically, because that is a known distance to that oil rig. Now, even in that own math, we know that mathematically it debunks an observer at 1 foot height above the surface can even see it to begin with, because technically you should only be seeing something, the surface of the water from a 1 foot observer, to be 1.22 miles away without refraction. We could add refraction into it. Now we're like at 1.3 miles. Okay, fair. But the reason why AI is telling you we're seeing 10 times further is because we're seeing something 9.41 miles away. Now, let's not argue the horizon behind it at this point, because I think that's where you're losing it. That's where you're getting off.
Yep, that's a huge sticking point for me.
I know. But guess what? We don't even have to do that. We could just stick to the 9.41 mathematically. And with the 9.41 mathematically, do you live on a, let me do the math, hold on.
So
do you live on a, with that being said, do you live on a ball that has a 63.8 mile radius?
Because
63 point.
Now we're talking about whether or not the geometric horizon is 9.41 miles away. Is that what we're saying now? Is that the
mathematically, yes. Because now 63.8 thousand miles. Okay. 63,000 miles away to mathematically be able to see an oil rig at 9.41 miles away. Mathematically. Do you live on a ball that has a 63.8 thousand mile radius? You would say no.
No, that is correct. I would say no.
But the observation, for your paradigm would have to say this is what it is mathematically. This is why we're telling you the whole entirety, by the way, is nonsense. It's not a ball. It's not a ball at all. It's just a planar position, and you're able to see something at a distance because the environment allowed you to see that at that given moment. And I think they could do it two times a year. It's between the beginning of the year and towards the end of the year, like the first quarter and then the fourth quarter of the year. This observation can be documented again, observed again.
So one of the big issues that I'm actually kind of noticing now is that the oil rigs are not on the same horizon. They're on, like, they appear to be, obstructed at different heights in the Black Swan. And so, like, how can the geometric horizon be both 6.21 miles based on the...
No, I got you the answer. I got you the answer, brother. The answer, wait till you hear this answer. Talon.
Yeah.
So simple. You just answered it, but you didn't realize you answered it. What you just said is that the horizon cannot be geometrically in multiple places simultaneously, and it can't have a different size. Therefore, the horizon is not a geometric location. It's an optical phenomenon. There is no globe Earth horizon that's the leading edge of a ball.
Exactly.
There you go.
Well, but that would show up in the picture. The oil rigs would match in height, even if they were, like, being refracted.
No.
And bent downward. They're on different horizons, so they're being refracted differently.
Okay. Okay. So remember earlier.
Okay, hang on. No, don't even answer. Okay, listen. What you just said is that the both of the oil rigs appear to me to be different. Therefore, they're either on different horizons or they're on different horizons. Therefore, they appear to be different. A ball only has one geometric edge, not multiple. So you just admitted that everything you're seeing is in the optical effect category, and has nothing to do with the geometry of a giant ball whatsoever, because the giant ball doesn't exist.
Exactly. Do you understand, Talon, that mathematically you're trying to ascribe your ball with a radius of 3,959 miles? You're trying to make it make sense. The fact that we've observed something that debunks that radius. Do you understand that?
I don't agree, but I understand.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that we're like working on different. We're trying to prove that the globe is wrong with the black swan, and we are trying to understand it with horizons and the distances to the oil.
Now, do you understand? Now, do you understand that in order for that to make sense on a 3,959 mile radius, is to add a refracted coefficient of negative 150 mathematically? Do you understand that?
Maybe I'm not like I don't know enough to disagree or agree on that one mathematically. Like, let me try to write that down again so I can kind of figure it out. Like,
no, you don't even need to. You don't even need to. Apocryphon, just change your point to not that and only for it to make sense. No, you don't need to appeal to that at all. You just straight up say it makes no sense because there's no conditions that demonstrate any geometric horizon in any of this because the horizon's optical, not geometric. Okay?
There you go.
Now, if Talon has a counterclaim to that, he has to bear the burden of proof to prove it's geometric. You don't have to keep waffling back and forth, giving him all these hypotheticals of what it coulda, woulda, shoulda. Okay, it's clearly not a geometric location, just as we've demonstrated for the past 17 hours. Listen to you say the word mathematically 7,000 times.
Optically,
in conclusion, the horizon is an optical effect, not a geometric edge of a giant ball that people think they live on, which they don't. I rest my case.
Okay, I'm cool with like the optical effect of the horizon because that is kind of where the Earth is no longer elevating from our position, unless there's like a mountain in front of us. Like it would, you can see the mountain, and then when you're at the top of the mountain, you can only see a horizon from the top of the mountain because you're as high up as you can go on the surface of the Earth physically as an observer, and even on a mountain, there's still sharp horizons all around you from the top.
Yeah, that's good. We understand that when you look at a horizon, you're imagining that it's the end of the Earth, and the Earth behind it is curving down and away. We know that's what you imagine. Okay, you've never witnessed any of that. All as you've witnessed is horizons, and all as they are is optical effects. So if you think you live on a giant ball that has some geometry that you can demonstrate, then by all means, give us that geometrical demonstration.
So, I mean, the easy answer to that is a tangent line from the observer to the edge. That would explain the horizon.
Yeah, we understand that, which we already told you that in order for that to be the case, you have different sized globes.
I don't necessarily want to make that claim. I just want to know the distance to the horizon, like from the observer, and how we figure all that out. So that
9.41. Let's just stick with that. Because that was the demarcation of the oil rig itself. That is a no.
Holy crap. Listen. I'm going to make this very clear. We're not looping around and doing the whole thing again. If anybody wants to do that again, they can just rewind and listen to the stream 17 more times.
I thought we were making progress. I just...
there's absolutely zero progress has been made. So unless Apocryphon can advance the convo, I'm going to have to stick a stake through it like a dead vampire.
I mean, yeah, because you kept jumping. You were jumping in and not letting him talk. Just.
Because Talon, because I'm the boss.
Yeah, that's cool.
In case you didn't know.
I have full respect.
And
for
so
you.
I have a burden for the listeners to not make them feel like they want to stab a pencil through their ears because they're listening to you and him say the exact same words on repeat, and they can't tell whether it's a recording of what they just heard or not.
Yeah, no, it's cool because that's where we were talking on Sunday, and I like the idea of limiting the amount of time that I'm talking, so that way we're not dragging out for too long. So, is there any?
Yeah, no worries, bro. You got listen. I'll tell you this, dude. You guys,
or are we just gonna take a break?
Fair enough, but as the only contention I have is that there was a few incorrect things said, but you guys kind of were working through it.
Yeah,
and you're being respectful to each other back and forth. So my main complaint was you were just going in circles. That's all.
Kind of. Well, it was a good back and forth, and just in conclusion, we can wrap up with like kind of leaving. So where we're leaving off is the how the Black Swan is proving Glober's wrong with the distances to the horizon and the relationship with the horizon and the oil rigs and the distance to those oil rigs. And I'm pretty good about remembering where we left off. So like, I have a really good I like the last two conversations have been super productive, and I'm really appreciate APOC walking things through with me, so that way we have like kind of a good discussion of whether or not we actually get anywhere is and like proving anything is not necessarily as important as understanding each other, and so that's how I like to look at it to try to get.
Sure. Yeah. So we'll leave it that the horizon is an optical effect, not the geometry of a giant fantasy globe. I agree.
Well, so we can agree that the horizon is the Earth in terms of like our viewing distance in front of us, and we're standing on a surface. Like the surface of the Earth and the horizon are the same thing to you, right?
Not necessarily.
Like, at what point does like the horizon, like what point do you question the horizon being the Earth?
Well, let me explain it to you. So you look out, right, across a body of water. You take the definition of horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground, or some more advanced definitions some art definitions. Some art definitions might be where the color field of the sky meets the color field of the surface, right, of the earth, whether it be ground or water, right? So it could be water. So for example, if you look out across water, you could, like, I'm imagining drawing it, right? So you look out, you draw your little sandy beach, then you draw some dark blue water, then you draw a line, right?
Yeah.
And then you draw some light blue for sky. Now you could actually go out in the real world and see a similar image. You could see, I'm at the beach, there's orange sand, then dark blue water, and then all of a sudden there's light blue sky. You could say that dark blue water stops right there at that line. But then in the light blue section, you see a dolphin jump out of the light blue sky color and jump back into the light blue sky color. So then you scratch your head and you'd be like, well, clearly there's more water beyond where the dolphin is. But that's because, for example, in this instance, it's such an acute angle because it's so far away that the water is actually reflecting the color of the sky off of itself. So even though the horizon, right, is that junction between where you think the earth and the sky are meeting, it's not necessarily where it's physically being demarcated.
But
it's just colors.
Yeah, no, I totally get that, but we do agree that the Earth is what's creating the horizon, whether it be like water or
the way perspective works. Yes, the way perspective works
is the horizon.
Yeah, a portion of your field of view is made up of the surface of the Earth, and a portion of your field of view is made up of the sky. And where those two appear to meet or exchange and become one or the other, that's what you would point at and say that's the horizon. Yeah.
Okay.
Did you ever take an art class, Tellen?
Yeah, I've watched a lot of Bob Ross, and so I've only seen him use one horizon. So.
Okay, so do you know what they call that horizon?
What?
They call it the vanishing point. In art, they have a vanishing point, which what that means is that everything's going to disappear into that point. And even though you draw, let's say you're going to draw.
Well, that's wrong anyway. That's wrong anyway.
No, the vanishing point is where everything.
Hey, listen. One of us is an officially licensed art teacher, and one of us ain't. Guess which one?
Okay, so AI, are you going to argue that a vanishing point?
Now, why don't you just ask me? Why don't you just ask me, since I know what I'm talking about?
I'm literally asking you. What are you talking about? I said AI, and I'm addressing this question to you. Would you agree that a vanishing point is where the sky and the surface of what you're drawing is where everything's going to be drawn a line to where it's no longer visible? Yes or no?
No, you made a mistake. You made a critical mistake. And on a piece of paper, when you draw your horizon, first you're going to decide what vantage point you're going to have, looking up, looking down, looking straight ahead. That's going to decide where you draw your horizon line. You're going to draw your horizon line across the page and then you're going to pick a point on the horizon line to do your 1 point perspective, not the entire line. Or you're going to pick 2 points if you're going to do 2 point perspective. Or you're going to pick a point above or below the horizon line if you're going to do 3 point perspective. So it's not the case that the horizon is the vanishing point. Notice how one is a line and one is a point, and points are not lines. Got it?
Okay. So the vanishing point, which is usually where you're going to make a point on the piece of paper and you draw a horizontal line, okay? And then you're going to ascribe that anything beyond that line, which was produced by that point, is going to where we can say it's going to vanish into that horizon from left to right of the paper. Yes or no?
Okay, I'm cool with that. Yeah, I'm cool with like not being able to see.
I mean, loosely, but not precise.
Okay.
If Talon understood what you're saying, I'll consider you his para.
So like AI, so AI, just to confirm, like when Bob Ross is doing a mountain, and then he puts a horizon. Well, I guess there wouldn't be really a horizon in the mountain ones. Like
in other words,
time he's on horizon ones is
you could still listen. You could still have a functional horizon that's not going to be manifested in the final image. So you could draw or decide an arbitrary point on your page, which you're going to consider the horizon, and then you could do vanishing points to it. But you don't have to, because remember, these are techniques to simulate what you would see outside. So a lot of artists don't need to do it. They can just do it by seeing those things in their mind. They don't actually have to draw them on the page.
So in other words, let's say I'm an artist, okay, and I draw my little vanishing point, that I put on the paper. What that means is that I'm not going to draw another mountain on that point, because that then negates the fact that that was the vanishing line. The vanishing line is where you're not seeing anything else. So like compressed images, right? So let's say you draw like a building, okay? And you have a perspective in your drawing to where you can now see the bank and the market and the barbershop on a street. And then you way in the distance, so far away, I'm not going to draw another building, because that is now the vanishing line where there's no, angle of view to represent a structure in that drawing. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I also understand what Overlord is talking about, because that is can be pretty much any angle. And correct me if I'm wrong, AI, but that just establishes perspective when you're drawing when you're painting on a 2D. But that's only because when you're painting on a two-dimensional canvas, you have to establish perspective within the picture. But like that doesn't have anything to do with the horizon. That just has to do with how deep you want to make the painting appear. Even though it's a flat two-dimensional painting, but you got to physically add perspective with the vanishing.
Correct, because you're creating a 3D. Correct, correct.
That's why. But I can see why AI is disagreeing with you there, and that doesn't help us explain like the geometric location of like actual space.
That's another story. That's another story.
Right. Well, that's what AI is saying to you, and so I agree with AI and not you in terms of like the vanishing point being comparative, because AI taught me that the vanishing point in a painting isn't how we would establish a geometric distance from the horizon in real life.
No, I agree to that. No, you're right. You're right. We're not establishing a geometric position. We're just establishing a point of reference optically.
Yeah.
And what's going to change that is the elevation of the perspective from the observer's point of view as to how far you can see. Now, all I'm saying is that according to that elevation, through the perspective of your height to be looking at these buildings, eventually everything's going to vanish into that horizon that you've established on your painting. That's what I mean. Maybe I misspoke. Maybe I did.
You're right. No, you're right. But you've got it backwards. Like we can paint perspective on a two-dimensional canvas because of the concept of living on like in a three-dimensional dimension in our universe. It's 3 dimensions. And so you just got to backwards. No, with all due respect, I'm not like trying to say you're
No,
backwards.
that's fair. That's fine. Maybe I didn't explain myself good enough. But the point being though, that in an art class, as AI, he's ready to explain that. In an art class, you're going to take a 3D drawing using all these lines, straight lines that are on a 2D paper, but you're going to create a 3D world, giving them depth and height and thickness accordingly, because drawn to that vanishing point. All your angles have all the angle of the building, whether it's tall or short. That's what's going to describe them of their height in a 3D drawing on a 2D surface is where they're going to vanish to a certain point. All those lines, they're going to be drawn straight to that point. So that's what's going to give you the depth and the height. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally cool.
Okay.
I get that.
Okay. Just double checking. You're roboting. You're roboting badly.
Oh, give me a second.
No, you're good now. You're good now.
Perspective. And what atmospheric perspective is, a different type of perspective that gives you depth information by blurring or desaturating colors that are in the background versus the foreground. So, for example, I live in the New England area with lots of rolling mountains. So I can be driving on a road and I could see like 12, 15 mountains in a row. And each mountain that's further away, the first one's nice, bright green. The second one's pretty green. The third one's greenish. The fourth one's blue, like getting a little faded blue. The next one's like almost gray. And then they start blending into the sky where I can barely tell the difference. And so each one is successfully more bluish gray as it goes into the background, and more blur and less definition in the trees, et cetera, et cetera. So that information right there could tell you that something's further away. You wouldn't even need any points. You wouldn't need any lines of any type of perspective lines, and that would tell you that you're in an environment where it's receding into the background. Because that's how we see in the real world. And in the real world, all of those context clues give us a sense of where we are in space relative to our environment.
Just like Bob Ross used to paint, where if the further away of the tree along the lake, and the further away, he would change the colors. You're absolutely right, AI, because the further away you get, those colors change. And he literally would even change like the shadow, of the tree from a perspective, because you're right. At the further away you get, those colors do change all the way as far as you can see in his painting. And those colors are very, very important, because that's what ascribes the depth of that picture. That's how you know there's depth, because the way the colors are changing at a distance. So that's a good point. I'm glad you brought that up. Very good point. So, Talon, at the end of the day, it's not a globe.
Got him again.
Let's just cut the shit. Let's just cut the shit. Let's cut the shit, bro. It's not a globe.
Did you see LL call me a retard?
At the end of the day, you've been demonstrably, is that the right word? Debunked.
At the end of what day? At the end of how many hours in a day? What? How many days? How can we have days again?
Well, yeah. Can we ascribe how much time you've been in this argument and you're still stuck in the nonsense? We're just trying to help you, dude, to see how your paradigm has been thoroughly debunked. And we're taking all these different angles, right? Like, pun intended, we're taking angles to show you how it's not what you believe it to be. Welcome to Flat Earth, by the way.
I like the Black Swan. I didn't understand what the Black Swan is, so I'm kind of glad that I can ask questions about it.
All right. Well, I hope this entire conversation. I hope you don't go reset. I hope you're not here tomorrow asking the same lame questions you have already. I'm just saying, bro. You've been look at. We wouldn't be here if everything we said wasn't true. Everything we said is true. This is why we're here, to spread that truth. This is what 24/7 does.
Yeah, and you know it's true, and you know it's true because we're here. Not that that's logically fallacious or anything.
I'm here.
It's a what's that called? A false equivalence.
I'd have to be fucking arguing about abortion or some stupid shit if you guys weren't here.
There you go.
Sucks. This is more fun. I love science and geography
and math
and astronomy and physics.
Yeah. I mean, a lot. By the way, which by the way, the foundations of many of those things are pseudoscience. By the way, it's pure pseudoscience. There's a lot of non-science in a lot of those categories.
Science is pretty rigorous. I mean, I tried to go to school for nursing and took a lot of biology and philosophy classes and stuff.
Cool.
So you don't want to make assumptions. You don't want to just guess.
Yeah. That's why I jumped into your guys' playing field and I used your own math to debunk your own math.
Yeah, because I want to correct. Because I mean, I didn't. I'm not fucking. I'm a caregiver. I don't do fucking math all day. So I'd like to see like how you guys do it, and then just tell me whether or not it's correct or not, and why it's correct.
So then, everything that I've shown you, does that help you to realize the fallaciousness of your own point or your position? Because at this point, you had a whole lot of trust me, bro, and I believed it to be, but we just like systematically broke it down for you to realize how you can no longer say trust me, bro, and I believe. Now you can believe in a lie. That's fair. That's fine. I'm not gonna take that away from you. But after hearing the truth, and this argument may not be for you, it may be for the listener who actually grasps it. Not to put you down, not to be a dick. I don't want to say that you didn't grasp it.
Yeah.
But I hope that somebody did. I hope you did. I hope you realize your position, your false position, to be.
Well, I understand the whole like, and we can go into because even with like the what is a black swan being that like all swans are white, and then there's like a swan that's black. I mean, it's not all swans are white,
right? Yeah, that's why when they first introduced this, they said this is the nail in the coffin. And then we've driven so many more nails in that coffin, by the way. It's so further down, dead and buried. Like, I don't know how else to explain it to you. You either get it or you don't. It's very simple to get it, by the way. You just have to push aside the bias and the nonsense rhetoric and indoctrinating, brainwashing, of what they told you is factual. But we just clearly use those same facts they told us to realize it's not. You've been lied to. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson, that motherfucker.
That stuff is flat.
So when we say flat, though, like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean flat when it comes to like mountains and stuff? And like, how are we working with that?
Well, clearly there's topography, but even the elevations of those are derived from a baseline. So if you can imagine, okay, you're God and you're going to build an earth on a table and you're going to have elevations for all these things, okay? But the baseline that you're going to calculate that elevation it's going to be a planar position, an XYZ grid in Cartesian coordinates. You're going to have an XYZ grid. This is why we have different elevations of things along the XYZ grid. And then
So
you
what
say,
XYZ grid are we talking about? Like length, width, and height?
You can ascribe that to it, I guess. But
okay.
But the point being is that if you take a step back and say, well, that thing in the distance is lower to my position. Welcome to perspective. Welcome to angle of view. Welcome to angle of resolution. You're going to see something in the distance lower than what it actually is, and we could easily ascribe that to the light poles that go down a 2-mile road. Yes, they do drop. Matter of fact, you might be taller than a trash can the farther away you get from it, if it was taller than you, or a light pole. You can be taller than a light pole the further away it is from you, because that's how it works through perspective, through
Taller than a light
optics.
pole?
Yeah, you can be taller than a light pole. A 3-story light pole next to it, standing looking up, that's fucking pretty high. As it goes away from you, it's lower. As it goes furthest away from you, you're now taller than it. Because now it's compressing to the horizon of your field of view, of where you're now saying, hey, wait, how am I taller than this light pole? I know these light poles are 3 stories high. How am I taller than it? Welcome to perspective. Welcome to the angle of resolution, that we can actually see things dropping the way we see things. That's literally the way it works. But what has happened is that globers have put a calculated value to these things and say they're dropping over distance because there's a globe, as opposed to saying they're dropping over distance because of perspective. And that's the hijacking of reality that we try to tell you guys over and over and over again. Do you get it?
Perspective doesn't make things appear invisible when, like, ever.
Mage, are you globing, Mage? Did you just say that perspective is a thing? Now I gotta tap out because fucking Mage just did some globe shit, I think. Let's hear a Mage out. What's your globe? Go ahead and say that again, Mage. I'm gonna mute myself because the glober has come along.
Yeah, so like regardless of perspective, you zoom in far enough, you'll still be able to see it if it's not like being obfuscated by any curve. But it's not. If you tell you
Wrong. Zoom doesn't necessarily increase your aperture. So you're still going to have a limited angular resolution. So you wouldn't have an infinite ability to zoom and resolve things that have passed beyond both the angular resolution limit you have available to you in the optic and the fact that light in the real world actually has a wavelength, unlike in artworks, which is an ideal because you don't see in linear perspective, in case you didn't know that.
this is all word salad. Like, make your argument.
Yeah, my argument is you're wrong.
Your argument is not. Okay.
No, my argument is you're wrong for the reasons I just outlined.
That was all word salad. That didn't mean anything.
Whatever, dude. Mage, I ain't got time for accusations of word salad. So you're actually not contributing anything. So unless you want to, salvage your presence here with something intelligible to say,
Can you say that one more time about perspective, Mage?
Go to sleep.
I genuinely hear you. I genuinely want to hear what he said about.
No, dude, he needs to go to sleep, bro. He needs to go to sleep, Holmes. Dude's about to have an aneurysm from lack of sleep.
Mage doesn't understand how perspective works.
How does perspective work?
It's the way you see things.
Okay.
Is that it?
So I'm looking at things.
I'm gonna write that down.
I hold my hand to my face.
I want to.
Put my hand away from my face. It appears a bit smaller.
How does perspective work?
Okay.
Oh, man, listen, I ain't staying up to moderate between Mez and the Apocryphon, so let the bloodbath commence.
If somebody makes a word salad claim, they should be required to make a list of the words that they had a problem understanding so we can explain it.
You're free to feel that way.
Okay. Well, I'll say one. Compression. What is perspective compression? Why does that happen?
We're waiting for Apocryphon to answer.
No, wait, what was the question? I'm sorry, I was getting another beer.
I just put you on the hook. I just put you on the hook, Apocryphon. I'm relaxing now.
Nice. What was the question?
What is perspective compression, and why does it happen?
You mean the way you see things and they get compressed in the distance?
Yeah, why is that?
So things get compressed in the distance.
That's a good question.
That's because that's the way your eyes see things in the distance. So like if you're looking down a casino hallway, okay, and let's say there's like 100 doors, okay, and there's a distance of your position looking at all these doors. Now the ceiling of that hallway is going to look like it's dropping to your position, and the floor is actually going to look like it's rising, and the left side of your eyes are going to come inwards, and the right side of your eyes are going to come inwards, left and right, and you literally have an eyeball that's the lens of it is spherical, right? Like it has your eyes are sphere, right? Don't get me wrong. And this perspective is going to make straight lines look like they're curving at a distance optically. But if you're to walk down the hallway, you'll realize the ceiling is still above you and the floor is still below you, and those two walls are still in their position. This goes back to like railroad tracks. This is why you know that things are compressed over distance. Do you understand that?
So I understand that in our perspective, things that are further away from us occupy less of our field of view, and therefore they appear smaller.
That's
appear smaller when they're further away.
I do have a question.
But this thing about straight lines appearing to curve, that doesn't quite make much sense, since none of the mechanics about perspective that have been described thus far quite explain things appearing curved. Secondly, why is it that things only appear to curve down and not up?
Not always.
All right, or in any
not always. Not always.
So I think one thing we're missing, the point we're missing here is the reason why perspective exists is because our eyeballs are primitive, and it's a physiological feature of our eyes. And so if like we had like big ass fucking eyes that had the power to zoom in, then we could change our perspective and see further out like eagles do. But we don't have that. So the reason why we have perspective is because our eyeballs
should be able
have
to
lenses that can only see so far, and so the light is Mage, is that a breakthrough, Mage? Because that's kind of where, like, please go on. But what were you saying, Mage?
Yeah, but cameras. So if what you're saying is true, then the same logic would apply to cameras. But cameras can't see.
Can do what the eyeball cannot.
Cameras can't see objects obfuscated by the curve.
Well, but that's just physical obstruction. Like that's just you're just assuming.
Exactly. Yes. Physically obstructed by what?
But I'm talking about the limit of our perspective.
By what? You said it's just physical obstruction. That's very important.
Right. Well, a building is in the way. It does the same thing.
Wait. What do you mean a building is in the way?
Like an obstruction, like any obstruction would prevent
our base of the building is hidden.
An object.
The base of the building is hidden. That's not a perspective thing.
Well, we would still have a perspective of how far away the building is.
Have you ever taken an art class, Mage? Have you ever taken an art class?
Holy shit! Does this matter?
Have you ever taken an art class, Mage? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mate.
Okay. In art class, they teach you about perspective, and the reason why they teach you about that is because that's how you can identify in your drawing or painting a depth or a height according to the observer looking at it from a distance. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome to perspective. That's the whole fundamentals of it. You have something in the distance that's looking lower to your perspective from your perspective as the observer, but it's not that it's shrinking. It's not that it's getting smaller physically. It's just perspectively getting smaller and compressing because of the way optics works. Do you not understand how optics works?
You're missing the fact that it's more than just the object appearing smaller. It's also the fact that the object, part of it is obfuscated. You can't see it. Perspective can account for that.
Okay, I'm not going to have a perspective to you behind a building if you're hidden from my view. But I would have a perspective of the building itself. Now, if you poke your little head out behind from the building, I can now draw perspective to you because you're now in my optics. You're in my line of sight. You're now in my field of view. Do you understand that?
Yeah, so what's the obstruction for these buildings?
The actual building is the obstruction. What are you talking about?
So
You're standing behind it.
so you're
You're
saying
poking your head out.
You're saying the building obstructs itself?
Holy, I don't think you're smart enough for this conversation at this point, bro. Come on.
That's literally what you just said, dude.
You said that the building obstructs itself. I did not say that. You now sound like a retard.
So what are you saying then? I'm asking, what is the obstruction?
You're a waste of time and breath, bro. Pun intended. You're a waste of time and space. Pun intended.
What is the obstruction?
You sound so high.
You're not ready for this conversation. Go sleep it off, bro. I'm drunk, by the way, and I can still run laps around you, bro. You sound like you're like 3 times as amount as I'm intoxicated, bro. Just stop already. You sound stupid.
Dodging. That's pathetic.
I'm dodging the fact that you're trying to imply that the building is blocking itself. I'm sure. I'm pretty sure even Globers are like, "What is this idiot talking about?" To you.
What is the obstruction? Answer the question.
Okay. If you poke your head out behind a building, your body is being obstructed by the building because all I can see is your head. Therefore, your arms, your legs, your chest, your feet are obstructed by the building that you're peeking your head around it. Do you get that? Yes or no?
Yes. Now what is obstructing the building?
Who said the building was being obstructed here?
That's what we observe. The base is missing.
You sound retarded, bro. You're just an idiot.
No, APOC, I see what you're getting wrong. I see. No, APOC, we're just talking about whether or not perspective wouldn't explain a building obstructing something behind that building.
Okay. With that, let's say this. Let's say there's a 50-foot story building that is a mile away from me, and I put my thumb up in front of my eyes, and now my thumb is obstructing the building because I can't see the building. I could only see my thumb.
That's
you understand that?
But what you're saying is that the thumb is obstructing your building. Perception is not obstructing the building because you're perceiving your thumb, but you're not perceiving. But you can't see the building, so you're not perceiving the building because the thumb is in the way. But so it's
that is perspective. Thumb. Exactly. That is okay. Have you ever seen the photo? Have you ever seen the photo of a guy with a dinosaur that's really up close to the camera? Okay, and the guy's now stepping on the dinosaur. Okay, and he looks like a giant. Okay, that's called perspective. It's the way you are now viewing it from your position. That is perspective, okay?
Yeah. But okay. But obstructing is obstruction. So like your thumb is an obstruction, not a perception.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Have you ever seen anybody holding up the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Or they're like pretending to.
Yeah. Okay. Would you say that's perspective?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Not
so
that.
But they're not. But we're talking about obstruction. So they're
okay. So when something. Okay. Even still, bro. No. Even still, when something is being blocked, that's from the observer's. Let me do this. Let me do this.
From the observer's
let me get the definition. Hold on. Let me get the definition for you guys. This is amazing here. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second, okay?
I'm ready. I'm in the pocket with you. I understand. I can speak Glober and like, so I understand Mage's position, and
Okay.
I'm trying to like deconstruct
By
it.
definition.
It sounds retarded.
Okay. By definition, perspective is a point of view how someone sees or interprets things. Okay? So when you see the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and someone's holding it up, that's your perspective. From your angle, from your view, you are seeing it the way you're observing it. That is perspective.
So that's Well, wait a minute. No. So again, now you're kind of losing track of the plot. Not with all due respect. To say that just looking at the Tower of Pisa is perspective, that is not entirely true. That is simply put an observation. But your perspective is the difference in the size of the Tower of Pisa in reference to where you're at. So depending on your distance. So the further away you are, the perspective of the Leaning Tower of Pisa will be smaller. So like when a person is doing like pretending to hold up the Leaning Tower of Pisa, that's taking advantage of the concept of perspective, which is that things that are closer to you are larger than the things that are further away, and so those are two different perspectives. That when you're observing more than one object.
Okay, but pay attention though. Okay, the obstruction, it isn't separate. It's not a separate phenomenon. It's literally a consequence of your perspective. Okay. In geometry, in drawing, in
it's in our eye. It's in anatomy.
Correct. Exactly. Exactly.
So like our eyeball
in your eye.
One lens, and so that's why we can have pictures like people pretending to hold up the Leaning Tower of Pisa, because you know that they're not really holding up the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
Exactly. It's your viewing angle.
Is only like a couple of 100 million years old, and and so it sucks. It's a fucking just a lens in a fucking ball of water, of fluid.
Okay, it's literally
upside down.
It's literally. Okay, just pay attention. Okay.
Yeah.
It's literally relative to your point of view. So no matter how you want to explain something's being obstructed or not, it's still to your perspective, because these are the things where we can optically, see something in our view. In our preview, we have a dinosaur that's being squashed, or better yet, how about this? You ever see when people stand really close to the camera and then way in a distance, there's a person that can stand between their legs, and it looks like literally like they're like crapping that person out, right? Because now they're obstructed, right, by the person that's closer to you, but perspective is giving you a point of view, which is a consequence of perspective, to where now that person in the far distance is now looking much smaller, and it makes that person look like a piece of shit coming out of the guy's asshole.
They're already smaller because they've gone a distance, but they're not changing
because of perspective. Exactly, because of perspective.
Right, but that doesn't explain the being actually inside the person. So, like when the person that's closer to you is obstructing the person that's far away, and they squat up, and then the person's goes from not being in view to being in view. That is not perspective. That is obstruction.
No, oh my God, dude, what are you understanding?
You're adding obstruction and then taking it away. You're
you're doing that. No, you're doing that. You're doing that.
Between the two locations, the two objects, is whether or not they're obstructed.
No, you're doing that. What I'm saying is that by definition, perspective is the observer's view with your eyeballs. Okay. Now, once something gets obstructed from the thing that you're looking at, it's still by your perspective, because guess what? You can take somebody with the camera and go 10 feet to the left, and they're not going to see the guy coming out of this dude's asshole. because his perspective shows a person in a distance and they're just shorter than the guy that's closer to your camera. Perspective is the observer's position.
What's the difference? Well, what's the difference between the camera with the person that's obstructing the view and the person with the camera that's not obstructing the view? Like can you see the person that's far away is only visible in the unobstructed view?
That is because of their perspective.
But the perspectives are the same. So like when the person that's pooping, the person that's close to the camera is a specific size, and then the person that's far away is a specific size, and you can only interchange and you can only obstruct their view by getting in the way of the camera. You cannot use just perspective to obstruct the view of the person.
Oh my god! It sounds like you don't understand the definition of perspective. It's literally it's very simple, brother. Listen,
they get smaller as they get far away. Right?
It's very simple. It's very simple.
Yeah,
whether they're being obstructed or not, perspective is how you are perceiving something to be from your point of view. So let me give an example. Okay, when a magician is palming a card, the person in front of them does not see the card. The person behind him does see the card. They both have a perspective from their eyeballs because they are now able to either see a card vanishing or see a card being palmed. This is called perspective. This is why a magician will not do a magic trick, not to give away the magic, with somebody standing right behind them. They want your perspective to be in front of them, so that way you don't see the palmed card. Do you fucking understand that? I'm getting angry now because I feel like I'm fucking.
We can call them,
Oh, Jesus, Crizzles.
So the sticking point is the obstruction versus perception. Like, can we you want to work on that one so that way you don't get mad and stay grounded? Like, what are we talking about when we're talking about like, we don't have to argue about perception of obstruction. I want to have unification on those two terms. Like, what is obstruction? Like, what would make you comfortable when can I say obstruction when something is like physically in the way of it, right? That's obstruction.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. By definition. Yes.
By definition, that's obstruction. And then perception is when you can see something far away, right?
No. This is where you're not.
Okay.
No. Perspective is what you are seeing. Doesn't matter the distance. It's just what you are seeing. Okay? You get that?
Yeah.
And the way you're seeing it can create to your own eyeballs, you're able to see something drop over distance in the sense of the size of it. Okay, look at the side chat. Thank you guys, by the way. Sasha posted it. Also, old dude posted it. These things are perspective. The way you are seeing, observing these things in the position according to the observer.
Okay.
Do you get that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then why are we talking about it? Are we just fucking just throwing shit around and just seeing what sticks to the walls? What are we doing here?
Right now we're on perception, and like we got to look at the depth perception and its relationship to when you can and cannot see things.
Okay, you're mixing two different things into one, but they do play a part. Okay.
Okay.
When you're perceiving something in front of you. Okay, let me give you a simple example. Okay, let's say you put my beer bottle on the table, of which I'm looking at right now. I perceive my beer bottle next to my cigarettes on the floor, on the table. Now, if I put my cigarettes box behind my fucking bottle of beer, I can no longer see my fucking cigarette box or my lighter. Let's say my lighter because it's smaller. Okay, that is obstruction and perspective clearly defined at a fucking grade level fucking understanding here. Okay.
So if you
what are you getting?
Okay.
By the way, let me get that cigarette.
I want to know how you're perceiving the cigarette box when you can't see it.
Wait, what?
How, like, you're saying you're perceiving the cigarette box, but it's behind the bottle of beer. So how are you perceiving something that's not visible?
No. Once you put something behind something, it's obstructed. And now my through my preview here, through perspective, that lighter has now disappeared because it's behind my Modelo. Get it?
It's not visible.
Exactly. So that's obstruction by definition. It's being obstructed. It's literally being covered up.
Yeah.
And now my perspective only sees. Okay, so if I was to tell you, let's say I'm like, hey, bro, I'm not smoking cigarettes. You're like, prove it to me. Okay, I take my cigarettes and I put them behind my 17 bottles of beer here. Okay, you can't see the cigarettes, so I can say, hey, you can't see the cigarette box, so then how can you prove that I'm smoking cigarettes? And you're saying, okay, well, from your perspective of looking at these, at the bottles of beer, looking for cigarettes on the table, from my perspective, I would say, well, you can't prove that I'm smoking cigarettes. But let's say somebody on the other side of the table has a perspective of seeing the cigarettes on the table and the 17 beers on the backside of it. Now they can say, no, I can see the cigarette box because that's my perspective. And it's not obstructed from my position. I feel like you guys are just fucking spinning my wheels, and I'm like talking to like grade school. Like, are you in 4th grade here, bro? What the fuck? You guys are fucking with me, bro.
No, that's cool, man. We're working on perspective because that's what Mage was talking about. So I wanted to break it down with you.
Okay. Do you understand what I'm saying now with my little analogy? Do you understand? Yeah. Okay, good. Let's move on. Yeah. Let me tell you how the Earth isn't a globe. How about that?
Tell us about the bottom-up obstruction and how that doesn't work on a globe.
Bottom-up obstruction is an optical phenomenon that happens of things that are at a distance with an optical phenomenon that's ascribing to where it's now disappearing because of the distance, because the ground is lifting up, the surface is lifting up to block it out. I literally have a fucking video for that. Matter of fact, the video I posted earlier from Lanolan, he literally points this out because he's on a snowmobile and he goes so far away that the cold of the ground in the environment where they're at, because they're way up like north of Alaska, the cold literally takes the ground and is lifting up to where when he drives further away, he disappears behind it. This is why I'm telling you, it's so imperative that you guys watch that video. And if you don't come back to us not fucking understanding that the world isn't a globe, then we can't fucking help you, because everything in that video clearly debunks a position of something's disappearing over the curvature of the Earth. Literally. Like, I don't know how else to help you, bro. At that
magic.
point.
It's just magic. That's what it is.
Well,
it's not perception. It's Doctor Strange sorcery.
I'm going to go grab my 18th beer. I'll be back. All right, let's go. Do you get it now, Talon? Do you get how you're just stuck in a paradigm that
I'm burning so many fucking calories trying to think about what you're talking about. It's gonna make me retarded.
At the end of the day, bro, we have to remember, bro, this conversation is not only about us, bro. It's about the listeners. And I think those that have ears, let them hear. And those who have eyes, let them see. Because I'm sure that those that get it, they're going to. And then they're going to pull away from the paradigm, realizing the asinine, nonsensical claims that you guys always introduce that have been debunked in discussion. Clearly, they've been debunked. We've talked about quite a few things that have debunked your position. And only those that are meant to get it, they're going to get it. Maybe not you. No, I'm not being a dick. I'm just saying, maybe not you.
Well, I think that the biggest sticking point is that perspective is about things that are disappearing as they get farther away. But with the horizon with globers, keep insisting that things are disappearing from the bottom up because that's the way it appears in real life whenever that happens.
Right.
So right there is like that's like where we're trying to figure out how. That's where we're trying to like unify the two conflicting ideas. Is that like we bring up perspective, and then the Globers will say that things are disappearing from the bottom up without getting farther away.
Right.
And so that's not perspective in there, in that specific way of context.
And here's where they are retarded. I posted a video on the side chat. Okay, look at that video. Okay. It shows you a boat completely cut off by the horizon. Okay, right now 3 hours later, you can literally see the entirety of the boat. This is a slam dunk to the fucking argument because it's clearly showing you. It's not that it's behind a curved Earth dropping away from your position. It's that the optical phenomenon is blocking it out because the conditions of the sky. And 3 hours later, you can see it entirely because now the environment has changed. And now you can see it. Now it's viewable. But a Glober would say, refraction raised it beyond the fucking curved Earth, which is bullshit because we talked about the math earlier. You would have to have a negative 150 refractive index. That's fucking asinine because no one ever fucking does that. But here's the point, bro. You either get it or you don't. When you're looking over across the checkerboard, things disappear with optical phenomenons and they block it out. And as those optical phenomenons dissipate, you can now see the fucking checkerboard being fucking perfectly flat away from you in distance. What the fuck don't you get under that, bro? How do you not understand this? And not to be really, very triggered here because I kind of am. I'm sorry, I'm getting a little loud. But what the fuck, bro? Like,
you
sound like you have a brain.
I totally get it. Like, it's really frustrating when like Globers keep bringing up the difference in being obstructed from the bottom up consistently every time with the horizon, and then like having to be stuck in this that refraction is what changes the view, because obviously in this video the boat's not moving and it's always in the same position.
It's anchored. Not really, it's anchored. It's anchored off the shore.
So it's hard for a Glober to apply perspective to something that's not moving, but then is not visible to, like, you can't see, you can only see the very top of the boat. So the bottom of the boat is not visible in the clearest view of the boat. And then, like, refraction would be the only explanation. And so, like, Globers usually have to just follow with the information available to them rather than, like, assuming something. But they, but you can, like, assume that the boat is only visible when it's clear enough to see, and that, like, if it is obstructed, it's not moving, but it's obstructed, then it would be something physical that's obstructing it, and it wouldn't be our eyeball, the limitations of our eyes. And so the only thing that would change that would be the refraction and the change in the time of the day.
It's literally the optical phenomenon of how the water itself is being raised up. This is what's really weird, bro. Like, Globers are the opposite. You have to realize refraction doesn't let you see something further. It hinders your view. So if when you wake up in the morning, okay, and the news tells you today's visibility is blah, 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 okay, not because the fucking globe Earth fucking, grew bigger that day. It's because the optical phenomenon happening in the distance is being obstructed because of the optical phenomenon itself, which is going to allow you to see further or lesser from your position, from the observer's point of view. Refraction blocks things out, just as the video I posted shows you. The refraction blocked the boat, but as the day passed through, now you can see the entirety of it. Because that refraction, that optical phenomenon that we are ascribing refraction to,
is now less in the sense of you can now see something in the distance because now the water has lowered, okay, optically, and now you can see it. That's the fucking point. Welcome to Flat Earth, by the way. And that's a slam dunk. That's a fucking hand fives all around. We're good. If you still don't understand, then you might have to be fucking, loonied up in a padded wall, bro.
What you're saying is that at the very beginning of the video, when you can only see the very tallest point of the boat, you can't see any of the boat itself, just like the bridge.
Yes, just the top. Yeah, just the top.
That's
of it,
because of refraction.
Yes.
And like the actual horizon, the really dark water, like the clear view of the water, except like up to the edge of the horizon, is because of refraction and not because of the water. Is it because of the water?
Yes.
So like but how is refraction covering up?
Have you ever seen the little image of Skunk Bay? How the water can block out the entirety of the land behind it over a time lapse. Have you ever seen that? I know you have. I know you have. Okay.
But like there's no refraction at the beginning of the video. Like it's super clear.
Okay, hold on though. Do you understand that what you're claiming is no refraction, but then as time lapses, it's now blocking the entirety of the land base and the buildings in a distance? You're trying to ascribe your position to say, refraction let me see it. No, refraction was blocking it out. You guys have it fucking ass backwards with fucking Freaky Friday going on over here. You're just wrong. You're not understanding the reality.
Okay, wait a minute. But I just want to make clear that I'm starting with just obstruction and no refraction and no perspective, and then as the video moves on, as a glober, I would say that the refraction is what bends the light up, like it bends the light over the horizon so that you can see.
That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong.
We have to get into how refraction works.
No. Okay. That's where you're wrong. Okay. At the beginning of the video, you can see the landmass behind it. Okay. And as the day progresses, refraction starts to make the water rise. Okay. It's not physically rising. Okay. It's just optically, as refraction is now making it rise and it blocks out the landmass behind it. And then as the environment, changes from your perspective through the medium of how you're looking through the sky over a body of water, now all of a sudden you can see the land again. That's because the refraction has actually dropped. And now this is why in surveying, when you have, so let me give you an example, okay? If you're looking at something at 7 in the morning or 8 in the morning, okay, and you take a shot, okay, then you come back at high noon, okay. Now all of a sudden you have a different value. You have a different point through your theodolite, and now mathematically, you're going to ascribe refraction to what you're looking at, because now light's bending and it's doing some weird shit, and it's going to make the thing that you observed earlier be out of place from that point. Do you understand? This is why they take 10 shots. They'll take 10 shots and they'll divide it by the median, okay? And they'll say, this is the point from a distance, because they understand and they know that optically, because of the way light's going through, and when you add temperature, that's why I said, 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning, into high noon, it literally will change its position because the way light works. But you globers are so deep into your paradigm and brainwashing that you're not grasping. It's not because the earth is curving, it's because light is bending in your paradigm. It's bending in a certain way to where now we're having to deal with a mathematical equation. That's why 7/6R is a standard, because they understand how things shift from position. Do you understand this?
Okay. Well, I mean, you keep saying shift position, but we're just talking like you're talking about its perception, whether or not you perceive it versus whether or not it's obstructed, right?
But I'm adding refraction into the as the coefficient to why you're seeing something perceived is not necessarily its actual position. Do you understand that?
The refraction coefficient is what allows it to become visible over the horizon. But
no. That's where you're wrong.
Is that I want you to show the ship obstructed because that's the part.
I already did. Exactly. That's why I posted it for you.
It's obstructed from the bottom up.
Exactly. That's why I posted it for you, so you can see the consequence of refraction. Because refraction will have a boat. Like it's self-evident.
It starts out with no refraction. That's the problem.
No. It starts out with refraction, and the water being raised up to your view. That's refraction. That's the consequence of refraction. That's why it's blocked. Now, throughout the day, the temperature changes, and now it's changing the refraction value. So guess what? If I was to take the boat with the water blocking out, I would have a negative value of refraction that I would ascribe to later on when it's now optically visible. Because now what I would introduce is that my refraction value is based upon a planar position and it drops down. But because it's blocked, I'm going to put the 7/6R. But as time prevails, now it's observable. So now I would have to add a negative. I'm purely speaking in your paradigm. I'm not saying reality. I'm saying in your paradigm, mathematically, this is what you have to ascribe to.
This is going back to the black swan. We gotta focus on the fact that the boat does appear and then it's obstructed and then becomes apparent from the bottom up. It's not getting closer or further away.
Correct.
It's only disappearing. But that's what I'm trying to prove as a glober is that it's only obstructing from the bottom up. There's no perspective involved because the boat is staying in the same position. So it's at the same perspective all the time, which would be the z-axis of the x, y, and z axis of our view, which is the vanishing point. And so it's not vanishing based on perspective at all because it's not moving on the z-axis. The only axis that's moving is the x-axis, and it's becoming either more visible or less visible, and that is only explained with a curve.
No, that's where you're wrong. Because your perspective from the get-go, okay? Your perspective is what you are visibly able to see. Now, when you add refraction,
part
when you add a coefficient of refraction, okay? You're now saying this is why it's being this is why it's being obstructed. Because refraction is now blocking the thing that I'm looking at because it's making the water seem higher than it actually is. Okay? It's obstructing the thing that's in a distance. Now, as the environment,
you can see more of it through refraction. So refraction is allowing us to see over the obstruction.
No. That's where you're wrong. This is what you don't get. When you are now looking at something to where you can see its full position, okay?
Yeah, you can see it.
That means that the refraction index has now dropped.
It went up higher.
It's now dropped. It's not higher. This is what you're not understanding.
It's more refracted. What do you mean higher?
No. This is what. Oh my God. This is where the hiccup is. This is what you're not grasping. If you can understand, okay, mathematically, you can understand. It's not to where it's lowering it or hiring it in your paradigm, in your explanation. It's the opposite of what you're saying. Refraction at a higher index is going to make something blocked out at a distance, okay? And as that refraction drops, you're now able to see something in a distance because now the optical phenomenon of it being blocked out has now dropped. And now you can see it. Just like Skunk Bay.
Do you have the video of that same thing happening on the Sky Free video of that same phenomenon with the boats happening on the floor?
Yeah.
You should show that. It's the same exact thing, but on a flat floor.
Yeah, let me get it. Let me get it.
But negative refraction bends light upward, so the further away it is, the more it would look obstructed.
So you're a concaver. So you're a concave earther.
Well, you're saying because negative refraction is concave refraction.
Yeah, exactly. If I was ever to introduce negative refraction, that is a concaver's position, because what they're telling you is that when I add a negative value to the XYZ position of how we calculated the refraction coefficient, when you go negative, it brings things up. When you go positive, it drops things down. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. In your paradigm, you're now technically a concave earther, because you would have to be, because mathematically that's what you're ascribing. And the Sky Free video shows you a boat with distance starts to disappear bottom up into the horizon, even though in your own paradigm, mathematically, that shouldn't be disappearing the way they observed it, because that doesn't mathematically represent your position. You would have to go ahead.
No, I understand what you're saying in terms of negative refraction. But I typed out a question really fast while I was listening to you, because I didn't want I wanted to pay attention to what you were saying, and so I just had to type it out real quick. But how do we know the refraction on the horizon is negative or positive? Like, where are we getting these refraction negativities or positivities?
In the paradigm.
What paradigm? What do you mean in the paradigm? Like that doesn't make sense.
In the paradigm that we live on a globe that has a 3,959 mile radius, because the refraction itself, it's baked in. That value is baked in. This is why mathematically, when things start becoming a negative value, it's to the radius of a 3,000. It's literally baked into the equation. This is why earlier I was trying to tell you, like, mathematically, we destroyed your fucking 3,959 mile radius, because technically, mathematically, you would have to invoke a negative refractive value to make it fit on a 3,959 mile radius. Do you understand that?
Why does that? You said, why does it have to be negative?
Because it's coming up. Because it's coming up. Okay. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention.
Yeah.
In your paradigm, okay, not in reality. In your paradigm,
what do you mean in my paradigm?
Because pay attention. Because when things are coming up in your paradigm, mathematically, you would ascribe a negative position to that, because it's when it's only if it goes up, it's negative. If it goes down, it's positive. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. It's based upon the radius that you're invoking. That's the paradigm. The paradigm is the radius. Okay.
But I don't do that.
Oh my God! Holy fuck!
Because now you're saying in my paradigm, but that I disagree that that's in my paradigm. I just want to know, like, how we figure out whether or not the refraction is positive or negative. Like, I'm not talking about paradigm.
Let me put it this way. In refraction, in refraction, do you know the formula?
No.
Okay. It's a value squared. Or, I'm sorry, not squared. It's a value multiplied by the radius. Okay? That's the paradigm. The paradigm is the radius. Okay? So, if I'm seeing something at a distance that's dropping mathematically on that paradigm, okay? That's because I have a radius, and the angle that I'm seeing it, there's a mathematical value to it dropping over distance. Now, if I can see it entirely, you would have to add a refractive coefficient of, now it's negative, because it's not dropping, it's now up. It's now in your preview. It's in your purview. So if you can mathematically calculate something that you can see in your paradigm with the radius, it has to have a negative value. Do you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
Vaguely understand. So you're saying that because we assume that there's a globe,
yes,
and we get a certain amount of refraction, that a refraction coefficient becomes negative?
If it is above that calculation, anything
What do
above.
you mean? What is above?
Okay. Let me put it this way. Okay. In that paradigm, in the formula, okay, in the XYZ position of something on a grid, if it's going down, it's positive. If it's going up, it's negative in your paradigm. Okay. So when we see something that we shouldn't be seeing, that's going to be ascribed to a negative coefficient of refraction because it's now higher than the baseline that we're calculating that position to from the observer's height. Do you get it?
No, absolutely not.
Fuck me running.
I'm aware. We're aware of the problem though, and so you keep hitting me with refraction coefficients, negative going up and positive going down. So I'm agreeing with those things. Those are the things I do understand that you're talking about. But like how we end up with my paradigm being wrong because I'm using refraction, like negative refraction, even though I'm not. That part I don't understand.
Because we have an observation from 1 foot observer to see the surface, right? The water of where the 9.41 mile distance of the oil rig.
Yeah.
To be able to see that, you would have to mathematically say it's negative 100 and something of a refracted coefficient. Technically, mathematically. But that is asinine. Okay? It's really simple. Let me break it up. Let me break it to you this way, okay?
Wait a minute.
Let me break it down. Let me break it down to you very easily, okay? The surface of the water is horizontal, okay? It's a baseline. It's flat. It comes from a position of 0 mathematically. On the XYZ grid, the ocean in all directions is 0. Okay? That is the baseline. Now, everything we see in a distance is going to be mathematically equated from that 0 position. Okay? In your paradigm, anything that's below 0 is positive, and everything that's negative is up of that 0. It's taking an upward position.
We'll say that one more time. Like that's where you're really blowing things up. We've got the baseline. You're at 0 degrees elevation on the at sea level, where the water is a flat horizontal.
Now, everything mathematically constructed about that 0 baseline.
Yeah.
If it's dropping, you guys call that a positive. If it's rising, you guys call that a negative.
A drop over distance versus a elevation?
Yes. Now, reality is that when you see something at a distance over a planar position with that 0 value, it is not a drop over distance.
Okay.
It is just a mathematical formula to where you're ascribing it to that 0 baseline. And it has to do with distance dropping optically. Now, technically, that elevation of it is not dropping. It's still, whatever the height of those things are in the distance. They didn't compress, but optically they compressed. Now, mathematically, we're gonna say, oh, it dropped over distance because that's the paradigm in the radius value.
Right. Well, that would be the paradigm, is that something on a curve would drop over a distance because it's curved away from you.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
But it's not.
But any light coming back over the curve would make something appear, even though would make something appear farther away.
I'm glad you said that. I'm really glad you said that because do you understand that optically from your position to see something, okay? And say that light, exactly, over a curve. Yeah. Do you understand that now you're invoking that light was bending and dropping, but in order for us to see that thing, it's now gone high up and then dropped back to our point of view through our eyes. This is where I call bullshit. Because let me give you an analogy, okay? Just listen, okay? If we had a fish tank, okay, on a table, right, and we set up a laser to shoot through the fish tank, and somehow we were able to look from the point of view advantage of that laser light, okay? Now we put a hole at the other end of the fish tank, and as the water drops down 2 feet in onto the floor, there's a pan, okay, that's going to catch the water, right? Now, if we shot a laser through that medium, the light will bounce and follow the water stream going downwards onto the floor, okay?
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the light's going to bounce back up, and then when you look through the hole, you're going to see the pan. That will never fucking happen. You're not going to see an observation of the pan on the floor just because the light traveled to it from the perspective of you looking at it at an orthographic view. From the side view, you see the light spreading, and like it hits the pan, and it spreads upon the pan on the floor.
You would see, but the pan would see the laser.
Yes, from an orthographic view. Listen carefully.
That's from refraction.
Listen carefully, bro. That's an orthographic view. But from the observer, listen carefully. But from the observer, they're not going to see the pan on the floor because all they're going to see is the hole on the side of the fish tank to where the water's pouring out, because light is not going to bounce off the pan on the floor and come back into your eyes perfectly. You're going to see a hole at the end of the fucking fish tank, and that's it. You're not going to see, let's say we cut let's say we color the fucking pan like green. That doesn't mean you're going to see a green fucking pan at the end of you looking from your perspective at the fucking fish tank. This is what you guys don't fucking get. Perspective and the way light bends doesn't fucking automatically constitute all of a sudden I can see. It doesn't mean that I can now see something on the bended fucking light. It doesn't come back to your eyes in that fashion. You know what, bro?
That's not the claim we're making. That
no. It's 1000% the claim you're making. Because what you're saying, and I'll tell you why. Because you're saying I'm seeing something over the ball Earth because light bent around it and hit it, and it came back to my eyes. But
no. That's
not it. Oh, really? What is it then?
So let's say the sailboat is on the side with the laser, and then it shoots the laser from the boat to the person on the shoreline. The laser would then bend over the curve in the atmosphere and hit the viewer.
Okay, you're not understanding what I'm saying. You're clearly bro.
Just like this, because you just brought up a stream of water bending light, and so the atmosphere would act just like the stream of water.
Okay. You're not
the person the laser from that through that curve.
You are literally not understanding what I just explained to you. Okay. When
you're talking about the laser going back, you're talking about the laser going back to the original source.
Exactly. Okay. Let me ask something. It's very simple, bro. It's very simple. When you see something, is that light bouncing off the object and coming back to your eyes? Yes or no?
If the pan itself was reflective, then the laser light that hit the pan and reflected off the pan and back into the stream of water, that would then also bend along the stream of the water and go back to the viewer. So you would totally see the reflected light on a reflection.
Wait. Are you saying that I can now? Are you saying now that I can see the color of the pan that's on the floor?
If the light reflected off of it, and it was something that's reflective.
Okay. That's where I have to look at this. Okay. Look at this is where I now have to disengage because you are not understanding the principles of what I've laid down as a foundation. Because if you wholeheartedly think that you can see the pan on the floor because the light has now bounced back up into my preview, into my perceiving it, then you are 1,000% wrong, and all you're doing is ascribing to your false narrative, and you're not accepting the fact that you wouldn't see the pan, but at the same time, that's what you guys are ascribing to, that the light bent over the ball and then it bounced back into your eyes. That's why you're seeing it. If you can't understand this, you are low tier Glober, and I'm sorry, not to be an insult, but you're just not grasping reality here, brother. I'm sorry. I'm going to get another beer. I'm going to mute up, and I'm going to let somebody else talk because I think I've talked way too much. And if you can't grasp what I just told you, then it's a dead end conversation because you're not going to see the pan on the floor looking through the fucking fish tank. Bottom line. But if you think you can, please go record it and and prove me wrong. I'm willing to bet everything that I have available to my fucking being that you would be debunked and lying. Go ahead.
I mean, if because either I just don't understand what you mean by seeing the pan, and versus like the light, like whether or not the view from the source of the laser is, you're losing me in basically you're just losing me in the hypothetical. Like I understand that you wouldn't see the pan, but if you were like looking through the same medium as where the laser is traveling, like the light, light's going all over the fucking place, and so why wouldn't it just travel? Why wouldn't it reflect back into the? It would reflect. You're not arguing that it doesn't reflect back into the water stream. It still like follows the water stream. Whether or not you see it, it doesn't really matter. Like we're just talking about how light is bending and reflects off of a pan, and then any of that light that's reflecting off the pan.
No. You have to understand. If you're in a dark room, okay, and you turn a light bulb, you're only going to see what's being bounced off of something and into your eyes. Now you can see it, but in your paradigm, if something is obstructed, listen carefully. Listen carefully, okay? Listen carefully. If something is obstructed, you cannot see it. Light isn't going to bounce off of it and come to your eye if it is obstructed. We go back to the definition of obstructed. Just because light's hitting, listen carefully. Just because light's hitting it, it doesn't mean you're going to be able to see it if it's obstructed. Now in your paradigm, you're saying I can see 9.41 miles away because the light bended over the curve, bounced off the fucking oil rig, and then came back to my eyes, and now I can fucking see it. No, bro. That's not the way fucking light works. Just like the pan on the floor. You're not going to see the fucking pan on the floor because it's obstructed by the end of the fucking table of the fish tank. You cannot see the floor from the fucking table. Just because lights... Oh my God.
Well, wait a minute. Let's just.
I'm about to fucking have a heart attack. I can't say that.
Yeah, let's call. Like, no,
Jesus Crizzles. Jesus Crizzles over here.
Yeah, because I don't want to worry about the analogy too much, like because it'll just suck us back into refraction and how refraction works, and we're on a pretty good page with that. So I totally get you're trying to use the analogy to explain some change in some conflict that we're having in terms of like how light is bending. But as far as like the one-way ticket of light, just bending through the atmosphere and being refracted, because that's like where we separate the difference between something that's obstructed and something that's refracted, because something that's refracted isn't necessarily obstructed, depending on the context, because you can still see something when it's refracted, but whether or not what you're looking at is the physical thing that exists may or may not be obstructed because due to refraction,
let me ask
light over a curve.
Let me ask something.
Even though it's physically obstructed by the actual horizon and by the Earth.
Let me ask something, okay? Just real simple, okay? If you're standing behind a tree, okay, would you say you are obstructed by the tree?
Yes.
The
tree obstructs the view of the thing behind it.
Okay. Now, let's add the most amazing refraction coefficient to it. Am I still going to be able to see you?
Depends on the distance between the tree and the person behind it. And your
Okay.
perspective.
That's fair. Let's say you're all the way up to the point where you can barely be seen visibly, okay? And we can ascribe that if I can see you, that's because refraction's happening and the light is bending the way it does bend in some way, right? But what we're talking about is you are way behind that point. With the 9.41 mile observation, you are 9 times further away. So in other words, let's get like a big, thick fucking tree, okay? Let's say that tree is 4 feet in diameter, okay? Yeah. Now, you're standing directly at a point where there's no way I could no amount of refraction is going to allow me to see you. Right. That is the fucking that's the black swan. Because there's no amount of...
The tree horizon, the edges, the sides of the tree would look like horizons, right?
Okay, exactly.
Perpendicular horizons.
Right.
So it would look like, so the tree would, perspective-wise, because the tree is a certain distance away, it looks flat even though it's round, right?
Okay, that's fair. That's fine.
And then, a person directly behind that, perspective-wise, a flat, but really in reality round tree, no amount of refraction would actually provide the view of the person. But if they were far enough away, or if they were so close to the horizon of the tree, they would then become invisible from the horizon of the tree to the side up. From the bottom up. Like, let's say if the tree was on the side, it would be bottom up obstruction, right? Because it would be like over around the curve of the tree.
Right. So now,
perspective, it looks flat. It's actually round.
Okay, but hold on though.
Tree-wise.
But hold on though. But in your position, in your paradigm, you are now ascribing an impossible position, because we're not talking about you're just right at the edge. We're talking about you're in the center of that tree. Mathematically, I can never see you, even adding a refractive coefficient, because you are at a point to where no amount of refraction is going to put you in my purview. I cannot see you. But you have to understand, this is why the black swan debunks you guys.
What, oil rig? Just the oil rig?
Yes. Because that oil rig...
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't.
I know you can say it doesn't all you want, bro.
Because shut
the hell up, bro. 9.41... Okay, let me... Okay, hold on.
There's a number of other reasons, but you can go on.
Okay.
If that's all you got, then you're screwed.
Yeah. Okay, you sound smart here. Let me ask something. Something that's 9.41 miles away when you should only be seeing 1.3 miles away. What would that coefficient be of refraction? Go ahead. I will wait in silence. Obviously. You're the one that spoke up, and you wanted to fucking try to justify your falsehood. I'm just asking you, what is the the refraction coefficient to where you should only be seeing 1.3 miles, but you're seeing something at 9.41 miles? Go ahead. What's that coefficient?
I don't know, because it's also an issue of air temperature and water temperature and air pressure, which is why you see the visible.
Let's get all of it included.
Can I get a sentence out? Which is why, one, you see the visible bending of shit in the thing. 2, you see at other points in the video ships disappearing over the horizon, meaning even if you think it's flat and not curved, you see different vertical positions depending on the time of day, which means light is bending because we know that these ships are those oil rigs aren't sinking, which means that if it is true that light is bending or else the oil rigs are sinking, that means that the oil rigs are actually not actually in a flat position. They're being bent up.
All right.
Like,
What's
or
that
else they're being
coefficient?
sunk.
All
So the
right.
own
Okay.
oil rig observation
All
debunks
right.
itself.
All
Why are
right.
they
So
sinking?
okay.
There
So
you
what's
go.
that coefficient?
No,
Yeah.
I just explained to you why the oil rig
What?
debunks
Oh my
itself.
God. So
Like,
what
if you
is the?
can't, no, it's not. It's not. It's not a
Yeah. You're
magical
not. Yeah.
coefficient.
You're not
No,
smart. You're
I'm
not
not.
smart
I
enough
don't
for
have
this.
to explain. Like,
You're not smart enough for
you are
this.
not
You're
understanding
not smart enough.
Just because you do not understand how physics and science works doesn't mean that I do not have to. Like, if you cannot explain why oil rigs are sinking, then you're done. Like, the own observation, your
what's the
black swan
Hey, listen
debunks
carefully.
itself.
Listen carefully.
It
Listen
debunks itself.
carefully. Listen
I'm done.
carefully.
I want to hear you talk to the other guy.
Yeah. You're done.
Brought up the oil rig
You were
video.
done from the beginning.
Sorry, go
You were
on.
done from the beginning. You were done from the beginning. What's the coefficient of refraction to give you a 9.41 mile observation from observation point to where you should only see 1.374? I
Again,
believe
you
it
need
is.
relative elevation numbers,
Yeah,
and you
you're
also
cooked,
need
bro.
a confirmation of the acting up swan.
You're just
And it's
bricked.
not one.
You're
Look,
bricked. You're
because the oil rigs are sinking, that means that light is bending, or else the oil rigs are sinking, right? Right?
We're done.
Are the oil rigs sinking, or is light bending?
All right, that's fair. I was done.
He's done. He gives up.
I think he's having a conversation in the background, so I'm gonna.
Oh
give him
no,
some
you're talking
time.
to me?
No,
Oh my god.
I'm talking to the guy that's having his hot mic.
Okay.
I got the popcorn out once you tagged in, Fish.
Because he brought up his quote black swan, or the quote black swan, shows it's of an oil rig with an unverified distance, appearing. Oh, look at this! You could see it from a
It's
certain
very
distance.
verified, bro.
Impossible.
Stop
Yeah, we know the
cap,
distance
So
bro.
of
here's the
an
issue.
oil rig, Fish. You gotta
The same
understand.
video. The
Fish,
same
you gotta
video
understand.
shows. The same video shows those oil rigs and ships sinking beyond the horizon.
You don't even know what you're talking about, bro.
Meaning,
You know what I'm talking about.
those oil rigs are sinking beyond the sinking, or light is bending. If you agree that the oil rigs aren't sinking, the question is, how much is light bending? But we know that it's bending, which means, and this is the crucial part. No, this is what's crucial. This is what's crucial. If light is bending, that means that the flat observation we see.
Hey, dummy! Why are you looking at the oil rigs, dummy?
On
Dummy!
the oil rigs, at the same time that if you look at the video, you see the bendy distortions. That means that because you're seeing something flat, but you know it's being bent upwards, and you know this because you also see the heat distortions on the actual sides of it. That means we're not on a flat surface.
Hey, dummy! Why are you looking at the oil rigs? Why are you looking at the oil rigs?
Is the proof.
Why are you looking at the oil rigs, dummy?
I brought it up as the proof. I just thought that was hilarious, and now he left. And now you're asking why I even brought it up.
Yeah, why are you looking at the oil rigs, you dumbass? It's not about oil rigs.
Well, the guy was talking about the oil rigs, and so I guess he's.
I'm right here, bro.
And the
I
oil
didn't go
rigs are
nowhere.
done.
I'm right here.
Oh, so
now the guy
Apocryphon is
acting like
talking about oil rigs when we're supposed to be talking about the
Talon,
horizon?
You continue. I just destroyed that dude.
You didn't destroy shit, bro. You came in here where you're not. Hey, Talon, do you realize what we deal with, Talon?
Oh yeah,
How he?
I hear it.
Yeah, you heard it, right? Everything we talked about for the past couple hours, and he comes in with that nonsense, and that's what we deal with.
Yeah, dude, he's just like, nuh-uh. He's just
exactly.
like, nuh-uh. He wants to get
You brought up the oil rig video,
have a
and I just
conversation.
indicted it as debunking itself.
It's not about oil
Your
rigs,
Black
you
Swan
idiot.
debunks itself.
I'm going to mute you.
Fish, you gotta be patient, dude. You gotta be patient. You gotta understand what they're saying.
Yeah, the point being is that he came in with obviously, bro. Like I broke it down to you, right, the whole time. But he jumped in with a paradigm, and he has a position that light is bending over a ball and coming back to our eyes at a distance that is clearly not even mathematically in your favor, by the way. I think we went over that too. But do you understand? Do you see what we deal with? The
Yeah, I'm
nonsense?
trying to get away from assuming the globe because it just makes things more difficult.
I'd agree, because mathematically, in your paradigm, it's debunked. You can't even say that's the globe at this point, because your globe is 3959 mile radius. We already went over how if you can see from an observer high of 1 foot to a distance of 10 miles of the surface of the water, and like professor saying, it's like it's not even about the oil rig; it's about the horizon behind it. Even with that being said, mathematically, he would have to introduce, but he's too stupid to even understand this. He probably doesn't even know it. Mathematically, that's going to give you a 33,000 mile radius. He doesn't even know that. He's just stupid. He's ignorant. Mathematically.
No, I understand. Well, that's why I'm stuck on the negative refraction, because that's kind of what we were talking about before.
Yeah.
Is how we're getting negative, and like, because even from what I'm like trying to research as we're hanging out, and like the concept of light bending over a curve, that's easy to like calculate because we have the curvature. So like, I'm not worried about defending that, because that's just like geometrically valid is what I guess I'm saying. Like, you wouldn't argue against something on a curve like bending over a curve, because it's a curve, right? Like, curves would make light bend, like you know what I'm saying, like a curve.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Right. So like, that's totally fine, but that doesn't really help me prove anything, because it's already a curve.
And want to know why? Is because the amount of curve that you would have to ascribe to the observation is way beyond reality. This is now where we get into the muddy waters of trying to ascribe this curve bending light. I already broke it down to you how that's total asinine position, and now you're just in this like Harry Potter Narnia type world to make it work. But we already told
we have
you
refraction, but I understand why that's
we do.
Why that's
You're
not
right.
connecting with the light refracting over the horizon.
Because 9.41 miles away, which is the demarcation of the oil rig, you're seeing the surface of the water. Okay, and then you see the horizon behind it, and that horizon, in your guys' paradigm, you guys have a geometric horizon in your paradigm, and that blows that paradigm out the water.
It is not a homogeneous smooth surface. That is not true. And also, you're not like, give me the air pressure and elevation data. You won't, because it's not there.
Okay, I'll give you the data. The water was 64 degrees. The water was 64 degrees. The air temperature was 67. I'll just mute him while I talk. So the water was 4 degrees, and the air temperature was 64 degrees, and the air temperature was 67. What else do you need?
I want the raw data. Like, give it.
He literally just gave it to you.
No, like the raw data, not you saying numbers. Like, give it to me in the chat.
It's in the video.
Like, I want it in it. Like,
it's in the video, dummy. You didn't watch it.
Yeah, I saw the video. Is there any text, or is it just because they told you so?
You can go back and look it up for that day. It's historical.
There you go. It's because they told you so.
So Weather Channel lies now?
It's blocked.
No,
so now all the meteorologists now lie?
The YouTuber is misrepresenting what they're showing you.
So you didn't watch the video?
Oh, I've seen the video, and the video shows an oil rig that appears at different elevations throughout the video.
Why are you looking at the oil rig when we're talking about the horizon?
Because the oil rig, from your argument, is that, there's no such thing as atmospheric refraction. It can't bend through light.
No one said that.
The oil rig is sinking and rising.
No, it's not.
At different points.
Why are you looking at the oil rig for the 10th time? Why are you looking at the oil rig?
Why am I looking at the observation? Oh, I don't know.
We're looking at the horizon behind the oil rigs.
Every time something
are you stupid, dude?
Distorts your
dude. Are you
your worldview.
Stupid?
You say, "Why are you looking at it? Why are
I have a question for you, Triangle. Once you mute this bad glober.
He
I
is
mean,
a bag roller.
it's just kind of pathetic, but that's it.
You are. I agree. You are. Yeah, that's true.
So hey, maybe I
Wow.
can ask Triangle, please, JJ, if you don't mind. God damn, what does he leave on his own like that?
Yeah, he's stupid. Leave him alone.
What a fucking pussy! Like at least like even if you guys mute me, I'm patient and continue to listen. Just because I'm muted, I know I'll get unmuted eventually.
Yeah, well, tell him that's what we deal with. That's what we deal with.
I don't know if Triangle has been listening the whole time, but I wanted to run through one of our questions that we were having, and because we were talking about the horizon behind the oil rigs. So how does Triangle know the distance to the horizon behind the oil rig?
He doesn't. He doesn't know shit about shit. All he has, he jumps in here with his paradigm and his fucking. He just He's
talking about me.
Talking about Triangle.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you meant JJ. My bad.
So how do I know what?
Yeah, like we're talking about the horizon behind the oil rigs, and so I'm fine talking about that. I just want to know like how we're determining the actual distance to that apparent horizon behind the oil rig.
You're looking down from the sky and you're seeing these oil rigs sitting down there, and you're measuring the distance from the beach to the oil rigs, and you get 9.41 miles, and you see the horizon is behind it, so the horizon has to be farther than 9.41 miles. Does that now make sense after 2 years?
Right. No, I actually didn't understand. That didn't make sense until for the last 2 years. But I want to know, like, how far away is it?
Yeah, numbers aren't even really
9.41 miles. Farther than 9.41 miles.
It's greater than 9.41. So,
yeah.
But then how do we not know? How do we know that it's not elevation? Because you said it's above, like behind it, but like in the view of for the Black Swan example, it's higher than the oil rig.
What about the land behind it? What about the land behind the horizon?
I don't know that there's land behind.
You haven't watched the video. That's why.
Well, you can't see it in it doesn't show up in the Black Swan.
It's because it's a still shot. You need to watch the video, and then you can see there's land back there too. Is that land just floating in the sky now?
No, I don't think so. But so how do we? But so like how? So why can't we see the land in the Black Swan again?
Because he zoomed in.
That's not the horizon, and doesn't that make the line behind?
Because he zoomed in.
Horizon?
Because he's zoomed in.
I thought it was 1 foot observer height.
Dude, he's zoomed in.
Did you just admit that you're 1 feet tall?
If you let me type, I'll post a source that completely demolishes this oil rig.
You're retarded, JJ. We've all established that, bro.
Just get rid of that dude.
Yeah,
just get rid of him.
You're not even like you're not smart enough for this conversation, bro. You really.
Oh yeah.
Being condescending is like the worst thing you can be in this channel. Like, just don't be condescending, and you can actually get like a lot more word in.
Fair enough, but let me post something. I don't even want to talk. I just want to post something.
Yeah, there you go. See, that's why I got to teach these Globers. That's kind of another reason why.
No. Why do you need to post something if you don't know what to say about it?
I do know what to say, but I'd rather not because it gives actual data.
No, we're not doing that. You're going to go ahead and tell us your proof.
Topic you're talking about. So I think it'd be helpful.
No, not doing that.
No matter what.
Well, I think it'd be helpful.
Oh, you're not allowed to post
oil rigs. If you really think these oil rigs are important, you want to see this.
No, they're not important. They're just mile markers.
Because, like, if
other people are bringing them up as important,
the oil rig is behind the water. I'm just reading out Chong. Chong's got some good questions and comments. I think it's also in the water, but only the top part shows. Pity it's not.
Do you understand? Hold on. For you and JJ, do you guys understand? To see the surface of the water that is at the bottom of the oil rig, okay, the surface of the water. Do you understand how that debunks a globe that has a 3,959 mile radius? Let's start there. You guys understand that?
I understand why you think that. I don't think you don't understand why that's wrong.
Okay. So
So you think
enlighten us why it's wrong?
Yeah, exactly. How is that wrong, bro?
Let me post something, and it'll just be easier for you.
No, you can speak.
Like, what did I say? Like, I explained it at one point. I explained part of it before. If you can say that, that'll be enough. But just let me post something. I don't think you'll be able to remember it.
Well, I'm not going to remember what I haven't been told. I can assure you of that.
That's a good point.
What's
up, my boys?
What's up, Radwin and Matrix? Welcome
How
to the
you been? And Americanga, how you been?
Nigga.
Wow. Okay. You started off
how you been, my boy?
I'm all right, bro. How are you?
I'm good, my boy. But you thought I sorted it out all wrong? Like, what do you mean? I thought I was being pretty cool with you.
Well.
And I know your reputation too, and like I thought I was being chill with you.
No, you're good. You're good. You just can't jump in and saying those crazy words like that, bro. That
What was the crazy word that I said?
I don't want to repeat it, but it's okay. Let's just move past that. Here's the point.
No, if I had a TOS violation, like I need to hear it.
You know. It's not that hard to.
Well, I don't know. I just got here, so I'm wondering. I'm curious.
Well, TOS is. You should already know TOS before you come to any channel.
Here's just like one thing that should give you a hint. The refraction, even according to the person who took that video, was very.
Damn. Well, let him finish. I want to hear what he said.
I think there is a cyber attack happening.
What do you guys think of the Flat Earth Society?
Sounds gay.
Do you disagree with the Flat Earth
Society? Women who are upset about their current situations.
How is that different from this Flat Earth? What's the difference between Flat Earth, 24/7 Flat Earth, and Flat Earth Society?
Oh, I gotcha. So Flat Earth Society is a website made by Globers to make fun of flat earthers, and we actually debunk the globe. There's a difference.
Get debunked, retard.
And we're not in the Flat Earth Society. Yeah, that's a big difference. I'm not in that one. They'd know it if I was there.
Is that it then?
Jeez, the amount of like scum that we have to get through just to try to like talk to someone that's actually interested in and trying to have a valid argument with, it's crazy.
So JJ, you squawked the word refraction. Assuming your refraction, how much further should we see as a percentage? Please.
I asked him earlier. I said, what's the coefficient of refraction that he has to calculate to be able to see the thing that he said that we are seeing? He couldn't answer that. He's not smart enough for the conversation.
I think he's just a coward and he doesn't want to answer. So you're going with
Can I get a sentence out? Because
as long as you've got the answer to the questions asked,
because we can see the bending of stuff in the photo.
No, you
the
can't.
guy who took the video and admitted the refraction was strong.
You're a liar.
You can see that there's stuff bending in it. Like you can even
how much refraction do you have in 3 degrees?
We all
I'm
agree.
going to mute you
And give
because you just keep
we
talking.
all agree that given.
So how much refraction is in? So the water temperature was 64 and the air was 67. How much refraction is in 3 degrees? You said it's extreme.
I'm not done. So because we can,
you are done.
Bending of stuff on the actual like oil rigs, we know.
Okay, JJ, shut up for a second. Do yourself a favor. I'm going to ask you very simply. In the Black Swan image, would you consider that a small, a medium, a large, or an extreme amount of refraction? Which one is it?
Medium to large,
small,
you get
medium, large, or extreme.
Obviously.
Which one are you going for?
There's a lot of refraction going on, but I'm telling you.
So what are you going for?
By virtue of
which one are you going for?
We all agree.
Which one are you going? No, we're not going to do this, guy. Shut up! I'm not going to put up with your shit this afternoon. No, sorry. A small amount of refraction, a medium amount, a large amount, or an extreme amount. That's all I want to know. Obviously, I've given you too many choices and it's fried your brain, But I just want to know, what do you consider in the original Black Swan? Let's try again.
I would consider it a large amount of refraction. Now,
A large amount of refraction.
Because
so that means, in that case, with a large amount of refraction, I'd go, Jake, I wouldn't do it.
To hear what I have to say.
Because you're a fucking coward and you won't answer the question. So with a large amount of refraction, that's going to take the distance from 1.22 up to 1.34. So let's do the calculation, boys and girls. The square root of 1 is 1 times 1.34 equals 1.34 miles. Guess what? Your horizon is beyond that. So with your refraction, and I'm letting you have it because I'm feeling super generous, you still haven't got what you need.
Yeah, just
do you think the oil rigs are sinking?
I didn't say anything about oil rigs sinking. That's
like
some
the reason,
bullshit you've made
different
up.
parts of the video, there are different elevations. You think they're sinking, or is light bending?
Okay, we're just going to put you on mute. You're an idiot. Why have you brought up something non-related to the topic?
Just to break it down mathematically for the listeners, the amount of refraction that he's talking about with
Don't tell him, APOC, don't tell him. Do not give him what the number actually is. He's got to work it out for himself. Every time he comes in here and any of the Black Swan images get put up, he sits there and barks refraction, but yet he will not give a number on how much there is.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. I was going to give it, but you're right. Let them do it. It's funny.
Well, he said a large amount. If he'd have said extreme, I'd have taken it up to 1.41 or 1.42. It's something like that. But he only said a large amount, so 1.31.
Yeah.
He doesn't realise that all they do is just make the ball bigger. That's it.
Yep. Oh, Matrix, you've missed the whole past 2 hours. I broke it down for Talon. Matter of fact, I think Talon can maybe even ascribe everything that we talked about. Go ahead, Talon. You let, as a Glober, tell Matrix what we gone over and how you understand it. Go ahead.
Okay, so we have been able to understand what we're looking at in terms of the paradigm of the Glober and also the paradigm of the globe denier, and how there's a horizon behind the oil rigs, and that horizon is established to be farther than 9.41 miles, which means that it is greater than the perceived geometric horizon of 1.22 miles to the 1 foot observer height in the Globetard model, and thus disproven because the Black Swan exists and proves the Glober's wrong.
Do you remember the math that we went over?
No, I don't remember all the math. That's fucking for nerds, dude. That's why I could write all that shit down.
I was really hoping you remembered. Do you remember the mathematical refraction coefficient that would be applied until what we're seeing?
No, we're literally out of time. I got to go to bed. That's literally what we left. We can't even get into that because.
Anyway, Talon, well done for remembering that much.
For another 4 fucking hours, and I got to literally go to sleep. So
okay. Talon.
Is tagging out for real this time.
Talon. Short answer was a negative 150 refraction coefficient.
That's where we're right. That's literally where we are at. We're at refraction coefficients. We just haven't even been able.
Right.
That's for the next subject that we'll talk about when I'm.
All right. Sounds good, bro. Have a good night, man. Have a good night.
Hang out, but I'm not going to be able to chime in. You guys are going to be stuck with the.
Talon, just a quick one.
I have no fucking idea what you're talking
move about. This morning, my time this morning, you were on, and there was a guy that said the sun is a ball of gas, and if you do the math, that you will come to the same conclusion. You stepping away from that was the smartest thing I've heard anyone do in a long time.
Is that Ben? I think that was Brenda or something, right? Something about Brenda.
I don't know who it was. I can't remember.
That was Brenda Debates talking about the sun being a ball of gas, and yeah, I mean, that's again more topics. I'm an expert Glober, so I love talking about all the different. I know all their scripts, and so I know all.
I wasn't worried about what they said. what the only thing I picked up on was if you do the maths, you will come to the same conclusion. I just wanted him to go through his math and how the conclusion that he come to. And he just posted up a whole heap of shit, and I had to go to work. And I was like, damn, I wanted to find out what he's... Oh, well.
Well, so I think one of the things I do want to do is help translate for Globetards and see if I can, like, speak, because, you know...
Would you like me to mail you a box of crayons?
Yeah, because I consider, because, like, obviously, like, there's Globers that are smarter than me, and then there's Flat Earthers that are smarter than me. So, like, I like to consider myself Globe Jesus, because I can actually kind of work both. I can actually live within both realities and actually not piss everybody off.
Hey, Talon, I got one for you. I'm going to obviously get banned from this channel in like 30 seconds, but I'm on a Starlink right now. How does that work?
Magic Elon Musk powers. It's a weather balloon, so they're, about satelloons. Come on, Arne. This is like cheap shit. See you like a bad boy.
You're gonna have to start charging to translate. You're gonna make a fortune out of this.
Better than satellites exist to prove the globe.
Yeah, but I mean, like, so if I go to Yellowstone National Park, where are the weather balloons when my son is doing his summer school on the Starlink?
Hey, dude, are you telling me that the satellite follows your son around?
The satellites are in
creepy.
Synchronous low Earth orbit, but I mean, sure.
So they follow him around?
No, they provide an internet connection when they're...
Are they moving, or are they flying overhead, or are they following him?
Following who?
Your son doing homework.
No,
you dummy.
I'm providing the internet connection.
So is that internet connection straight above him, or is it moving around?
It's coming from a network of geosynchronous satellites.
So there's a whole bunch of satellites up there just beaming internet at him?
Correct. Well, beaming
internet. You got any proof of this? You got any proof of this?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, post it.
Okay. I mean, my great uncle worked for NASA, so I'm sure you guys won't like that.
So that has nothing to do with anything. My dad worked there.
Cool.
Your great uncle. Did they have NASA back then?
What do you mean back then?
Your great uncle.
Yeah. He retired in 88.
So they had NASA still?
The Challenger shuttle blew up in 1984. So
no, it didn't.
NASA.
People are still alive.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, so you just honestly just ban me from this channel so I can claim it.
No, you go ahead and leave on your own, dude. Why are you so stressed?
What's that a claim?
I'm not stressed.
Yeah, you are.
What are you trying? What are you trying
First
to claim?
thing you did, you came in and asked how do you get banned. You came in and asked how do you get banned because you're stressed out.
Starlink, and I want to know how my Starlink works.
I asked you if is it hovering? Is it hovering over your son?
No, it's not. There's no observable. I can look with my fucking. So do monoculars work? Do ocular lenses work?
Can't you use like a zoom lens so you can have variable distances?
No, I'm just saying, like, would I be able to see these weather, quote unquote, weather balloons that are providing the internet connection, and how are they controlled?
Yeah, there was one over the United States a couple of years ago. Remember, they shot it down.
What control?
That was a NASA balloon. That was a NASA. That was a NASA satellite. That was a NASA satellite.
That was providing all the internet connection for every Starlink.
The balloons aren't providing the internet connections. The devices hanging off them are.
No, dude, you're wrong. You think that the internet is floating in the sky, and you think a little tiny device like your phone can shoot 3,000 miles into the sky. Yeah, of course you can.
Yeah, it's not the phone. The phone, cell phone's attached to towers, which are terrestrial objects. But the satellite dish, right? The dish itself is what's receiving the signal from the satellites. That's a completely different thing than a phone. I never made a claim that a phone could shoot its signal into.
So you're going to stand next to that powerful device shooting that beam that far? Aren't you afraid of getting weird shit happening to you?
Nah.
So how much power do you got to plug in for those to power them up?
I mean, you mean like what kind of power does it consume?
Yeah, when you're using it. So is it 220? Is it 440? What kind of power lines you got to bring in to power up that dish?
It's literally a 110 volt system that only consumes about 65 watts when it's moving around, about 30 watts of power when it's at idle.
So you can shoot up in the air and your signal goes really far.
Yeah.
Amazing. How come radio stations need 1 million watts of power and they can't even broadcast 50 miles?
Atmospheric interference.
Oh, so it only happens to us, but to you it doesn't happen to.
Miles. How far do you think it is out to a low Earth geosynchronous orbit satellite?
There's no such thing.
I mean, but if there were, like hypothetically, how far do you think that would be?
There isn't.
Okay, cool.
You haven't proven anything yet. All you said was internet. Earth is globe.
I didn't come here to prove anything. I came here to ask
My
you
son homework. Internet globe. That's what you. That's all of your proof so far. My son homework. Internet globe. And you think that the internet follows him around. It's almost like you live in this weird reality where things follow you from the sky.
Is that what happened? So I just came here I didn't come here to prove anything. I came here to ask how my Starlink works because I'm not really a technical.
You haven't told me how it works.
You came here to ask how to get banned.
I'm asking you how it works, bro.
What do you mean? Why would I have? I don't have Starlink.
Cool.
You have it.
Somebody. So how's it work? Because what they say is that it's satellites, and if that's not true, according to y'all, how does it work?
Are the satellites moving, or are they following your sun around?
I mean, I got an app on the phone that like shows all the stars in the sky.
Oh God, that's not what I asked you about stars.
You can stop fucking interrupting, bro.
I didn't ask you about stars, bro.
I got an app that shows all the stars in the sky, but it also shows the
okay. So you didn't hear me.
Satellites and all the other satellites that are up there, and so you can kind of point it around, and you can see that they're moving. Or at least that's what the app says. So I assume that they're up there and they're beaming a fucking internet signal down. But I'm not a tech guy.
How often does your IP address change?
I don't know. I haven't looked at it. I guess I could.
Every second, every 2 seconds, because they're going 17,500 miles per hour overhead. How long do you get an internet signal from satellite number 1?
I mean, it never breaks up, as far as I can tell. I mean,
so it stays above your sun. It follows them around like a creepy cloud.
I'm fucking talking to you on the goddamn Starlink signal right now, bro.
So it follows your sun around like a creepy cloud.
Why you can stop talking about my fucking kid?
Then why did you bring him up?
Because like we were in Yellowstone. There's no other fucking internet connection there. There's no.
All right, so we'll talk about your son again.
That was years ago.
Oh, so now it's been years you guys have had Starlink.
Sounds like you're obsessed with children. Anyway, kid's not around right now. I'm here. I'm on the Starlink. I'm talking to you on it.
Prove it.
I don't know, like maybe it's not changing.
Prove it.
What do you mean prove it?
Prove that you are.
Prove that I'm on a Starlink?
Yeah, and prove that it's talking to a satellite following your sun around.
I didn't come here to make a claim. I came here to ask you how.
You did make a claim.
Well, I mean, I plugged the fucking thing in. I put it out in the yard. 30 minutes later, I got internet connection.
Okay, you've got your Starlink. It works. You're on the thing talking to us. Congratulations. Does it prove the shape of the ground? No. Sorry, bro. Try again.
I didn't say it did.
Well, that's what we're after. Something that'll prove the shape of the ground. Currently, Starlink is not doing it.
Okay. How?
Well, it's up in the sky and we're on the ground. We're talking about the ground. You're talking about shit in the sky. So that's not going to prove the shape of the ground.
Well, but okay, so the claim from Starlink is that it's satellites in the fucking.
No. The claim from you. I don't give a shit what Starlink claim they can do. They can wipe their bum with sandpaper. I don't care.
Okay, so do you think that the signal's just coming from like?
Don't care. Don't care. It's not going to prove the shape of the ground. That's what this channel's about. Okay, so, do you have any evidence or proof, queries or concerns in regards to the shape of the ground? Whether it's flat, whether it's round, whether you think it's a pizza? What's your...
So the deal is I can go to an area where there are no known cell phone towers, right?
Prove it.
Well, if you're going to make claims, you might want to back them up. I forgot to mention that bit.
Hey, listen, I'm going to make a claim. I can fly to Jupiter and dance around on a gas ball.
Okay, cool. Great. What's the... you asking anybody to tell you anything about that claim?
No, you just believe me. So there you go.
I didn't say I believed you. I just said, are you asking anybody to tell you about that? I'm asking you guys to tell me about the claim.
About your claim you made? About the claim you made? I don't know.
What claim?
You claim that there's a satellite following your sun around at night.
No, I said that's what Starlink says, that the satellites are up there, and that's what provides the internet connection. That's why I'm here to ask you guys, how the fuck internet
How often does the IP address change then, since the satellites are moving at 17,500 miles per hour?
Again, I don't know.
So then don't come in here asking us questions if you don't know anything.
I know a lot. I know that I'm on the thing right now, and if the IP address was changing, I mean, maybe it would disconnect me. Maybe.
So then it's not moving. It is It's just following. If your kid stands still, it stands still. If your kid rides a bike down to the creek, it follows them down to the creek like a creepy cloud.
You're a creep, dude. Can you stop talking about my kid?
Nope. You came in here, and that was the first thing you wanted to talk about was your son.
No, that was actually I just said, how's the Starlink?
So you're never going to do that again, are you?
How do you think it worked? Not around somebody who's creeping out around kids like you. But,
you brought it up.
Because I said, fucking he was at summer school. That's all I said. And you're the one.
Why, is he stupid? Is he stupid?
No, it's actually accelerated. You choose to go
to you choose to go to school in the summer?
Yep.
He doesn't have any friends then?
No, he has lots of friends.
No. Stop lying, dude.
Bro, you seem like a really disturbed individual. Professor Triangle, huh? Okay, I'm going to make note of you. I'll see your profile here.
Yes, please make note, Detective Sunshine.
Definitely will. Because you seem like someone who probably shouldn't be talking about children.
You brought up your kid in this room.
You're the one.
You said satellites follow your kids around at night. You're the one who brought that shit up, not me.
Oh man, I'm gonna definitely start fucking recording this channel. Let's go ahead and do that right now. Go ahead and...
It's already recorded for your convenience. Have a look up the top, will ya? There's 2 bots in here.
Yeah, make sure you timestamp. Make sure you timestamp it in your complaint so they can go back and listen. How you came in here talking about your kid and satellites following him around.
I didn't say anything of the sort. I said he was doing summer school on his Starlink, and that's all I said. And you've mentioned him 50 times now, so you should definitely stop talking about people's children and keep talking about the flat Earth. And like I said, the only question I have is how does it work? Because they're claiming...
We don't care how it works. I've already discussed this.
How? You didn't say anything. You were like weather balloons. Like it's
I did not say weather balloons. You're imagining shit.
Somebody else said that. I'm sorry, man. It was maybe...
I made it quite clear that your satellites do not prove either for or against the shape of the Earth.
Okay, so there can be satellites with the flat Earth too? I don't know, man. I'm not technical. I don't know this shit. I'm asking you guys these questions.
I'm going to make it quite clear. I have no issue with mechanical devices flying above my head. How they're up there, don't know, don't care. They can flap their little wings. That's great. Whoop-de-doo. Still doesn't prove the shape of the ground.
Okay, so yeah, that seems like a fair argument. So there's something up there in the sky.
Don't care. There can be tops of trees, birds.
That sounds plausible.
Really, really tall mountains. Expectations. There's lots of stuff up there.
I'm not a particularly smart guy. I'm not a tech guy. I don't know how fucking often my IP address is changing. All that. All I know is that there's the claim from I plug in this.
And then you're going to reset, aren't you? Please don't reset on me. I don't want you to do that.
What do you mean reset?
Go back to where you were. As in someone presses the reset button, you blank out everything you just heard and go back to the start. Please do not do that.
No, I was just literally about to say,
forget about your satellites. We've already made it quite clear. Satellites not prove anything. Not worth it. Try something else, please.
Great. I didn't come here to disprove the fucking thing.
No, you come here to talk shit about satellites. Look, up the top of the channel, bro, it says 24/7 flat Earth, not 24/7 we fix Starlink.
There's no problem with the Starlink. It works just fine.
So why would we care about it? Maybe if you scroll down a bit, there might be a channel that says, "Hey, we sort your Starlink problems out here. Ask us anything."
Problems with the Starlink?
Yeah, you do. You want to know how it works?
Well, I want to know, like, because the claim is there are a bunch of satellites in orbit around the Earth, right? And like that's how the internet connection is provided.
To orbit, to go around. So you telling me that you can't go around in a circle over a flat plane?
No, I didn't say that at all. And so again, maybe you're giving me information here. I don't know, man.
And you've reset, haven't you? So you couldn't help yourself. Back to your stupid satellites.
I literally just said that might be a plausible scenario. Like, I don't know. I'm like accepting the information you're giving me and I'm thinking about it. Like, how is that a reset?
It still doesn't prove anything. Doesn't prove for or against anything. That's why it's crazy when people come in here and go, satellites, satellites, satellites. And it's like, bro, they don't prove anything.
I didn't say they did. I never...
Well, now that you understand that they don't, how about you try another topic, please?
Okay. I mean, like, I don't know what what else do you guys talk about in here, you know? I got a beer. You guys talk about beer?
Oh, you're drunk too?
No, I just cracked the first one. I was about to take a sip of my first beer. So
Bro, you guys are making me want to drink. Fuck.
I just got off
Settle
work.
down,
I
mate.
popped by here, you know. I was like, oh, okay, I wonder what these guys are talking about.
Quite a lot of the time we get people coming in here trying to prove that they live on a ball. And it's somewhat interesting.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not real smart, man. I don't know a lot of this stuff. I'm not technical.
Stop putting yourself down. That's not necessary.
I'm a fucking blue-collar laborer, you know, so I don't know what it is.
What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
You've got a job?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I don't know about the...
Excellent.
I don't know about shit. I don't know what they
Well,
say.
what can you tell me about the properties of water?
Like, it boils at a certain temperature. You can, like, cook things with it. If you put it in the freezer, it becomes a solid. They say it's made out of, like, 2 hydrogens and 1 oxygen. I don't know.
Tip it into a container. What shape does it take?
I think it just takes the shape of the container, right? Or like a
Excellent. That was super duper easy, wasn't it? See, we try not to overcomplicate things here. What about the surface of it? So you've just tipped it into your container. It's all settled down. What's the surface of the water doing?
Nothing.
How would you describe the surface of the water?
As wide as the container it's in, I guess.
Why is it they have so much trouble saying that one word? How would you describe the surface of the water after you've tipped it in the container?
Wet, shiny. I'm not sure.
Flat.
Probably. I mean, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
Maybe, like, might be
Property of
outside
liquids. Take the shape of their container and have a flat level surface.
Yeah, it's mostly flat. Like I look at my water glass right now, it kind of lips up where it like touches the container. I think they call that fuck man, I'm trying to remember grade school, like high school science.
Surface tension.
Surface tension. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, right on the very edge. That like.
Yeah, exactly on the edge.
1/16, probably not even that.
Yeah, it's pretty flat in the glass.
Interesting. So how about we go to your bathtub now? We'll fill that up. Takes the shape of the container, which is the bathtub.
Same thing.
Flat level surface. Yeah. What about out in your neighbour's swimming pool? Shape of the container. Flat level surface.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd agree too, because it does. Now we go down to the local lake. Now lakes are lake shaped. Fancy that. That's the shape of the container. Flat level surface.
Yeah, but I mean, for the most part, unless there's like rocks or like, something.
Yeah, we're not worried about rocks sticking out of it. Then we go to the ocean.
I go fishing at this one spot. And ocean has a lot of waves, right? So it's not really...
Yeah, well, what about those days when there's no wind and it's all nice and it's like super glassy?
Oh yeah. No, I love that shit. Like, there's a lake where my buddy and I go out on his jet skis when it's super glassy out. Man, fucking love that.
So takes the shape of its container, flat level surface. So now that we know that the properties of water takes the shape of its container, flat level surface, horizontal, how can we live on a ball if 72% of it is water?
Don't know. Maybe that's the question.
Good answer.
You know, I think, like, also the only way I would, because of my high school level knowledge, to answer that question would be that like if you hold an apple in your hand and you let it go, does it drop to the ground?
And what's that going to prove about the shape of the ground? Yay, I dropped an apple. Congratulations.
I went swimming with an apple and I was under the water and I dropped it. It didn't fall to the ground. What happened?
Well, the buoyancy of the apple's density of the apple's probably.
So the answer to your question is no, not all the time. Depends on the medium you're in.
Okay, sure, right. But in the air or in any other place, like, it will fall, right? Because of gravity? Does gravity exist?
No, not because of gravity. Why are you making up shit? Why are you just adding things onto your story?
I just made up gravity?
Yeah, which way do things fall?
Towards the ground.
Oh, so the ground is in the sky? Is it up or down?
It's usually down, unless you're upside down.
Okay, so down and up are directions for flat Earth, not a globe, because there's no up or down on a globe.
Well, there's away from gravity and towards gravity, right?
So there's no down on a globe. There's no up either. If I ask you which direction is up, you can point any direction, right?
No.
What?
You could.
I thought the up was everywhere, but not the ground.
I mean, that would be like sideways or diagonal. Or
Yeah, is that up?
Maybe if you're like more than.
So now it's maybe
90 degrees above a level plane.
So, okay, so 90 degrees above a level plane, perfect. So you can't have a level plane on a ball, and you can't have angles like 90 degrees on the surface of a ball. Isn't that crazy?
Well, I mean, you can if it's big enough, probably.
You cannot. That's why you said you only have a high school level education, because somewhere in there they told you you can put an angle on a curve and get an angle from it. You can put an angle, a level on your bicycle tire and pick up the angle of it. That's crazy talk.
Well, I think high school geometry just tells us that'd be like a tangential line to the curve, right?
Yeah, what's the angle between the tangential line and the curve?
Depends on. That's not a question that can be answered with the information that's given.
Okay, I have a curve and a tangential line touching it. What's the angle where they meet?
A curve of what magnitude?
A basketball sitting on a table. What's the angle they're meeting at?
That's not enough information to answer the question. You know, like, I guess I could go measure a basketball and try to find out its dimensions. And
yeah, why don't you Google it? It'll say why are you Googling this? There's no such thing as an angle between a straight line and a curve, is what it'll tell you.
I don't use Google because I don't really trust Alphabet. Like, I don't like them as a company.
What's your definition of the word angle?
Two straight lines meeting.
Yeah, well, the same one they would give you in geometry. It's the degree of separation between two lines that meet at a single point.
Two what lines? You missed a word there, bruv.
Intersecting lines?
Straight lines.
Well, I mean, you can have an angle. I don't know.
You cannot have two curved lines touching each other or intersecting and then getting an angle from it. Go ahead and post in here how you get those angles.
would be. I think they call that non-Euclidean geometry, and I know.
So we're not using that when you're talking about angles of 90 degrees, are you?
You're only a blue collar worker. You don't know what that is. Remember?
Well, I mean, like again, yeah. This is just like high school geometry shit. So I don't know. What you guys are like very attacking, so that, but yeah, no, have fun.
We're like this when we get weasels. Especially ones that are covered in grease.
Run them out of here. It's not hard to run these guys off.
Well, I'm going to take a leak. If you don't kick me, I'll be back in a minute. Like I said, I just got home from work, sat down, cracked my beer.
We're not going to kick you out, bro. You are way too much entertainment.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll be right back.
Cool. Well, he's ducking out. I'm going to go and change my sprinkler over. I'll be back.
Meanwhile, the Earth is flat. As a globe-tard, I must say that the Earth is probably a globe.
So you're That's not a even bold sure. claim. Yeah, you're not even sure. That's crazy how none of you are sure about anything.
All right. Yeah. What's like? I guess I don't really care what the shape of the Earth is because I don't think it affects me on my daily life. But you guys seem to have like a real. What drives the need to like claim that it's flat, or even for the people who claim it's round? Like, where do you think it comes from? I guess is I don't know. Like, I'm gonna go to work in the morning, right? I'm gonna take care of my kid. Like, I don't.
Uh-oh, here we go again.
I don't really care about.
Here we go again.
The coping mechanism. Meanwhile, it doesn't matter. Why are you here, my friend?
Well, no, I mean, because I wanted to see what you guys had to say, right?
You're interested in the topic. You're here.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Like, what drives it? What does it mean? Like,
Yeah. So you just contradicted. You just contradicted yourself. You said, "What doesn't matter?"
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you're interested in the topic. So somehow it does matter to you.
I mean, I don't think it matters to my daily life, right? Like, if I get up tomorrow and the Earth is flat, or I get up tomorrow and the Earth is a sphere, like, I'm still gonna fucking go to work.
As do us all.
Right. So what's the?
Would it matter to you if you found out your wife was cheating on you?
Well, yeah, but that's very like that doesn't. I don't think that's a false dichotomy. I think they said.
Well, we found out the government was lying to us, and it matters to us.
Well, yeah, the government's lying. Of course they are.
Well, it matters to us. Truth matters.
Why would the government lie? That doesn't make sense.
Why would the government lie? Good question.
Power and control, obviously, right? Like, why, of course they're gonna fucking lie. If it means that they can stay in power.
Good. Now you can never ask that question when it gets down to it. You can never ask, well, why would they lie about it? Now you can't ask that because you already answered it.
Okay.
Wouldn't it be easier to control us on a firmament, under a firmament?
Yeah, maybe. The government obviously is in control. We don't have any fucking like say in what goes on. I don't like.
But why control us by giving us hope that there's an entire universe out there?
we give the government that power. And if we found out they were lying to us, I think most of the people would stop giving them that power.
I don't.
Yeah. I don't get that. You don't have any say over your own thoughts. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, of course we have say over our own thoughts. We don't have say over what the government does. That's what I said. Like, I can't control what the government does.
Whether the government says it or not, it's what you can hear to. Adhere to. Sorry, wrong word.
Well, right. So, like, you sound like you're from Oceania, right? Like Aussie or New Zealander. I'm sorry, I'm not really.
No, I'm Australian with a couple beers in me.
Okay, yeah, sweet, man. Are you drinking VB? I've had that.
Nah, I'm drinking you.
Drinking what?
Whatever's in the fridge, mate. I'm Aussie.
Yeah, I love it. That's great. Yeah. Whatever's fucking cold, right? I don't give a fuck if my friend hands me a Coors or a Budweiser or whatever. I'm drinking this Pilsner Urquell right now. It's so good. This Czech beer. You guys ever had it?
Don't you have to go to work in a couple hours, you said?
I just got off of work, dude.
Let a man relax.
Jesus Christ.
Hey, Honor, you when Matrix was asking you about if bathtub was water, a bathtub of water was flat, swimming pool flat, lake flat. Do you know how much curve there should be across, like a 6 mile wide lake?
No idea. How much curve? What do you mean curve? Like
Hitler did nothing wrong at all.
How much curve?
Curving drop. If you're on one side,
Hitler did nothing wrong at all.
Shut up, one.
So it's a 6 mile wide lake. You're looking across it. There's going to be a curving drop over that 6 mile wide distance, right?
Maybe.
Well, I mean, if you're an ant standing on a basketball and you're looking forward, the basketball is going to be curving down and away from you, right?
Oh, sure. You're going back to the it's a ball thing. So yeah, I don't know how much curve, dude. I'm sure there's.
Take a guess. Take a guess. Couple inches, couple feet, couple 100 feet.
I have no idea. I would assume it would be 6 mile. So what's the 6 miles is like a pretty small distance considering.
What school didn't teach you this?
It's like 6,000 miles to the Middle East, so it's maybe 12,000 miles around the globe. So I would be very small amount.
What is that? A couple millimeters, couple 100 meters?
I don't know, man. Like I'm not good with math. Like I haven't looked any of this up. Again, I don't
have a wild guess. We're not going to hold you to it. You're having a wild guess now, mate. 5 foot, 10 foot, 100 foot.
6 miles out of 12,000, maybe.
6 miles across the lake.
Very small.
Wild stat.
A couple inches. I don't know.
Have a wild guess. Couple of inches, 2 inches. Is that what you're going with?
Maybe a few. I don't know. Maybe 3, 5.
3 inches. You said 3.
3.
Oh,
that's it. It was a wild stab. We're not going to hold it to it.
9 inches, just so I didn't
go 9.
Would it surprise you if we told you it was 24 feet, almost the height of like a 3-story building?
Like that's what they say.
Well, yeah,
that's what you guys say. That's what you Globers say.
Yeah, that's what the maths adds up to, mate.
So, you're saying that they claim that over 6 miles of space, it's how many feet?
24 feet.
24 feet. That's like pretty tall. I mean, that's like 3 solid, dudes, right?
So if you go to any curve, just Google Earth curve calculator or ask AI, you can confirm what we're saying. And so what we've done is we've found these numbers, and we've gone to lakes ourselves of that distance with high-powered optics. So you don't even really need a telescope or binoculars for 6 miles, but we've looked across these lakes, and we're like, you can see shoreline to shoreline. There's no curve.
Okay, I don't really like trust AI either, man. Like I've said earlier, I don't use Google because I don't like Alphabet.
Do you trust the radius of Earth?
He should. The government told him what it is.
Yeah.
What do you mean the government told me what it is?
They print the books for you to read.
What book?
That's right. What book taught you all this? That's right. Good question.
So the point is, the government lied to you about the radius of the Earth, as well as they've lied about it hundreds of other things.
Well, I didn't. What do you mean the government lied to me?
That's where our science books come from.
See how all of a sudden the government wouldn't lie? See how that works?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure what you mean the government lied to me. When did they lie to me?
When they approved the science books that went into your classrooms.
All of a sudden now the government wouldn't lie to him. Say that. Please say the government wouldn't lie about that. Please say that.
I went to private Catholic school.
You know what it says on the first page of the Catholic Bible? That we live under a dome above a basin on Genesis 1:7 of the Catholic Bible.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but so I just still don't understand how the government lied to me about it. Like,
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Well, you said that there's probably maybe 2 inches of curve across a lake.
You're talking about public school, right? People who went to public school.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Say that again.
I thought I cut off. I guess he means people who went to public school, because that's like the government providing education, right? Not.
Yeah, same with your Catholic school. Same books.
Oh hell no, bro! Are you joking?
You think your books are printed somewhere else?
Guarantee you the Catholic education curriculum still has to be approved by the science books that they use are going to be approved by the government. They're not just going to let it.
Of course it is. They have to teach the same shit they teach in public schools.
No, they're not. Are you joking? You think private school is required?
Yes, they all teach the same thing. Do you learn how to multiply?
Yeah, of course, but that's
okay. So they all learn the same basic shit, don't they?
I don't really think that's a valid assertion.
Okay, so now all of a sudden, private schools teach different things than public schools. That's why people that come out of private schools, we don't understand them, right? Because we went to public schools.
You got some real problems, bro. You should seek some help. The curriculum of private schools is not regulated by the government or the Department of Education.
Who regulates it?
It is to like some minimal standards, but if you think that the science books,
who regulates it?
If you think the science books are in Christian and Catholic schools are the same as the ones in public schools, you're sorely mistaken.
What's the difference in them?
They teach creationism first of all. Like,
what does that have to do with physics?
Yeah, show us this evidence that they're different.
You're joking, right?
Well, you made the claim that they were different, my friend. Perhaps you should back that up.
I mean, the science textbooks that you get in public schools say that like the Earth is fucking 4 million years old, right? The science textbooks you get in fucking Catholic schools say the Earth is 3,500 years old. It's completely different. I don't know how to prove it. I mean, I guess.
Which one's right?
I think either of them are. I don't know. It's not. Again, I'm not fucking. I think like I don't care. I'm gonna get up tomorrow to work, like I said. Like I'm not a. I still go to mass. I'm just not a fan of the church for a lot of reasons. I'm not a fan of government for a lot of reasons.
Does age change the maths that they're employing?
Pardon?
Does the age change the maths that they're employing?
Does the age change the mass? I don't understand the question.
That they're employing, they state the same maths, the same concepts.
No, I said mass as in like a service, like you go to church. called Mass when you go to Catholic service. Like,
Okay.
He was asking you about your Catholic versus public school difference when you claim one says 3,500 years, the other says a couple of million.
right, billion actually, but whatever.
Million, billion, yeah, give or take a zero.
Whatever. Like again, but if you think that they're the same textbooks, that's just blatantly.
Does it make a difference? They're still implying the same concept that you're on a ball tard. The only difference is one says billion years, one says 3,500 years.
They're still implying.
They're still implying a ball without backing the data up. Hey, just accept the fact that it's a ball. Okay, how did you prove that? Don't worry about that, little Johnny. We're going to do another subject now.
I don't even remember them telling me the Earth was a ball.
There you go. How did you learn it then?
I didn't learn it.
Oh, that's gotta hurt.
Ouch.
So what? You just got up one Sunday morning and went, stuff it, I live on a ball.
No, I didn't. I don't like. Again, I don't give a fuck. Right? I've never thought about it that much before. And like, why would I?
Well, that's what this room's about, mate. Thinking about it.
Yes, you've thought about it many thousands of times. You have thought about it. You just won't admit it.
Okay, bro. Whatever you need to tell yourself.
So
Yeah,
you know,
doesn't affect me at all.
if a globe, the 6 mile wide lake had 6 inches of curve across it, like you said, that would make it 48 times larger than the mainstream globe with a 190,000 mile radius. That would mean there's a lot of hidden land or something.
I mean, like, you just asked me to give a number, dude. I don't know. Like, again, I'm not doing the math. I don't have the fucking numbers in front of me. I'm not sitting there with a pencil. Like, I don't have my fucking, I don't have like the
One thing you've got to realise, mate, is we all thought it was a ball card. We all thought we were all on the same page as you are.
Yeah.
But we went and observed, and we realised it's not. You know.
Okay, so if I go out and I figure out tomorrow that the Earth is flat, how does that change my life?
It doesn't matter. At least you know.
Okay, cool. I mean, like.
Oh, how does it change your life? Because you know this place was created, not an accident.
Good point.
Yeah, everything you observe in nature will be 100 times more interesting.
You think so? I mean, maybe.
Absolutely. It was for me when I found it out. I wanted to learn, it made me want to learn. It made learning fun again.
Yeah, it's quite profound.
Maybe that's a good reason. I don't even remember having fun, right? I just fucking get up, I go to work, I fucking take care of my family, I come home, I drink a beer, I do my shit, and I go to bed.
We weren't meant for that. We were meant for better than
sleep, work, repeat cycle.
Yeah,
that's why you don't know anything, because you come home, you sit down in front of the news, you get blasted by propaganda, you have your dinner, have a shower, go to bed, get up, repeat.
I don't even watch
that. That cycle's already changed for you by being in here today.
What's the difference between you and a robot? Tell me this.
Almost nothing.
Yeah, it's sad.
To be honest, it is sad. We fucking literally get up, we fucking work for the man, we slave away, we fucking do our labor so that the fucking billionaire class can have their fucking profit, and we come home.
Well, I have good news for you. I'm part of the group that's taking away that labor part, so you won't have to worry about doing that stuff in the future.
Bro, I don't ever want to talk to you again in my life because you've mentioned my kid 50 times, and I think you're a fucking creeper.
No, you mentioned your kid. You mentioned your kid again.
Again. Yeah, cut that shit out.
I don't want to hear him fucking talk anymore.
Well, you're here because you know something's wrong, right?
I mean, I'm just here because, like, it seemed like a populated room, and I know because I live in an area where there's not much internet connection, So I got the fucking Starlink,
Don't reset on me, bro. Don't reset.
I'm
you
not
can do
resetting, dude. I'm just saying that's
Sounds
why
like
I'm
it.
here. That's what.
Sounds like you've got to reset yourself.
What do you call it? A fucking? I'm just telling him why I was here. Like that's what brought me into this room. Is like, how does it work? You know. So I don't know. I don't fucking know shit.
Control the link.
Anything. I only claim dominion over my own fucking house and my family, right? Like, I don't know how shit works. I don't claim to know how shit works. I don't claim to be the fucking, knowledge master of the universe.
Well, you went all right with understanding the physics of water. What's the problem there? So all we have to do is understand a few basic things.
I'm sure there's people who understand that shit way better than me. And like,
actually, you'd be surprised. We get motherfuckers coming here. They don't know what shapes water. Ice, huh? What's your favourite day? Crayon. Man, you've absolutely flogged a few of them. You've got no idea the levels of fucking idiot we get through here.
One of my favorite snacks is a crayon, and anybody who knows what that means will know what that means. But, I've been sold a lot of bullshit in my life by a bunch of people who want to make fucking profit off of me or take advantage of me or whatever, right? And so I don't really trust much of anything anymore. Like I said, I'm the only.
Well, that's why a lot of the people in here go out and test things for themselves. So instead of just me hearing you or you hearing me saying, hey, it's flat, just believe me, we don't want you to believe us. We want you to go, hang on a minute, I'm going to check this shit for myself.
All right.
You go and check it out for yourself.
Yeah, we have
so
all
you're
been.
Not a believer anymore.
We've all been sold a lot of bullshit.
I mean, we were sold bullshit around fucking COVID, right? My fucking government shut my.
Yeah, we don't talk about that shit in here, over. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my bad. It's just the government again, right? Like they fucking lie.
Yeah, it seems to be a common theme, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So the question I'll put forward to you, check it out. If you've been lied to about one thing, what else have they lied to you about?
Probably everything.
Yeah. It doesn't leave much breathing room, does it?
Most of it's truth, so that the lies seem reasonable, right?
Most of it's truth. Where is the mistrust?
If they tell you, if they're literally saying things that are true and true and true and true, and then they put a lie in there, and then true and true and true, and they put a lie in there, like you won't fucking know, right?
Hey, when the government tells you you are under arrest, you better believe it. You are under arrest.
Well, yeah, of course. Cops have yeah. I'm not a big fan of cops either. Law enforcement in the family, but it is what it is. Right, I'm gonna go fetch my second beer. I'll be right back.
Yeah, get one with a bit more sense. Common sense. Common sense is rare these days.
So they mostly tell the truth, and then sometimes they mix in a few lies here and there. Sounds weird.
That was weird.
Way. Mostly it's lies with the occasional truth thrown in there.
Well, you can hear what it sounds like from their point of view. It's mostly truth. Sometimes they lie just to control people.
Yeah, it's up to you to decipher what's what.
I'll tell you one thing that's disappointed me this week. Our dumb shit Prime Minister went over to Yankee Land, and Trumpy, all he had to do was just point his finger at Albanese and go, "You're a fucking clown, son. Go home." That's it. That's all he had to do. And he didn't do it. I was highly disappointed. So now you can keep him. I offer you our PM. Please, don't let him come back. We don't want him.
We're full right now. There's no vacancies.
Oh, I heard that while I was coming back in. If you guys don't want to talk, that's fine. I'll dip.
Oh, it is filled here while you were here.
Yeah, good luck. Nice talking to y'all. Thanks for sharing your perspectives and stuff. So have a good one.
Bro, we weren't kicking you out.
Talking about you. Oh, yourself.
That's funny, man. I was just gonna say, to what you were saying, Matrix. Yeah, there was a big thing over the last week there between your prime minister and Trump. There, they signed like these massive mining deals.
Yeah, our PM's a muppet. I wouldn't trust him as far as I could drop kick him.
Oh, we're gonna get that one too. We're getting Australia too. Sweet.
Yeah, well, there's a big thing now, like with China doing all their funky business with like tariffs and shutting off exports and whatever, and the states are scrambling now to source all sorts of shit that they were otherwise relying on importing from China. So there's like a big push now. I've been following this stuff for like many years and stuff, and yeah, it's kind of coming to a head. So you guys are one of the first.
Yeah, we're changing Australia's name to Ausmerica.
There you go.
Sweet.
Canada's probably next there. I don't know. Like we have a bunch of shit up here too.
We're already. You guys just think you're a country.
Well, that's another thing, right? Like we're basically the 51st state already. So it's already a given, right? Kinda, sorta. But yeah.
I've got no problem being a 52nd state. I can deal with that.
Yeah. But yeah, the mining shit's gonna be massive, man.
Yeah, first for I don't know. Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. But to the point, countries are ran by cunts. I'd like to know what did we say about old mate when he came back and said, "Yeah, I heard what you were saying." We weren't even talking about him.
Well, he thought I was.
Yeah.
So he had his little melt and used that as an excuse to.
Well, he was mad because I told him that we're automating shit these days, and he's going to have to get a new career. That's what. Do you know what sucks? Is you guys are going to have to learn how to do things besides just go put this in the hole and twist. We don't want you doing that anymore. We want you making sure that part is correct.
Yeah. Got to stop messing with people's core beliefs. Quite offensive.
Well, he said he was a robot, and I said, we're replacing the robots basically with robots. So what's the difference? These ones don't complain.
Wait, he was forced to critically think and then he got antsy about that? That's crazy.
Yeah, he blamed it on being absent.
I just find it funny how logic sometimes can trigger people over here. That if you speak logic to them, that at one point they just lose their mind. You ask a simple question and they just wiggle. It's astonishing. I mean, I left for a little bit. I went to the store and came back. The last thing I picked up when he was orienting towards up. And then the last thing said was, well, when you point down, that's not up, right? And he was trying to find a way to logically make it sound that when you point down, it is up. I was like, okay, there we are.
Yeah, he made up his own bullshit while he was away.
He'll be back. That beer's going to kick in that second one. He'll be back.
He'll be back.
He's going to what do you call it? He's
gonna sit there and then be like, no, I'm not gonna let them have the final word. Cracks a beer and comes back in.
His fear muscles, his fear muscles are going to get huge.
I'm a visual thinker. I can picture him standing there like, you know what? Not today. Cracks another beer. Hops back in and like, round 2, let's go. Gets rambled again.
That would not be the first time. Would probably be around the 50th or 100th time that we've only been in just this server in 2 years.
Oh, there goes the engine.
I hope he goes to the lake with his kid camping or some shit like that.
Jeez, I can barely hear you, man. Wait.
That's a good thing. And he looks across the water and he goes, fuck it, they were right. And it drives me mad.
Wait. Looking across the water. Let me check.
Hold on a minute.
Wait, let me check quickly. Let me open the porthole.
Makes the measurements, scratches his head. Well, hold on a minute. You were right all along. What the fuck?
I'm sure he would be telling him that he's wrong.
Yeah, there's a horizon. There's water. Moving alright.
It's flat, Dad. What are you talking about?
And then he applies that logic to other things, right? He starts actually critically thinking, and then he finds out his entire life has been a lie. Like, it's not just that. It's like a plethora of things where people just tell him shit, and he just believes it straight off the bat. Zero critical fit. Like, what the fuck? Where have I been?
First he said the government lies. Then he said the government mostly tells the truth and sprinkles in lies.
Can I ask a question? How do you get the video permissions on this channel?
Oh yeah, we don't want to see you.
No, I don't want you to show me.
Yeah, we won't. Don't worry.
You're only at level 2. You've got to get up to level 3. And then you've got... It's to do with your rank. You're only a level 2. You have to be level 3 to post in here.
Yeah, level up.
And how do I do that?
Paintball room.
Spent time in
I usually use voice channels, so I don't really text that much in chats. That's maybe why.
It's just a matter of being there, and then it will happen.
Oh well.
Took me about 2 months, though, I'm not gonna lie.
To get level 3?
Well, to get the video perms, or at least there was this one girl, and she was like a mod on this server, like staff server or whatever, and she told me if you get here, it takes a couple of days, and I was been there for 2 weeks, and then after 2 weeks, I got it. I was like, okay, well, it's more than 2 days, but sure.
Fucking hell. Sorry, I'm just looking out the window right now, and it's kind of crazy, but yeah. You saying mod?
Oh, I forgot I was...
Huh?
I have short-term memory loss. I forgot what I said.
Alright, sorry.
What was that?
That's alright.
About what? It's alright about what? I didn't catch that.
Okay, being funny. Alright, whatever.
Just give it some time. Just, tune in for the good conversations. You'll get it eventually.
Yeah. What I find funny is that you guys, you use a lot of knowledge that you get on the internet, and some of you even the hard believers. I'm not saying you can do what you want, believe what you want, but some of you believe from what you see on the internet, and then you formulate an opinion of that.
It's a big assumption you're making.
Where I am right now, to speak, I'm legit on the ocean. I'm looking out the porthole, and there's water all around. Now, how many do you guys think of seafarers believe that the world is flat? It's just an estimate. How many do you believe that? Think that?
All of them.
Anybody else got a guess?
Kind of agree with what he just said. I don't see them measuring in curve with any of their navigation. So
that's right. You're not measuring any curves with navigation. No, you're not.
Flat lines, A to B.
They don't necessarily directly measure the curve, but a lot of the instruments that we use definitely do have the influence of a curvature to influence what they do.
That's not true. No, that's not true at all.
You say that, but do you even know what these systems are?
Yeah. I know what a sextant does.
Not a sextant.
Oh, so if you're going to navigate, we're going to talk about actual navigation. We're going to talk about actual navigation.
Yeah.
Do you know how to do that at all?
Huh?
Do you know how to do celestial navigation?
I never took that course whilst I was on a training ship. No, sadly. I wish I did, but I didn't. So I don't know anything about sextants. I know you use celestial navigation then.
Yeah,
I know
so
everything else.
You get an angle. You get an angle to the star, right?
Yeah, but again, I don't know anything about.
What? You're going to let me finish? Are you going to let me finish? Do you get an angle to a star with that?
What?
Yes. You get an angle to a star with the sextant, right?
That might be right. I don't know. I have never studied it.
Oh, wow. See, you probably don't have any room to talk then.
What do you mean?
Well, if you don't know that a sextant gets an angle to something in the sky, and that's basic shit that you learn in third grade, like Sesame Street when they show people doing it. You should know that you're getting an angle to a star, correct?
Yeah, that's right. But I don't know more than the basics of it.
Okay, so now that you know it's an angle, now that you know it's an angle to a star, you can't get an angle from the surface of a ball. You cannot make angles from the surface of a ball. So Earth is flat. You just proved ships prove the Earth is flat. Ships being able to navigate prove the Earth is flat. Yes, you're right.
Wow, really? Okay, but just think of this. We don't use sextants anymore. First of all, I don't know why you brought it up. It's irrelevant. It's outdated on every level. Every level, you don't use it at all. Most ships don't have them these days. We use Inmarsat. We use AIS systems. We use AIS is system, but whatever.
So what happens if the main systems falter, right? If electronics wipe off, what type of measurement do you need to use to navigate from A to B? What is that called?
He said he didn't take the class. He would just float around.
He would just float around apparently because he doesn't have a base understanding.
You didn't take the class. You didn't take the class. So you're going to sail in a circle. That's what's going to happen.
Hey. Wow, really? Is that what you're gonna fucking say? That we're sailing in a circle even though we're holding a single course? We're not turning, we're just keeping our course.
Oh, you don't go straight, you tack.
Oh, we tack. Okay, that's a sailing vessel, my man. I'm not on a sailing vessel.
Even with your motor, the wind's blowing you sideways, son.
What?
You still have to correct your course even with a motor. Yeah. You've never been on a boat before, have you? You've never driven a boat, have you?
Yeah, I have. I actually have a FRB certificate and also a lot of other certificates.
Well, then don't act like you don't know what I'm talking about.
What are you on about then?
Yeah, you're taking
I was just calling you out for acting stupid. You know that you can't just point a boat and go in that direction and you end up in that spot. That's pretty weird.
Of course you use it.
There's wind current. There's certain ways to navigate that thing accordingly, but apparently you don't have the basic understanding because you never did the class.
Okay, how can I prove to you otherwise? Huh? How can I prove to you otherwise?
How high are you off the water right now when you look out the porthole?
How high?
Yes.
Let's see. 3 meters.
So 9 feet, 10 feet. Okay, so
3 feet, 6 feet. 9 feet. Yeah.
2 meters. What? How many feet?
9 feet. I don't use feet, but I know 3 feet is 1 meter. So, ish.
1 yard. 3 feet is 1 yard. A meter is not equal to a yard.
I don't know. I don't use the American system. I don't use imperial. Okay.
So about 10 feet. Okay, yeah, about 10 feet. So,
sometimes less.
So how far do you think you should see at 10 feet?
I don't know, about 5 kilometers or 8.
What if you see farther than that?
I don't. If I see farther than that, then we're bringing up that little issue that you guys really love to argue about.
What's that? What's that issue?
Refractions. Oh, we've been there before. We don't.
So are you telling me that shit that's down around a ball, and then you see it in the distance because it floats up into the air?
Excuse me?
Are you telling me that shit in a distance that's down behind a ball floats up into the air and you call that refraction? So you can see it from behind the ball, it floats up in the air, and then you see it over the horizon. Is that called refraction?
Bro, I never fucking started talking about the fucking horizon. I don't know why you're bringing up the horizon in the first place.
How do you see stuff that's too far?
How do you see stuff that's too far? Let's go on to something that doesn't need to be visually seen, such as radios, okay? No. Listen, radios is the exact same as wavelengths. It's light.
You don't know how it works.
You can't see.
You don't know how that works.
Don't I?
Clearly.
Do you know what an ROC is?
You have no idea what that works, bro. You have no idea.
Do you know what an ROC is? Do you know what
you have no idea what you're talking about, bro. You have no idea what
Do you know what ROC is?
Sounds like you can't spell rock. That's what it spells like to me.
Yeah, ROC. That's exactly Restricted Operator Certificate. Do you have that? No.
Yeah,
so what's that gonna, how does that prove the shape of the ground, my friend? You've got a bit of paper. I don't have a bit of paper. So let's write the word clown shoes on your piece of paper. How's that going to prove the shape of the ground?
Don't you dare tell me that.
How's your piece of paper going to prove the shape of the ground?
How? Because I know how to fucking work a radio. You don't.
Really?
I know how they work. I know how they function. You say it loses strength.
Pressing a button means the Earth is a ball. Pressing a button and talking on the radio means the Earth is now a ball.
That's what I'm hearing, yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, using an invisible light wing, like, you can't see it, okay?
So now, invisible light bends around the ball? Invisible light bends around the ball? Is that what you're telling us?
Let me speak. You have...
Lord of the Rings 2 makes more sense.
60 nautical miles out, you have a mountain on the shoreline. You have a mountain, and there's a radar, an antenna on the top of that. Then you have a ship 30 nautical miles out. You can't see that ship because it's past what you can see. Okay? You like that when I say it like that? You can't see it. You can see the top of that mountain in the far distance. You can just see the top and that antenna. I'm using VHF, which can only go about 25 nautical miles, usually, depending on, you guessed it, height. If it's higher up, then it can reach further. Now, I'm at sea level, and I'm using the radio. Okay. The ship that's 30 nautical miles out won't hear me, but the guy on the mountain will hear me clear as day.
Hey, Lucas.
Explain that.
Hey, Lucas, do you know what the AN Spy 1 radar is?
AN Spy 1 radar?
Yeah, do you know what that is?
No, I don't know what that is.
Are you from America?
No, I'm not from America.
Okay, so here in America, we have a military vessel in the Navy, and and they put the AN Spy 1 radar on the vessels, like for instance on a destroyer, and they could pick up a target that's 10 feet above the surface of the water from 45 miles from a position about 50 feet above the surface level. If you do the math on that, do you realize that debunks the globe?
How does that debunk the globe?
Because you shouldn't be seeing.
They don't use the same. Sorry.
Because you shouldn't. You asked me a question. Let me just answer it.
Mm-hmm.
Because 50 feet above the surface of the water, you shouldn't be able to see a target 10 feet above the surface of the water from 45 miles away. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Okay, but I don't know where you're getting this knowledge from. But okay.
It's on Wikipedia. Look it up.
I know how radar works because we have radar on our vessel as well. We have two actually.
All right.
And there's a short bandwidth, and then we have a large bandwidth. A large bandwidth is
what signal are you using? What bandwidth? What are you using? L or S?
I don't fucking remember exactly. I haven't fucking checked them on the bridge.
Okay. Well, the AN Spy 1 radar uses S. Do you understand that bandwidth of radar, it allows them to see and set up a perimeter to 250 miles around them? Do you understand that?
I know the bandwidth of 3 millimeter and 10 millimeter.
Okay, what's the output that you run it at?
The output?
Yeah. Wattage. Yeah.
Wattage.
Yeah. How strong is your signal to give you a beam of light in all directions, which is called radar? What's the output rated? That you have.
That I don't know.
Okay, that's fair. Okay,
you want to know why I don't know this?
No, here's the
not a chief engineer.
That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's neither here nor there.
Specialty. I just know how it works.
Okay, that's neither here nor there. Now the point being is that we have a military operation, right? Going on, right? And the destroyer can set up a perimeter around them from their point of view, 250 miles around. All right, in all directions. Right? It gives them a defense mechanism to where they can pick up any projectile at any elevation to where they can now then shoot that target down if it's going to be an incoming threat. So, using your globe math, are you able to articulate how if it was a globe that technically they wouldn't be able to see that projectile at the distance of where they pick it up on radar, yes or no?
Now, when you say radar, exactly, specifically, I don't know this radar system. I cannot tell you anything about that. I don't know.
Okay, so is it fair to say that we
don't work with military technology?
Okay. Is it fair to say that your position is only being derived from what you know, yet there's another technology that debunks your position theoretically?
Because I don't know what you're saying is true.
That's why I said theoretically. Okay, just pay attention to my words because they have meaning. They have when I speak, there's meaning. So just pay attention to the words instead of interjecting with your nonsense. Just listen. Okay, from your position theoretically, there's something that's going to debunk your position. Now, what I implore you to do is go ahead and look into it to where maybe when you come across this information, which is declassified in the sense of this is what they're telling us, so obviously the classified part is much more greater. But with that being said, if you were to look into our position of what we have used for your own paradigm, which has been disclosed, then maybe you'll realize that what you're saying is false. Because you're alluding to, we could only see that far, according to what you know. But there are things outside of what you know that go much, much further, which mathematically debunk your globe. Is that fair to say?
Okay, listen. What I was trying to go at originally, which I'm going to stick to, is that VHF
Okay, I'll go back. I'll get back to you with regarding the other thing, but VHF is a direct line of sight format, meaning it can go very far, but it can also not go very far regarding how far you can talk with people. Okay? It has nothing to do with strength. It has something to do with strength. You can't use a fucking handheld VHF because of power. But like anything such as on an FRB, which is a rescue, like fucking fast rescue boat, they have an antenna, they have a little radio, stationary radio, it's a radio station. Now, they can reach from their height exactly 25 nautical miles. Depending on weather, they can reach maybe 3 or 4 nautical miles extra if you're lucky, depending on weather. Okay? If there's really shitty weather, you might not, because there's all these interferences.
Okay.
Now, as I said, then still, if you have that ship that's outside of that boundary, they won't hear it at all.
I agree.
Yeah. Now, if you have an antenna 60 nautical miles out, you can just see the top of this mountain in the horizon. You can just see the top of it, and you can only just see the antenna. You can clearly communicate with them. They will receive you clear as day with VHF, which is very high frequency.
Right.
Now, if I use MF, it has a different format because it doesn't necessarily bounce, but it has a different format that it can go like through the atmosphere in a different way.
Okay.
Reaching about 150 nautical miles.
Okay. That's
So
fair.
I
That's
get what
fair.
you mean.
Okay.
And again, different wavelengths work differently.
Okay. So what? Okay. So think about this, right? You personally are experiencing a system that has 30 to 300 megahertz at the most. Okay. 300 megahertz at the most. Okay. But you have to realize that S-band, it runs about 2 gig to 4 gig, which is 10 times as farther as you can ever pick up. Now, with that being said, you are living a paradigm where everything you're basing upon your globe is something that is 10 times less to our reality of capability. Now, when you introduce S-band, which is the AN Spy 1 radar, which is, broadcasting at a 4 gigahertz of power, which is, I think, around, I forgot how many megawatts that is. But with that being said, is it fair to say that you might be speaking from a position that isn't well learned to our reality if you don't even know about it? Is that fair?
No, not really necessarily.
So you don't grasp that your position has a knowledge of a system.
Please rephrase that.
Okay, so you are coming from a place where the system you're using has a maximum range of using this 30 to 300 megahertz of power, yet there is a system out there that you don't know about, which is fair, that's fine. I don't expect everybody to know about this. But the AN Spy 1 radar, it uses a system using S-band frequency, and it's clear that you understand the frequency. But on the S-band frequency, it's 2 gigahertz to 4 gigahertz, which will give you a perimeter of 250 miles disclosed. By the way, what's beyond that is classified. They will not tell us the full range of it. But would it be safe to say that your whole paradigm that you believe in is based upon an inferior position? Is that fair to say? If you don't know about this system that the military uses, wouldn't you say that it's inferior, right, to reality? Because you think we're only able to broadcast with VHF, and you're trying to calculate everything of how you see something, but there's a system out there. Lo and behold, this is reality that debunks the globe. Because if you could pick up a projectile that's 10 feet above the surface of water from 75 miles away or 45 miles away even, with the 50-foot observer height, you do realize that projectile should be 1,200 feet mathematically for it to be picked up. Yet we're picking up at 10 feet. Is that fair to say?
I understand what you mean.
Okay. All right. So I want you to understand that when you fuck with us, you're fucking with the best. Just realize we're gonna drop knowledge on you and truth. And I implore you to go investigate what I just said, and maybe you might come back with a whole nother fucking attitude. I'm just saying. I'll mute up. Good talking to you, by the way. Thank you for being respectful.
Also, I'd like to point out we're no longer allowed to use the word paradigm. We've used it all up.
That's funny, Radwin. My bad.
No problem. But you're blowing the tally board right up. So we have to retire it for almost 6 months in order to catch up to the other words.
Sounds fair. Sounds fair. I just want these characters to realize there's a lot more for them to learn. Obviously, Radwin, we've been in the game a lot longer, but they're now stepping up to the big boys, right? Like they're in the major leagues, right? And we're just trying to help them. At the end of the day, we're just trying to help them.
So his point was he's on a boat. He knows he's on a globe because everybody that is on a boat knows they live on a globe. And none of that's true because you need flat Earth in order to navigate. But that went over his head before.
And by the way, this is me at my soberest. I've only had 20 for the night. Get me on like the next 20. I might even drop more knowledge on you, bro. I'm just saying. This is slow for me right now. It's a slow night. It's a slow night.
Just came from the back. I was checking out some of the stocks we have, and I got a report. But who's using all the paradigms? I'm getting at least 120 hits here.
Yeah, they're all used up now. So slow down.
I'll order some new ones, but keep it in check, please. Come on. Oh, and I got the bag of Skittles for you guys as well. I knew you wanted it. So
I'm more of an M&M's type guy, bro. I'm sorry.
I'll add it to the list. I got you.
I just want these Globers to realize, bro, like the facts are out there, the truth is out there. I just feel like some of these guys just never came across it, and that's maybe why it hasn't clicked in their head. So it's really important that we all take many different angles, and we might hit them at the angle that they need to hear for it to click. I'm just saying. I think it's important. Just saying. As it's written, right? Like one waters, and one plants, but it's he that increases. And when I say he, that's the Almighty I am. I'll leave it at that.
So, Cadaver Man just left. Oh, he's jumping rooms. He was just in something called CEO of something space propulsion. Is there actually a channel in here called that? That's crazy.
I saw a guy very bitter, like a couple of channels up a while back. He had a 24/7 round Earth, and then he had 24/7 science as his name. He would just sit there, just bitter, you know. Oh, it blows my mind that even though you're just talking logic, the ego gets in the way up to the point where they just stop logically thinking completely, and it's an ego battle to them at that point. And then I'm like, oh, right, here we go. That was clearly one of them. I think I saw him in Conspiracy.
But yeah, there's a room called CEO of Space Propulsion R&D Co's. But yeah, that happens often. They go and create a 24/7 globe Earth room or something. It doesn't last very long.
It's usually an ego thing, like they got probably told the truth, they wouldn't adhere to it because of ego issues, and then, you know, they throw a fit. It's an adult person acting like a child when you see that happen. To me, it's hilarious because it boils down to the willingness to accept the truth. That's all where it boils down to. Because if you critically think about what is being said, then you'll boil down to the same thing. Right, and if you can't lay yourself down at that, then it's your ego in play. And then I don't know, you probably have seen the scene in the Matrix where Neo or Morpheus explains to Neo in the first scene where they step into the Matrix that they control. And Morpheus says some people are so ingrained into the system that they're dependent of it. They'll fight for it furiously, even though they don't fully understand it, but they will die for it. And it feels like that. It's like you're to them, it's like a threat of their reality, apparently. It's to make them see the truth. Just to logically think. Doesn't matter the subject, but to logically and critically think. That's all you're doing. But it throws them into a tilt, a meltdown. And if you're emotionally oriented, then you'll end up with people who make 24/7 science and hop in the conspiracy channel and hope to, you know, at least vent their opinion about what's probably going on here in there. That's usually the case. It's crazy how ego can stand in your way from finding the truth. And everything says it, you know, the truth will set you free. It's a matter of willingness to actually be sincere about the topics that you're speaking about with curiosity to truth. And I think if you add logical thinking and especially critical thinking, that part is so important, then yeah, the truth will unveil itself. It's just a matter of time. I'll name an example and then I'll stop yapping. I remember a guy coming in here and he spoke with absolute truth that the earth was round because they did a measuring thing with a laser. And then these guys took it upon themselves to critically think to that extent. And we're like, okay, what laser device was used? Show the paper. And the guy showed the paper. And then they went thus far to look up the actual laser itself. It's a device to measure from A to B, but it has a limit in which it can measure. And once you go past that limit, every measurement you make is henceforth not conclusive. And the measurement that was claimed to be made far exceeded the factory, you know, what it was able to do. So in any logical sense, I'm a uni teacher in research. I was a student for a long time. If you come to me with research where you drop something like that, where you say that I made a measurement with a tool and I made it from that distance, but the tool is not able to make the measurement of that distance, your entire research just flunks itself, right? Any critical thinker would say that. Any logical researcher would say that. But in this case, no, and they would fight it till the T, man. Like, they would not concede to the fact, like, okay, maybe I'm measuring something that the device is not able to measure, but I'm still gonna take it as reality, even though it's probably off. The measurement has to be right. Like, to me, it just blows my mind that people are unwilling to be like, oh, hey, you might be right. That's wrong. But that right there, that example, I named it a couple of times before, was for me the main reason to be like, hey, man, I'm just gonna sit here and listen, because apparently I got shit to learn. Sorry for my language.
Yeah, that falls back on them because, ironically, when you start talking about how we can measure something, they will throw back to you, well, the tools that you're using can't actually measure it. But you can then, in the same breath, say, well, then how do you measure it? Because you are pretty concrete in your position that it's been measured. And yet you're telling me that we can't. It's a freaking hypocritical, oxymoron situation going on. Like it's literally they're just stupid. Like they don't get it. They don't get that they are debunking their own position. Yeah.
That's the problem. Somebody else who's supposed to be credible and who is supposed to be critically thinking about these things apparently did not do that. But they show a paper in which they make a claim in which a measurement was made with a certain device in which they claim that it's an absolute curve. But then, as a researcher, as a critical thinker, I would have to go through the tools, like I'm the teacher, right? And he's presenting that to me, right? Then I have to validate what he's doing. So I have to look at that device and I have to look at the description of the device and be like, how far can it measure accurately? And if it's double the measurement, or if the distance that the kit proclaims to be is double what it can measure, then that device is not proper to measure it properly. So you can't use that as an absolute. But to go against that argument is ego. And if you can't concede with that, then you have an ego problem. And that is the majority of the time what I see play out here, where a lot of people just be like, the logical thinking goes out the window. This is a matter of, no, this can't be true. And this reverts back to Morpheus and Neo being back in the system and one of the people waking up and be like, what the hell is going on? This can't be true. And then they get aggressive because they don't know how to cope with that. They don't know how to deal with that. It's like a tilt.
Yeah. For instance. Okay.
May I just quickly? Yeah, you struck a chord there, man. Because in the last 48 hours or so, maybe a bit longer, right? 2-3 days. That exact sort of playbook or that exact sort of script has come up several times with the same people. Okay, I don't want to name names or anything, whatever. You know who I'm talking about if you're there. Where they argue the theodolites that were used to measure the distance to like a mountain from a mountaintop or whatever. They're using a theodolite and they don't want to accept that theodolite has a manufacturing recommendation, right? These things are like APOC, you know what I'm talking about, right? These things are made for maybe a couple hundred meters or something like that. But this guy claims to have used it over, 50 miles or something? Like an extraordinarily large distance.
Try 100 and something.
Fuck, man. I mean, it's something crazy like that, right? Where it's like, okay, this mountaintop to this mountaintop, well, the elevation of this one is yay high, and the elevation of this other one is yay high. And when we do a shot from top to the other one, there's a descent angle of X, and it matches the globe, no problem. It's like, dude, this thing, you're using this thing like hundreds of times further than is recommended. And they say, no, we're not, because the spec says that the thing can see infinitely far. And you're like, yeah, I mean, like when you look at I saw a data table on this once, and the spec, like the guy's being weaselly or something, he doesn't want to let go of it, where the spec says something about the focus range. Okay, the focus range is X, some couple meters, whatever, in front of him, to infinity. but that's the focus range. If you look at other models, they specify another type of range. I forget the term exactly, but it specifies some 100 meters or something like that. You know what I mean? So they get really tactical in this shit, just so as to, you know, to maintain a hold of it, or whatever perception of a hold that they think they have. It's crazy. You know what I mean? You're on that with you're onto something with that, man. Go ahead.
On the other side of that coin, you can tell them that we don't measure curvature when we're transferring horizontal lines, and they will tell you you don't have the equipment to
Hitler is my savior. All hail Hitler.
They will tell you that you don't have the equipment to accurately transfer a horizontal line because there is a degree of tolerance. Now, all of a sudden, the math of a transferred horizontal line becomes infinite tangent lines, becomes a circle, therefore it's a globe. But they literally take it there because you can then ascribe, like, okay, but if I have level 90 degree perpendicular positions, and I transfer that 90 degree perpendicular, and now I transfer that 90 degree perpendicular, and I transfer that all the way down for over 2 miles, they're going to tell you you don't have the equipment to calculate that accurately because there's error. But on the flip side of that, well, then how did you calculate the globe if you're saying you couldn't calculate it on the transverse of that? This is where I just find these guys as complete indoctrinated dumbasses that they can't see the forest through the trees. It's not even worth the time to deal with people like that, because obviously they're stuck and they're not going to, get it. They just can't grasp it. What's more important is talking to people that have questions and they listen to the answers, and they actually do have critical thinking and logical thinking going on because they truly are searching for the truth, as opposed to these knuckleheads that are just complete anti-flat earthers, and no matter what you say, they will not even listen to, because you can speak facts and truths to them, but because you told them that, they won't accept it.
Matrix all over again. No, I couldn't agree more. The main reason why I'm here and why I decided to stay was literally that instance where the guy presented the claim and then he showed the paperwork, and these guys here, they took the time and effort to go through the paper, find the device, find how far it can measure, and then call him out on that. To me, and again, I was a student for university. I did it in research. So you have basic research, advanced, and expert. And what qualifies somebody to be a basic researcher in comparison to an expert researcher? Well, these guys just showed it. You can present whatever you want, but you have to be very specific on what you do, how you do it, and if it's applicable, yes or no. If it does what it is supposed to do in order for you to have a concrete outcome. So if I make a survey, hypothetically, right, I do some desk research and I find something out, and it has a target audience, how do I verify that? I'll probably make a questionnaire to double check that, right? But then still, I'm not accurate enough, right? I have to be very specific with the questions. I can't be leading. There's certain things that I have to do in a certain context. And with that comes, quote unquote, critical thinking. And I notice that is the main theme of this channel, that no matter who comes in, and it's always the same thing, right? Somebody comes in, they make a claim, they get told differently, but it's under the stigma of, a flat earther is telling me something, that they're unwilling to quote unquote critically think. But after the fact, they might probably do a little research themselves and then have that moment that I just discussed where the guy cracked another beer and goes damn it, baby, they were right.
Right. And then I know you find them coming back because they want to hear more.
Yeah. I mean, I told this before. When I came here, I was in disbelief. And then after the fact, I was like, hold on a minute, man. This goes deeper than what I originally thought it was. And that instance right there was the laser device. because I was doing the studies. I was like, these guys are not bullshitting, man. These guys know what they're talking about. They're actually, I had an old teacher, an old German teacher named Schwilders, and that guy gave me hell. I have a saying at my university, you have to make the document quote unquote Schwilders proof, which means every angle needs to be filled in. And these guys are approaching it the exact same way, which only, if you ridicule something that is bullshit, eventually it will come out as bullshit. But if it's truthful, it will stand, it will endure.
Right.
So people can call it, being hounded or dogged. No, you're just presenting bullshit and you're being called out for it, and your ego can't handle it. And that's why you probably change your name to 24/7 Science and then hop into the conspiracy channel and sit there and hope somebody listens to your story. Well, they won't, because they're truth seekers as well. And eventually, odds are they'll end up here, just listening like I am. Sorry for my rant. I'll shut up now.
Oh no, man, you're on point, dude. Like we get that, because you are probably literally describing like 90% of the people that do come in from the opposition, and they have these walls built up in their ego and in their arrogance of thinking they are right. That cog disc kicking in, and they get shut down. But unfortunately, a lot of them, they go back and they reset, and they come back the next day asking the same freaking questions that they already got explained to thoroughly, acting like they never heard those answers in their life. Unfortunately, that does happen.
Yeah, that's ego in play, low key, being a child, just trying to sidetrack because you didn't get your way. That's all I'm hearing at the end of the day.
Yeah. It's just important though to
But is it so bad to critically think? What's the worst that could happen when you actually start critically thinking and applying that to multiple facets throughout your life? What's the worst that could happen?
Right. It's funny too. What's funny is like when you realize, right, like you come to a point where you've been lied to, it does really expand your mind.
Yeah.
Because then that carries over into other categories in life and discussions and debates, to where you can, like, now you have a different ear to the information you're getting, because you know that disinformation and misinformation does get carried out, and there is this paradigm that's being propagated, not just flat earth, I mean in all other aspects. And then it makes you, hopefully, fingers crossed, it makes you want to dive deeper into the subject that's being discussed to get the facts, because you do finally, maybe, hopefully realize that you might not have all the facts. You might have this story of somebody telling you this is what is. So
He's
that's
beginning to believe.
Right. And it's funny because I found personally a lot of people, I've come across a lot of people that are very, very open to this, not a heliocentric model. Typically, they have already have in some way, some form, have already realized that the things you've been told and taught aren't necessarily what you've been told and taught. Like conspiracy theorists, they always say that, right? Like, oh, flat earth is conspiracy theory because a lot of conspiracy theorists are behind it. But they have to realize, though, that the mind of a conspiracy theorist is already questioning things because they were able to see the truths through the lies. That's why a lot of that kind of overflows into this arena, because you already have an open mind to easily just negate the claims that have been presented with logic, explanations that debunk them. That's what I found personally. I found a lot of people in this arena, they already, the anti narrative, if you will, like the socialistic accepted narrative of a lot of different subjects. Usually, those minds are more malleable, if you will, to realize and separate these falsehoods from reality. It's just way easier for them. For us, that's what I think.
I think what you said before kind of nails it on the head. That once you start accepting that what has been told to you, or at least have the willingness to look at what is being told to you and look at that with a critical eye, that eventually it delves into other parts of your life where you start realizing people are trying to bullshit me left and right. And the best comparison that I can give is a salesman. Like, they will try to sell you or pawn you whatever they want to sell you in order for them to make money, right? But as soon as you start, if you know your tech, the salesman will pick up on that just based on your articulation. And then with that, when you add a little critical thinking, you might get more of what you truly want in comparison to what he is able to sell you, right? And in that context, might be a bad
another
analogy.
layer to the salesman. There's the scammers, and the
Yeah, no,
scammers
okay,
will
maybe a bad analogy.
lie, because the salesman might want to sell you a product. I mean, he might have a good interest in you, maybe buying a good product, and he will present it with truth, and you might make a decision based on that. But the scammer will lie and lie and lie.
Yeah. So in other words, you have a salesman, and then you have a snake oil salesman. Two different things.
Yeah, okay, maybe bad analogy, but the point stays the same. Is that
your point stands, but the globe will be the scammer.
Right.
Yeah, no, yeah, okay. We can agree on that. But the point is that once you get in there and you get told a story, like when you're blank-minded, non-critical thinking, you walk in there, you take to heart what he says to you, you believe it, best TV ever, cheapest price ever, you take it to heart and probably flex to your friends and be like, look, got this puppy for 500, beautiful HD smart TV. And then this one guy who is knowledgeable looks at you and just smirks and goes like, you're such a dumbass, you didn't even know what you bought, did you? Right?
There's
and that's
a
the critical
barn
thinker.
every minute.
But that's the critical thinker. That's the guy that actually wants to know what you buy in order, to equate the value of what you have, right? What is being presented to you, is it truthful, right? And that guy figures it out. He probably yaps all types of techno jargon that you wouldn't know, but when it comes down to it and you need a good TV for a good price, you know exactly who to ask because that person knows what they speak of and it is truthful, right?
Right.
And in that context, I believe that if you just develop that critical sense of thinking logically about what's being represented to you by whoever scientist it is, that eventually you'll delve down to little narratives, like we did as the example with the laser, that some things might be a little bit off and it doesn't make sense. But because you don't know it, and it's probably some guy who did through his entire life and educations towards it, and he tells it to you, it has to be credible, right? That guy probably knows, right? But where's the critical thinking in that?
So in this analogy, I just want to point out the snake oil salesman is going to sell you a high definition smart TV, but then once you buy it, you realize it's not high definition or smart. And that's the Glober. They're trying to sell you a paradigm, but you realize it's just a falsehood. It's not what they're even selling themselves. Now, they may be convinced of what they sold themselves to believe in, but in the reality, when you lay the cards on the table, you realize they don't even realize that they have been sold a lie. That's why.
Yeah, but does it make sense when I say it comes down to what is it? Ease, like convenience.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's already been taken care of. I don't have to worry about it. It's true. And that's. Oh, the salesman knows what he's talking about. He did his job for his life, so he probably knows the tech better than me. So I'm good.
Of course. How many times have you heard them say, many people all over the world has agreed, all the scientists say, and this is why it's a globe? How many times have you heard that? And that's exactly what you're saying. They're adhering to this fallacy of where, because the majority of people has said it is, not only the majority of people, but all the lab coats, all the smart people, all the people that have the credentials, like, because they say it's a globe, therefore it must be a globe. So you're right on to that, bro. You're spot on.
Have you ever heard the story about the blue LED light? How that works?
In regards to what?
So this is a little bit of a story, so excuse me in advance, but it comes down to a simple point. The guy who invented the blue LED light was ridiculed and scolded for presenting his idea before it got accepted, and we're all using it. It's in your phone, it's in your TV, it's everywhere. RGB lighting. Without that little bit of technology, we wouldn't have what we have today. But that guy, before he got his quote-unquote technology accepted, was scolded and ridiculed by the entire science field. Why? Because he never had a paper. They wouldn't listen to what he had to say. He had to academically be confirmed. So he had to make papers, write them, like get them accorded or whatever, and then he got noticed. If you look up on YouTube how the blue LED got created, it's a 20-minute video, and it will say the entire story how I just narrated very shortly. And that shows the main problem, that if everybody accepts the main thing and nobody goes against it, nobody quote-unquote critically thinks, we will never advance. Because if that guy didn't stood up for what he believed in and fought for it rigorously, we wouldn't have the technology we would have today, what we're looking at right now. Right? And that is, in my eyes, one of the biggest killers within our society. The discontent to not listen to another person, unless it's of course lunacy, but when a person spouts logic, reason, and it all connects, and you can find it from A to B, and you can track it yourself, right? And you can get to that point as well. Then you have logic consistency. But if there's a little bit of an anomaly in there, and you're very critical about that, you're being very precise about that, there's a plethora of fields that might open because of that little insight. We don't know it all. We like to think we know it all, but the critical thinker is the one that advances society. Think about that. Because if we all agree and we all say the same thing, and we might as well just put a little bit of fluff on our back and start bleating and go into the field to start chewing grass. Because we might as well be the sheep that we are. Look that up. Blue LED light. How it got developed and how that guy got scolded before he could even drop the technology that we're using today. And that's the academic field, right? Like, you don't know what you're talking about because you don't have credentials or papers. But the guy did know what he was talking about, even though he didn't have credentials and papers. After the fact, his shit got accepted. Sorry for my wording. And then eventually it changed our entire industry, everything, our entire society. But the man had to go through hell to get that paper out. And that's the one thing where I'm like, well, yeah, academic fields, right? This is the first time you heard about that story, the blue LED light?
For me, it is, yeah.
And when I heard it, it blew my mind as well. But it kind of confirmed that one little thing that I always had in my mind, that there's this quote-unquote friends politics going on. It's a tribal state of mind that, the grouping of being together and the stigmas of other groups. That's why I like to say when people come in here and they're like, oh, I'm a flat earther. Then I usually go, oh yeah, so you mean he's a critical thinker. That's a compliment, my guy. Right? Like, I don't know what you're trying to say here, but, like, the majority of times, there's no lies, there's no delusion. It's facts, non-stop, consecutively, coherently. Right? Any researcher, any legitimate researcher would adhere to what is being said. And again, I refer to that point with the laser measurement device. It's the best example that I can.
Right.
Just watch it play out. Each time they come in, they won't be able to concede to logic and adhere to that, and then eventually ego comes into play, and then it's a 10.
I mentioned this earlier, but have you seen the presentation by a gentleman on Discord by the name of Lanolan?
No.
All right, so I'll post the video again. It's by the way, it's like 6 hours long, and there's multiple things he goes through. But something that you remind me of, one of those parts that he talks about, he has on video, right, of a laser that he set up on one side to the other side because it's him and his friend, and he literally has a laser shooting through a Fata Morgana. Okay. And it goes to show you how, not only how many layers of light that it travels, as it goes upwards, but also the zigzagging of it. And he's the whole point of it is that he's proving to you, if you were to see something that's behind the refracted, optical phenomenon, that if the light was going to that position from yours and then being sent back, the way light travels through it, it is literally now an impossibility that it's traveling up and over a curve, because light will never reach your eye directly for you to be able to see it. And it's such an amazing point, bro. Like, it's a slam dunk. Like, any Glober that still believes in that bullshit, you're just retarded at this point. But his little observation that he captured on video, like, it goes to show you, bro, like, they are lying to you, even in their own explanations, in academia, in modern science, if you will, lest I say. But it is a really, really good point that the way we ascribe light and how it works through mediums, with the understanding to the capabilities of how academia presents it, like, these observations just blow all of that shit out the water. And it literally it has to make you understand that we are being told a lie. Like, this is not what is happening, hands down, bro. Like, here, I'll post the video, bro. It's too good, bro. I mentioned it hours ago, but that's only because he also talks about the moon landing, and he debunks that thoroughly. He debunks that because he's in film and in the studios professionally. And he breaks down how the moon landing is 1000% just false.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna post the video.
I watched a lot of those things about the lunar landing and how it's all staged and stuff. It's really interesting to watch, man. Especially the motivation since the era that they were in and the conflicts that they had. Like, there was legit motivation to do those things.
Right. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, it's obviously just politically driven, for sure. But I posted the video. His name's Lanolan, and it's 6 hours long, bro. Like, I'm gonna just one day when you have time to just veg out to it, dude. Watch it entirely. The whole presentation is fucking amazing, bro. And he's making a movie. It's going to be called the Desolation of Abomination, or the Abomination that I forgot the way he worded it. Actually, I think it's on the I think it's on the screenshot. It's called The Abomination of Desolation. He's going to make a movie. He's literally going to make a documentary. He said it's going to come out at the end of this year or the beginning of next year. But dude, I'm pretty sure, bro, when this shit drops, if it does, I don't know, he might get stopped, or who knows. But when this gets dropped, bro, like, it's gonna be amazing, bro. Now, you're hot micing Truth, but if you want to step up, go ahead.
Well, it's tired.
I'll be sure to check it out, man. I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, yeah, for sure, bro. He goes over several several things, and he points it out, and he talks about refraction, in depth, bro. Like, and he has all the receipts, dude. He has all the videos, the record, everything, bro. Like, this is a video I think that can go down in the books, especially when he releases the video. Because in the video, he said he's going to be way more it's going to be better, authored, if you will. Because in the 6 hours, he was just freestyling. He just talking off the head. Although I will say this video might be more informative than the video he makes, because I feel like he went in more depth in this 6 hour video than he will probably go in the movie. Because how do you crunch 6 hours into 2 hours? You get what I'm saying? Just like a book, right? Like, how do they cram a book into like an hour and a half worth, and you always lose, more, like as they say, bro, like the book is always more descriptive, it's always better than the movie because the author was able to go more into detail in the chapters of it all as opposed to the movie. And I think this is going to be one of those things where his 6-hour presentation, because there was all these questions popping off, and in real time he was able to jump from one thing to another, which might be lost in the movie or not accounted for in the movie. So like I feel like this video of the presentation he did might be deeper because he shared a lot more that he's probably not. Eventually, he's not. I mean, logically, he's probably not gonna be able to go so deep because it's a movie that's going to be an hour and a half or 2 hours long. So yeah, this 6-hour video is like, bro, it's golden, bro. It's golden.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out, but 6 hours is long, so I'll probably skim through it as a podcast thing while I'm working, and then find highlights and things. And
I hear you, bro. I hear you. Hey, but I will say this though: if you actually can, bro, break it down into an hour, bro. Watch 1 hour or 30, even 30 minutes. Just watch 30 minutes, cut it off. Later, next 30 minutes, cut it off. Because I think that throughout that whole video, he gives so much information in depth, dude. Like when he talks about the movies, he goes all the way back to like the 1910s, 1920s, the way they did movies. Like, the way they did like film, filmography, like the tricks of the trade. And then he literally builds up to like where he's now talking about the moon landing, and he points out those same camera tricks that they've been using decades before they even filmed the moon landing. And then after all the moon landing stuff, he gets into his he's on a snowmobile out in the snow up north and around Alaska. Maybe even more north than that. I forgot where exactly he's at. But he goes into depth, bro. Like, dude, like it's so good, bro. So informative. I hope you like break it down in 30 minutes if you can.
one way to find out, right?
Yeah.
I better get to it, right? I mean, 6 hours on the clock, man. Shit.
Yeah. Ain't nothing to it but to do it, brother.
True that. Old dude, do you mean that it's true that it's fake or that it's true that it's real? Because I'm leaning to the latter. I've seen the documentaries, man. You can't convince me that it's true. I don't believe it. I can show you videos of that era in which they claim to go to Mars. And like there's a giant crater on Mars and everything, and it shows it in the exact same style. I made GIFs of those. I gotta look them up. But it looks so legit. You see the moon, and then you see the moon and Earth. And then it leads up to Mars, and then you get closer to Mars, and then you get like out of those portal views when they're in there and they're looking onto Mars. It's all fake. I think the latter. And I genuinely pushed this on the political circumstances back then, that they had to show that they were dominating on that field, because if they weren't, then chaos, pretty much. Because from what I understood, they were in competition with Russia, and Russia was already, sending up dogs and stuff like that. It wouldn't be the first time they lied to us. If you go, this is a pretty interesting one, because a lot of people under the Freedom of Information Act, yada yada yada. Fine. There's a YouTube channel called The Infographic Show. There's a lot of biology in there that I like to watch. I like to watch those type of videos before I go to bed. They help me go to fall asleep. And even the infographic show has a couple of episodes in which it shows the atrocities that the government has done, like 50s, 60s, before and beyond. And under the Freedom Information Act, a lot of those things came forward, where a lot of people were gaslit to believe that they weren't experimented on or exposed to certain things or whatnot. But they were told that it wasn't the case, that they were batshit crazy, and they need to let it go. But after 50 years under the Freedom of Information Act, they find out it is the case. The only problem is they can't hold anybody accountable because the majority of them are already gone. If you look up infographic show and then the top 15 atrocious things the government has done, you'll see a plethora of examples as to why the government lies to us. That said, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I become a critical thinker all out of nowhere. And I question everything you put on the table because you lied to me at the first time. Which is only fair, I hope.
All right, man. Good talk, bro. I'm gonna head out. You have a good night.
You have a good one, man.
For sure.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like if you, hey man, even nowadays with AI, it's gonna get more crazy. They're gonna make the wildest claims, and they can just fabricate the proof with AI, and then it seems so legit, it looks so legit. My grandma showed me a video of how Russia was about to invade America, and it was AI generated, and she believed it. Fully believed it. It's very telling. Scary though, but. I found the GIF, old dude. Look, I put it in side chat for you. I want you to see this. It looks so legit. And there's a follow-up. That's when they actually supposedly get to Mars and then look out the window and see Mars. Looks pretty legit for the technology they have back then. Wonder what they will be able to concoct up with AI. Guess we're going to Venus soon, huh? See that? You even see the crater of Mars on there. Crazy, right? It blows my mind when I saw that. I was like, well, if they're able to fabricate that, what else are they able to fabricate, man? You do yourself a favor by saving those GIFs for yourself. They're very telling to me, man, how they operate. Yep. Beautiful. Yeah, it's fake, and I can show you the afterwards as well, where they show you that it's fake. My goal is to use these GIFs as people that come in here and claim that there's video images of this and that, and then, well, these are video images of Mars. It must be legit then, right? Based on how you present it. The lack of critical thinking is astonishing when you just take that to heart instantly, right? That's why I use them.
Yeah, you know, one famous kind of retort to that. It's kind of funny. I think Matrix uses it a lot. Is the fucking they're like, oh, you know, videos from space, you know, satellite this, it must be real. And then someone's like, well, you know, there's videos of Bigfoot. Do you believe Bigfoot's real? And they're like, no. It's like, okay.
That Universal Studios intro, that is a very good one. Like when I was a kid and I saw that where they zoomed out of the planet, like that looks so real, right? Like that. You're always doubting, like, are we zooming out from the planet right now? And then it shows the logo, like, damn. And this was like early days, man. This is like 90s, 2000.
Yeah.
If you have the right wording, the right documents, or at least a couple of people that are willing to write up the right documents and a couple of pictures, you can convince anybody of everything. Oh, that's sneaky. See what you did there, by the way. Even I can see that it's Photoshop, dude. Come You know, like in Photoshop, you have like the circle tool, and then you just grab that, and then you just go like, you take a whiff of land, and then you just grab the circle tool, go around it, hit Ctrl X, and then Ctrl V, and then you just add like a feathering layer around it, so it's like a blue hue coming off it. It's so easy to make. I remember somebody dropping a picture on the side where it showed like a city, and it's from a side angle, but way up. And then you see like the entire city with mountainscapes behind it and ocean behind, and it just keeps on going. There's no curve whatsoever. That was a beautiful picture. Yeah, exactly. Plop them in AI. Exactly. But I do have to say, a little bit of a sidetrack though. Like, I lost a lot of family members when I was young, and I never got to see them, you know, in motion. AI is a beautiful tool for that, man. Truly. slap a photo in there and watch them animate and be like, this is supposedly what they probably were like. Beautiful. Can't take it as an absolute, of course. It's crazy, right? It's pretty cool. It's a wonderful technology, but depending on who wields it, it can be extremely dangerous. I mean, if you train the populace to be gullible and just take things secondhand without questioning it, oof. You just run a script as of then, and the AI will, done deal. Welcome to the Matrix. Like what?
Hello, is anybody here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm in here, mate.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, man.
Same old, same old. How you doing, Avi?
Yeah, I'm doing great, man. Just got up, got on the PC, see what's happening here.
Testing the waters, are we?
A little bit. What'd you say?
Testing the waters, are we? Like putting your foot in just to see if it's nice on temperature, yes or no?
He doesn't have to test it. He knows it's flat and level. Takes the shape of its container.
No, you test the bath. You know what I mean, right? You just hop in there, you know.
Yeah, I was trying to see if there's a room full of people and if there's any arguments. Somebody's in here debating or having trouble with reality as we perceive it.
Talking to a guy who apparently thought he knew radios a while back, but that was more just listening on my part.
I've encountered a couple people that have arguments, but not arguments, just arguments of what they think the world looks like.
Sounds like a Bostonian trying to say they have arguments.
Yeah, it does actually. Arguments. Argumentation.
Nothing really interesting, huh? Same old stuff.
Yep.
Yep. You know, the stuff that makes the world go round.
But it is that time of the morning, you know. Maybe in the next little while, we should expect the clown car to arrive, you know.
Usually when I get on, man, there's somebody at least brave enough coming in here saying that the Earth is a globe.
Oh yeah, right?
The Earth is a globe. GWOBE. It's a globe.
I can spot about maybe 2 globers in here, as far as I know, but they're not saying anything right now.
Actually, I'll tell you, one of them, Mansky, did post up something funny earlier. You know the PP or PP, however they saying, the copium meme we've got. Well, he posted another one up. He put something about globers, and it was hopium. And yeah, I had a good laugh at that.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Exactly
pointed that
true.
too. So good form, Mansky. That was funny as.
That's very true.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal that. That was fun.
There was a lot of brave young people that came in yesterday in the afternoon for me. Very high energy. Now, these folks that are coming in here, these youngsters, they're very high energy. And they're moving at such a rapid pace with their conversation. It's like they're saying so much all, like within a short time frame. So
if the Earth is flat, what's on the other side of it?
now it was weird because today's young person is using ChatGPT. Like for everything we were saying, oh, let me check ChatGPT. Let me check ChatGPT. I got the pro version. And I was challenging him on the shape of the Earth. So
the
for every
pro
question
version,
was
what?
going back to, it took him all the way back to like Eratosthenes.
It's more honest than the amateur version, or
No, it's just it has it has more research, so it does like a deeper dive. Whereas like the regular version doesn't go that far.
Oh, Eratosthenes measured it flat as well.
Well, the thought behind him saying that Eratosthenes was the answer to that was that he did not presuppose, and then when he put it into ChatGPT, it said to him as a response that Eratosthenes suspected that the Earth was a globe. So I told him, I was like, I said what I told you, that it was not that he performed any measurement that the surface was curved. And it just like what he was reading was debunking what he was saying. So he felt like he couldn't get out of that. That's
Yeah,
what
when
his
you pull
argument
it
was
up and they
based
show
on.
you, when you pull it up and you're showing all the diagrams, you're using a flat surface. It has to be.
Yeah, measuring the shadows. Yeah, of course. But he thought that the bedrock of the foundation of he was saying that the Earth is measured to be a globe, and yeah, just proven to be wrong. Then he started to talk about other things, but like, I guess when they're, the young guys that come in here, they're so high energy that they don't realize that information that they were posting is incorrect. So it happened like twice yesterday, actually.
They're like people that run in front of traffic, and they just expect traffic to stop for them.
There's another character in here named Lars, who was saying that he convinced his good friend, who was a flat earther, to go back to the globe based on him showing Google Earth to him.
Yeah, right.
And yeah, I know, but that's what he was claiming. I was like, dude, what did you show him? Like, what specifically? Like, what did you tell him that you just pointed to, like, as if he didn't know what Google Earth was, and you just showed it to him, and all of a sudden a revelation came to his mind. Like, he was like, no, the guy is good with math. He's like a math wizard, and so like I just showed him Google Earth, and it made sense to him. So he went back to thinking the Earth was a globe. I was like, you're saying he was a flat earther, but I don't think so. I was like, maybe he was curious about flat Earth and was looking into it, but that's not a flat earther. Anyway, yeah,
that's like turning somebody who's already had sex back into a virgin. That's impossible. Can't be done.
Yeah, so the claim was wrong by him saying that he was a flat earther, but on top of that, him saying that he convinced him with Google Earth was another claim that he was making that was incorrect as well. So like every point that these guys bring up, you can disprove them, like internally and externally. So within the argument that they're making, and then prove that, yeah, it's false. Like they could be lying. Just investigate what they're saying, and yeah, they're proven to be. Yeah, he was wrong.
I watched one of these fools one day is going to break out with a book called "The Propagation of Electromagnetic Fields Over a Curved Earth." You all know that book, right? Right?
Yeah, so Mansky's in here. He's just listening. He doesn't really participate anymore. Like when he first came in here, he really wanted to disprove flat Earth, and that didn't work out. And then we got Lot Rich. I'm not really sure. Lot Rich is never really piped up, so who knows?
He came. He's part of that list, the bad flat Earth arguments. So he was in Nathan's the other day, but he wouldn't come off mute.
Is he's a certified Glober, right?
I think you say his name was the internet.
Because he slimes around in the comments, but he doesn't jump on the mic, and I'm just wondering why he does that. Like
he has a couple of times. He's got an accent. Not like mine. He's got an accent. I can't.
His name does look Dutch, though. I'm not gonna lie. Like Lotrecht. That's how you would say it if it was Dutch. Lotrecht.
No, that's it right there. He doesn't want to come in because he'll get wrecked.
Look at that brochure. Look at that mustache. That's nice. I like that. Is that a mustache?
The dad bod, yeah.
Or is it somebody's top of somebody's head in front of his mouth? It's another head, huh?
Yeah, it's another head.
That's weird.
He's peering. It looks like a mustache.
Yeah, I thought it was a mustache as well, man. That caught me off guard. How did you say it? It's a forehead, yeah.
Somebody's forehead.
Hell?
Weird.
Lotrecht, are you Dutch? Your name it just oozes Dutch.
Jump on the mic, dude. Like, what the hell? Oh, he got it from that Simon and Garfunkel cover.
How do you come to a server, get on a voice chat, and don't open your mic?
It has the OG master recording though. It's kind of cool.
If you're very adamant for the Earth being a globe and you're just into text, like, I don't get it. Just listening for entertainment and chiming in the chat from time to time. And from Germany, he said.
I was going to say that. Achtung!
All right, give us one good globe argument since you don't want to chime in. It'll give us some content anyway. Type it in the text. Because you've been here for a while, so you know how we deal with the argument. So what do you suppose you can come up with that's going to be something solid for the globe? Because every time one of us is like, you know, going through it with someone, you're always posting stuff in their side chat. Oh, you guys are triggered. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, give us. I Nathan. Same thing. He just goes to the chat.
Yeah,
says just like, triggered, but he's triggered.
Just over and over. It's like, I want to see something. I want to see what you can post that's actually. I'm not surprised that Neil is here though. Why wouldn't you? So what? Like, I just want to see an argument from you, bro. Like, show us something. If you're so adamant for the globe, what the hell is keeping you on that thing? He is way more hardcore than Oakley. Cultish. Bro, like, you're just taking jabs at characters, man. Like, come on. Argument. Let's go. That's what we're here for, bro. We're here to see what you guys have. The best that you have. Bring, I don't know. Got nothing that you haven't refused already. Well, doesn't that tell you something? That's an indication, sir. I don't know, man.
So wait, I just read his little text there. First of all, a lot of people don't know this. I came on 24/7 way before I came on Nathan's.
That's true. I can affirm that.
And freaking Jedi walked me through it. And it happened right around COVID because they had the lockdowns. And instead of listening, I decided to get involved because I was freaking going crazy being locked in my freaking house.
Yeah.
Not that I stood locked in. You know, I could have went out and I did. But as far as work, I mean, everything was shut down. So I got on 24/7 first. All right? Get your history correct.
Yeah, he was here for a while, and then he went over there. I like that AI, Yoder, and DJ want to get rid of the weak and stupid arguments. Yeah, dude, that's fine. I'm asking for you to present yours. I think that's what everybody wants, right? It's the best arguments you guys have for the Earth being a globe so that we can look in to see if there's anything that can be validated, any tests that can be repeated. That's what we're looking for.
Oh, that's hilarious. Guys, remember when I talked about the 24/7 science guy? I think he took note. He just DM'd me like 10 minutes ago, sending me an invite to a specific server. 24/7 science. This guy is on a roll.
Dude. That's what's his face, dude? The Jamaican dude.
Robert Utah.
Robert Utah. Yeah.
I just said a minute ago, like that. I was talking about ego and that how some people are unwilling to accept the truth and critically think, and once they get held on the grill, that they start splurging out, their ego gets into play, and then they start doing stuff like that. Like they can't get proven they're right, so they hop to a different VC, change the name to 24/7 Science, and hope people hop in to confirm the thing that got declined the time before. But I think he picked up on the convo because I was talking about him like 20 minutes ago, and he sent me an invite about 20 minutes ago to his server, specifically 24/7 Science.
He's listening. He's one of the listeners on the live stream.
He doesn't know what science is.
It's hilarious.
And that's also true. But I don't know, I think he's banned from here. I do believe he's banned from here. But I could be wrong. Though he comes in here and he doesn't have really much of an argument other than that we don't know what we're talking about. And just saying that shit all the time.
Or let me tell you, brother,
brother.
Shit, brother.
Then you go straight into like observation. The Earth looks like a globe. I think no, it doesn't, bro. Nobody, not even the Globers, say it looks like a globe. Doesn't look that way to them.
That's been
yes, it does. They're like, you're just arguing over that shit.
There's not one observation that drives me crazy when people say on a globe, this is what we would see, or how every observation anyone in history has made has been from a flat plane, been from a flat Earth, never a globe.
Yeah. What's interesting is that we get most of the globe proponents saying that too. They're like, yeah, it looks flat. Yeah, of course it does. But it would look flat if you were like an amoeba on a basketball. It's the same shit, dude. They don't get away from it. We understand that. So for somebody to claim that it looks like a globe, you're way off, bro.
And is Robert Utah the guy that said he works somewhere and yeah, there was a rocket there. He's like, oh, I touched the rocket. And
touched it. Yes.
That's him.
I went to space.
That's it. He's emotionally attached. He touched a rocket.
He went on and on about it. I'm starting to like, are you insinuating something there, dude? Like, you know, what's going on there? Okay. Just weird, man. Apart from his like, I can't handle.
I was just trying to think of a song there. I touched a rocket and I liked it. Those words can go and I can.
Could probably get AI to create a song.
Oh shit. Oh
yeah, so
man.
Lot Rich says, I just have stuff in the sky and I learned that you can just hand wave that away in here. Well, why stuff in the sky? Dude, you could have just easily made your argument so we can know what it's like instead of you just tiptoeing around the fact that you don't want to make one because we're going to hand wave it. Just make the damn argument.
He won't. That's as good as you're going to get. He'll make an excuse. He's at work, can't talk, got people around.
No, not on the voice matrix. I'm in the text. I want him to put it in text so we can at least go through it. That's fine if he doesn't want to chime in, like fucking whatever. But just put it in there and see what we have to say about it. But he says that all he has is stuff in the sky. Which is weird. That's an indication, man, that he knows that we've already dealt with those arguments. But at the same time, I mean, what possibly that he can point to in the sky that's going to lead to the knowledge that the Earth is a globe? It's illogical. Nothing. He added you as a friend?
I can't, bro. I'm literally crying of laughter right now. This guy is putting in so much effort.
He's giving me so many damn invites over there.
I didn't have anything to do with anything. Never talked to the guy, and he felt the need to DM me an invite to his server and then add me as a friend. Who are you? Like, what?
Wait, what's going on for those of us just tuning in?
A 24/7 science guy got his ego hurt last time, apparently.
Robert Utah's trying to get a hold of Q and invite him to the server. Or he's done that. He's done for everybody in here. He has a server called Science and what was it? Science and what?
24/7 science. I mean, come on.
24/7 science.
That man doesn't seem well.
Yeah, you're right.
Is it Robert Utah or is it was it Star Life?
No, it's Robert Utah. I know
I
that
think
because
it's Star, man.
He's sent. No, it's
No,
not.
even though
It's
his
Robert
name's
Utah.
Star, there's another one that's a bit of a weirdo
gotcha.
too.
Okay.
It is Robert Utah. Star Life is Crit's
Broken.
Crit's groupie.
That's Crit's friend.
All right, so currently right now, Yoder, I'm asking Lotwretch, who's always been in this chat, and like every time we have arguments with some of the guys that come in here, he's like saying things in the text. You guys have bad arguments. You don't let him speak, and this is the reason why nobody trusts you guys as Flat Earth. Like he's just saying things in the chat. I'm like, okay, go ahead and give us your best argument. Well, he's not going to open up his mic because he's this and that, and he's at work and he just can't do it, and blah 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 blah. So I was like, just post it in text, bro. Let's see what you got. And then he replied in the text. He said this: I just have stuff in the sky, and I learned that you can just hand wave that away in here. So, still not posting his argument, but
yeah,
saying that
it's not that we hand wave dismiss the claims. It's that your claims are presented as baseless. So we're not denying anything. You're not substantiating your claim.
Yep.
Sounds like a lack of critical thinking to me.
Sure is. And it makes me wonder, his reluctance to mic up makes me wonder if he's one of our greatest fans who doesn't want his voice to be recognized.
it's possible. It's possible. But they hide in the shadows, dude. Like they never come forward and like confront. I think
It's like a cricket. It's like they chirp from afar, but as soon as you get close, it's quiet. It's like a cricket.
That's a weird analogy.
I really like that.
Yeah. But the WB frog, that. Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. Then when you open up the curtain, he's like ribbit. He doesn't perform.
Like in a distance, right? Hello, my baby. Hello, and then you show up and
Yeah, you remember that cartoon? It's funny.
yeah, of course. Just calmly sit down like nothing happened. Like what?
Oh, dare you compare me to a frog?
Who's that guy? Whisper Jack? Whisper Jack, I've seen your name before. You,
what up?
Flat Earther, right? Whisper Jack?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I'd say I'm a globe denier more than anything.
You're
but yeah,
globe
it looks
skeptic.
like that to me. Yeah.
Why wouldn't you affirm the Earth is flat? What's the reluctance for that?
Well, if I had to guess, I would say yeah, it is. But I'm open. I'm open to considering other theories. But if I had to bet right now, yeah, I'd say it's flat. At least as far as we can tell.
What are you like 99% sure the Earth is flat? You one of those guys? I know a few.
Well, I just feel like I could be shown. I could somehow be shown some other theory. I guess but I doubt it personally.
Well, I mean, yeah, but would you say that you're not 100% sure that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I think globe skepticism is a perfectly fine stance to take, provided that you're like, look, I haven't checked yet. I just don't know.
Yeah, I can say 100% it's not a globe. I can say 100% for sure. I'm not that much. I have no doubt.
So what do you think we say when the Earth is flat? Like, are you thinking that we're talking about the entirety of our realm that we exist? Are you thinking that's what we're saying and that's why you won't say it?
No, I would assume that you were just talking about all the parts that we know and the parts that we can measure and
okay,
all the livable surface, really.
Right. All right, go with that.
And I would say, yeah, that seems completely flat. I don't know how it could be anything else.
So, what am I missing here? I think you're saying the same thing we are, just you don't want to ascribe saying that you're a flat earther for some reason. There's a disconnect there. You're saying everything we say. Like, I don't see anything wrong with that, but where do you feel like you can't put a seal of approval on flat earther? Like, is it just a word, flat earther? Like, just those words?
Yeah, I guess so.
Something's
I guess
holding you back.
Well, okay, I guess me actually measuring it myself so that I can say 100% I confirm, that's the only thing that would hold me back. I feel like I'd be doing the movement a disservice by saying, yes, I'm a flat earther, I've done the measurements and all that. I do believe I've seen enough to convince me, but I just feel like it's, I don't know. I guess it's just a hate word, I guess. I'm not sure really why I'm hung up on it.
What do you think you would need to do to actually solidify that for you? What do you think you would have to do? Based on everything that we've talked about so far. And I would only assume that you've been here a while because I've seen your name before, so.
I think I lost everyone.
You hear me? Test. Oh, shit.
Yeah. You're good. I can hear you.
You back?
Hello? Yeah. Sorry, I think my thing cut out. Everyone went silent, but
yeah.
I think you're still talking.
So what do you think you would have to do as far as for yourself to solidify that the earth is flat, to say it with assurance? What would you have to do? You personally?
I'd have to go out and take the measurements myself. Some of the observations that I've seen, some of the photographs and things. I feel like I should probably do that. I definitely want to make a point to do that at some point, just to kind of put that in my belt, I guess. Like a notch in my belt.
Let's take stock. Let's say, you know what? How about this? This is a good exercise. How many people in here would say that the earth, they believe it to be flat, but they don't know it's flat? How about that? How many flat earth believers do we have? Whisper Jack is one of them. He's honest with that. Do we have any more flat earth believers?
If I'm intellectually honest, then I could say that I have never seen it with my own eyes. So then I would pull myself into there as well.
You're a flat earth believer too?
No, I believe that the earth is measured flat, but I've not seen it from a perspective where I can, concisively say that it's all that. Right? I don't.
So what I'm just going to add this here. Are you saying that you just believe it to be flat?
No, I believe that it's measured flat consecutively, no matter how we measure it consecutively.
Yes.
And that should indicate that it is flat. But unfortunately, I do not have the capability to have this technology to go far out and see it, right? That's what
you can add an addendum to what I'm saying, but it's still what I'm saying. You believe it to be flat.
I'm sorry, I do not know what addendum means. I'm too stupid.
You're adding an extra part to what I'm saying to you, in addition to what I'm saying, to make it sound like it's going to give it more credence, but it's still the same. If I'm saying that you believe it to be flat, and you add, well, I believe it to be flat because of all the testing that's been done, and I'm, doing all this, like you're still believing it to be flat. It doesn't qualify that it's flat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so you believe it to be flat. Okay, so how many other? We got Whisper Jack and we got Q. They're being honest, right? Do we have any more flat Earth believers?
There's a big difference between, being convinced that it's flat based off of the preponderance of evidence and seeing how the globe is wholly unsupportable in all of our discussions and with all its evidence. But if you haven't gone out and checked yourself yet, you really need to go do that.
Yeah. Who else?
It changes your brain.
I'm taking stock. I'm taking stock. So if anybody feels like and then, look into the level of scrutiny that you're going to give whatever you've done to do that. I'm interested. I've asked this before, but it got a different answer before. Like as far as like a flat Earth believer, I would hear something different. But,
so I guess the way that I'm approaching it, and maybe it's faulty, but to me, it seems like I can never have all the data about anything. I can never have all. I can never have all the information. So at some point, it's like, I have enough to make a conclusion. If I had,
but you would say,
I would conclude.
Well,
so that's what I mean by believe.
No, Whisper Jack, your answer was even if you had you've done the test, you would still be a believer because you would say that there's not enough. You still wouldn't have enough information. That's different.
Well, no, I think we were talking about two different things. At that point, I was trying to answer why I wouldn't label myself a flat earther. That's kind of what I was saying. Well,
even if you test,
no, I'm saying that's why I would hesitate to put myself on the front lines that way because I personally haven't done the measurements, you know. But as far as to why I believe that the thought process behind that is why what I just explained. You know what I'm saying? Like I believe that doing all of the measurements would definitely solidify in my mind, yes. But and I would say, yeah, I'm a flat earther for sure. I guess, you know what I mean? I know it's just a label.
Yeah.
But I guess you're right.
The word flat earth, you know, like flat earther, like to say that it seems a little, I don't know, taboo for somebody to say they're a flat earther.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really care about that.
Over the years that we've been talking to people, it's just the psychology behind it. Like they don't want to ascribe that term to them because they're like, I'm not just a flat earther. I'm a human being and I'm a chef. That's fine. I get it. But I'm saying the word flat earther, it just sounds like it's putting a lot of burden on somebody to be that. And then say, well, if somebody really asked you and it got down to it, you know, the argument back and forth here in this discussion is always, how do you know the earth is flat? And if you come up with, you know, well, I just believe it to be so because it's what I'm putting it to you guys this way so you understand the implications, right? So if you say that you're a flat earth believer and somebody got you on the same point that you've got them, then you're no different than them. You're a believer just like they are. They haven't checked, neither have you. This is the most important and most crucial part about being in this room. If that's you right now, maybe I talked to Q and I talked to Whisperjack and they agreed, you know, they're a flat earth believer. But if you haven't checked and you haven't verified, what happens is in this particular realm, this room, you're going to get challenged. The Glober might even pull you up on it and say, well, how do you know the earth is flat? And if you say, well, we got all this tests and we've done, you know, Black Swan and all this stuff. And then it comes around to like, you're just believing that, but there's nothing that you could do to test and verify anything. No, I disagree. Not just a Black Swan, but anything that helps you understand the earth is flat, then you're just a believer. It's like they are.
No, I think you're absolutely correct. Yeah, I mean, at least as far as you're describing my situation for sure, and I do want to go out and have that. You know,
this is kind of like
find out for myself for sure.
This is now the royal you because it becomes like where people who are listening to me right now, and if you're in this room and that's who you are, then they can do the same thing that you're doing to them. It's only fair, right? Fair is fair.
Yeah.
If you're calling them a believer for just looking at all the information and not testing it, and you're grilling them. And you haven't been doing it? I think you need to do some self-reflection here.
Right.
This is the most important part about being in this room. It's like, this what gives it like the weight of an argument. If you say that you've checked and they haven't checked, that's different. But if you both haven't checked, now what do we have, right? Got two believers arguing for something they can't verify.
Stalemate.
Yep. And you can't blame them for grilling you, you know?
No. Yeah, that's why, I guess that's what I kind of initially meant by me saying, like, I didn't want to come in here with my chest puffed out. Like, I'm a flat earther because I don't feel like I don't have, you know, that would be disingenuous of me because I wouldn't be putting a good argument forward when it came to
You're
that.
Fine. You know? Whisperjack,
what experiments have you personally done, or do you... Like, what were you the most convinced? You know, was it just observations, or did you laser test? I'm just curious.
Well, I guess for me, I did a long distance observations in a local area where I'm at to a specific building, and that coupled with it, I can go over that too. But that coupled with the mechanics of water, for me, it's like water displays itself in a very particular manner, and it adheres to this property. With not only just the mechanics of water being a specific way, but also with the observations of a specular reflection over large bodies. Like all of these things that people can witness every single day, I have witnessed. So It's not like there's bodies of water where I'm at, and I've seen specular reflections, perfectly mirrored surfaces and bodies of water where I live that on calm days you can witness. And it's astounding to me when I'm seeing this, that I'm looking at, you know, I could think of it like, you know, flat water, or if I was to say, well, if I was a glober, how could a curved surface, make the image appear? And so specular reflections, the mechanics of water really sealed the deal for me. But also just adding to that was the long distance observations that I'd done. That's just like cherry on top, for me.
Yeah.
So I don't need, like, for me, the testing part of it, it's already complete. Like, I don't need to go any farther than what I've already done. Now, if somebody can come in here and say that water displays convexity and also is measured to have that, well, Bob's your uncle. But they haven't done that, because how can they? It's impossible. It's an impossible task. You can't do the thing that water is not allowing you to do, which is measure a curved path over the surface. So on a calm day, if you go, whatever large body of water is near you, then go and test it. I also have a little boat that I'm actually going to give to one of the flat earthers in here who have a body of water that they want to go and test for themselves. I got a little boat, a little, remote control one, and I'll give it to one of these flat earthers in here who really want to do that. I think I was offering it up to AI if he wanted to use it, because he's got a body of water that he submerges himself into, and he has like a level eye view, so he can use that little boat to go off in the distance and have his camera record it. But I don't know, he never really got back to me on that. Yeah, so to me, it's like, it's very apparent that this is how the mechanics of water display itself. So, and I think we've all been around a body of water. I think the testing, to just be honest with you, the testing phase, everyone's made a long distance observation. So unbeknownst to you, you've always seen things that far exceed the prediction of the curvature of the earth obstructing your view. You've always seen that. You just never really realized it until I'm mentioning it right now. Like, you've done these long distance observations. So if you could recall certain things that you've seen off in the distance, you're like, dude, that thing is supposed to be like 15 to 20 miles away, and I'm seeing it, right? Like, you've already seen that. So
That's
if you can recall,
right.
Yeah, if you could
I'm so
recall,
glad you brought that up, Mickey.
Go ahead, Yoder.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I kept mistaking your pauses for being the
I
end.
know. I do.
No, it's true. Like, when you go out and check for yourself, really all you have to do basically is go about your daily life without the filters on. That's how you do it.
That's it. So it's not that you haven't done the test, is that you didn't realize you were already seeing that way. Like the measurements of things that are at a distance, and specifically because distances in your local area, right? You would be able to say, dude, that's, and I'm pretty sure most of you have already said this in your own, they come out of your own mouth. You said, how am I seeing this building that's like that far away? You've said it. It's like the question you've said already. So it's like, it's not uncommon for you guys to already have made these long distance observation tests that far exceed the prediction of the globe's curvature that would obstruct your view and to that thing that you're seeing. That's why you asked the question. Like this, of course, specular reflections and the mechanics of water, all this solidifies a very strong point for the Earth being a horizontal plane. Now, I challenge the Glober, if they're able to test and verify water not behaving in that manner, and or see a long distance observation that is in accordance with the globe geometry. And they can't do either of those. I'm saying, guys, it's in the bag. You've already done it. So the next step would be for you to affirm that. Now, I don't know, Whisper Jack or Q, if you've done these, but I just think that you haven't realized you've done them. You have to recall if you've done them or not. So
that's probably true.
Maybe you think that you have to go and take some type of equipment and a target laser with the target at the end or something. That's probably what you have to do. But I'm like, hasn't anybody ever realized that you've already, if you just go into your local area and seen something horizontally and said, I've seen something that far exceeds the curvature prediction, then you've essentially already done a long distance observation. All you have to do is just start putting the math together, your height above the ground, like all that stuff. Just put that together a little bit more concise, and then you find out, I've done a test already. Because that's like Yoder was saying, that's all it really is. just without the filter, go out into the world and notice things.
He notices things, just not quite this all the way.
Yeah, the
cool
wrong
YouTube
noticing.
channel, by the way, Whisper Jack. I like your YouTube. You're funny.
It's like the wrong noticing.
Wait, what's that?
Aren't you the guy that runs like the Stolen History channel?
Oh.
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
you do YouTubes on Stolen
Yeah.
History? Yeah, man.
Yeah,
You're freaking hilarious.
Oh, no way. Wow, that's cool, man. Thanks. I guess I'm just surprised to be actually someone recognize me. Cool. Thanks, man. I'm glad you enjoy it.
Yeah, keep doing it.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, because it seems like a lot of people would be like, well, what have you done? What have you done? And then you're like, dude, ever since I became a flat earther, I don't know if I've actually been to like the California beach and seen like the oil rigs, or like that's what you're in your mind when you think of a test. That's what you're thinking. It's like, no, bro, like you just go wherever you are locally, wherever, you know.
Yeah, that's kind of what I had in mind. I was just curious, what you recommended, but that's kind of what I had in mind.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
just like local sites and things from a hill or whatever, nearby hill or something you can.
Yeah, and apply the same, without the globe goggles on, apply the same thing you would say is like, dude, how am I seeing this thing at a distance away from me at the, specific distance? It should be obstructed by the curvature. Of course, every long distance observation far exceeds that. So, and I guess right now we're going into the colder months. So that's going to be a prime observation viewing. So that's redundant. Yeah, but you can make your observations like around, what is it? Maybe November, December is a really good time. Really cold and crisp air to go outside. And just notice the world around you, man.
Cool. Thanks for the guidance in a way.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that you're honest,
it.
man. Like that, everybody here who's honest, like that's.
I come here often just to sort of lurk and hear the arguments and just kind of pick up whatever info I can. It's a good place. Although you guys kind of moved, hiding out here in the politics server.
We're like traveling gypsies, dude. We're here, we're there, we're everywhere.
It's a way to be.
Let's see who else we got in here.
It's
Eli,
a cool channel.
Yeah, it's a different vibe. Every single place that we're in is a different vibe. So English Hub is a very different vibe. You got a lot of more people that are learning English, jumping in there from other countries and challenging us. And here it's more like just melting pot, like you would any other place.
English Hub, is that part of this the Baltic server? Or is that just standalone?
It's a different server altogether. It's 300,000 man server that we got invited to actually have one of our channels in there. So we do have a presence in there, which I think we kind of been skipping out on for a while because it's not that we're skipping out. It's just like wherever people are, people like to hear good arguments. So they're where the main bulk of our group is. So, and then it just depends too what type of arguments being had. Like sometimes over there, you got to stay real super basic with it. You can't get too technical talking about things. So it's like, people from other countries and their educational system doesn't allow them to critically think about things or just how they perceive the world.
Sure.
So.
Some of them have like real mischaracterizations of what America's doing. Like they really don't know.
Mm-hmm.
They think like America has like Star Trek Enterprise. Like America's flying around the galaxy. And you're like, what? No, not even close. Like what gave you that impression? Like, America, such an advanced country with astronauts in space. And I'm like, yeah, they're like 200 miles up in, like an ISS that's been, They're stunned. They're really stunned to hear that's all that's really happening. Like, the propaganda is so thick that these people in these foreign countries really have, they think somehow it's like some advanced space age culture that that we're part of. Like, beam me up, Scotty. Yeah, and all this crazy. They go like, no, you have no idea, dude.
It's so hard to sort through. I got a buddy who's half Chinese, and he spends a few months of the year visiting his grandparents in China, and he swears there's no social credit system ever. Like, it's just completely fabricated. And I'm like, I wouldn't doubt it, but it's just, I feel like just everyone's got their own set of lies for their
probably
own
in populated areas,
region.
though, Whisper Jack.
Oh, I'm not saying
populated areas. I think
it totally is possible. Yeah, I just mean I wouldn't be. It's sad that I wouldn't be surprised either way. It's like that they just make that up here to make it eventually. We tell you China has it. Hey, we're gonna get it past here. Who knows? I mean,
we have a channel. Well, I do. It's called Frontline Unfiltered, and it's I've been putting some content on it, basically about controversial topics outside of like what we talk about in here. And it blows my mind that a lot of the topics that get brought up in here, we look at, because like the world's being deceived all the way around, right? So we just make mention, kind of like what you're talking about, like the social credit system and all that. Like,
when you say channel, what platform? Or did I miss?
Oh,